Welcome, everybody. Great to see your faces. This is Chapter 9 of Blades in the Dark. Enter the Deathlands. They say that it is always darkest before the dawn, but what meaning does this have in a realm of endless night? The city has been uprooted by civil unrest that has the political scholars at Duskfall Academy debating whether or not history will remember these as the opening salvos of a great civil war. It has been 1 week since the Imperial military raid and the Great Fire down Bottlescrew Lane. The Scovelander refugees are rioting in the streets, bolstered by criminal outfits like Ulf Ironborn and the Grinders. Agitators have spread throughout northern Duskfall, held back by the Imperial military at Bowmore Bridge from crossing over into White Crown and the Lord Governor's stronghold. Aruvia has recalled its ambassador, and the critical and administrative functions of the consulate are now being carried out by Nebra's father, Raoul Cinnabon. Rumors are circulating that Aruvia already has military assets on the ground in Duskfall, Elysia, and White Hollow, but sightings remain unconfirmed. Inkrake's report, major defeat in Bright Harbor. Aruvia sinks 7 out of 10 battleships. And even the underprivileged Akarosi working class have thrown in their lot with the demonstrators, rallying behind a young Scovelander union organizer named Belle Brogan and striking throughout Coleridge and Dunslow. The Lord Governor has instituted a curfew and enacted martial law. Bluecoat patrols are shooting offenders on sight and arresting anyone on the street after the hour of wine. The Church of Ecstasy has completed their purge, eliminating the reconciled, an association of ancient and wise spirits who had infiltrated key positions within both the church and the city council. The pseudo-religious zealots of the Weeping Lady openly mourn this loss, claiming that these spirits were the rightful and just rulers of Duskfall's past, here to champion the poor and put a festering and corrupt hellscape to right. Though a scant few whisper that not all is lost, for some of their number remain hidden in the Deathlands and might one day return and start the movement anew. If all of this weren't bad enough, earlier this week, Duskfall fell victim to a sudden and violent earthquake, collapsing several buildings and causing serious damage to infrastructure. The geologists at Charterhall University estimate a magnitude of 6.9 and have confirmed that Duskfall was the epicenter, with tremors felt as far south as White Hollow and Wintercliff. 3 of Dunslow's lightning towers, located between Tiller Lane and Threshing Road, were among some of the structures that collapsed. This created a breach in the city's lightning barrier, allowing rogue spirits and eldritch monstrosities from the Deathlands to encroach into the southernmost part of the city. With the Bluecoats and Imperial military too busy suppressing the civil unrest breaking out across the central districts, the brigade had been dispatched to the farmland along Reaper Street to help push back the invasion. It is now early evening, the hour of flame, and our crew goes about their business. Jeremiah has reached out to you and has offered Hive resources to help the crew repair any damage inflicted to their holdings. She would also like a meeting tomorrow morning at the 7th hour. This meeting will be held on the Hive's turf, a tower overlooking their warehouses along Saffron Street in Night Market's Tea Leaf neighborhood. The first time any of you have ever met with her somewhere other than a third-party public location. Whatever it is she means to discuss or do must be important and something she wants hidden from those outside her organization. A couple administrative things before we dive into it, guys. Due to the actions of the Church of Ecstasy, the Reconciled have been eliminated. I've taken the liberty of removing them from your faction sheets for now, if rumors are to be believed. Because of this, if we go to our reputation page, we can see that our reputation with the Path of Echoes, which Reese had increased to a +1, has now been reduced back down to 0 neutral. The spirits possessing Lord and Lady Pandaren have been eliminated, and the pair have no recollection of ever interacting with any members of the crew in the past. Lord Pandaren is still the chief scholar of the Archive of Echoes, and Lady Pandaren is still a city councilor and member of the Circle of Flame. Both are still amateur occultists, but where once they had real power from the spirits possessing them, now it's much more Victorian fad spiritualism that they practice. Additionally, if you look in your journals this week, I just did a quick mock-up of our holdings throughout our time playing, from a tier 0 strong, a tier 1 weak after taking turf from the Foghounds, and then our tier 1 strong after making the deal with Bear and taking over some of those. If you guys saw your turf differently, feel free to let me know. We can change these. We're all kind of in this together. But I thought this might be helpful as you consider your role playing and where you might want to patrol on the streets, which businesses you might want to shake down, or which businesses have your protection. We can see from this, for instance, Silas, the Dundrich and Sons, sits almost flat in the middle of the Nighthawk's new territory, which might be why this apprentice Taylor who helped us was hearing nothing, seeing nothing, and very keen on making sure you were happy with their performance. I do have, again, the crew's going to be meeting with the Hive tomorrow morning, but we have this evening to do what you will. I will like to check in with each and every one of you. I have some starting scenes planned out for all of you, but as always, after we kind of touch base on what's happening there, you are free to go and pursue your own ends for the evening. So, with that being said, who would like to check in with us first?
I'll go.
Awesome. The messenger. Um, you find yourself this evening on the west coast of Silk Shore, between the Ringwater and Highwater canals, across the bridge of dark fruit, standing amidst the spark grounds. You are beneath the crackling flares of a lightning tower in an open field that has drawn crowds to watch death-defying stunts of acrobatics and circus performers, including the notorious spark flyers who soar in manned kites adorned with bits of metal to attract arcs of electricity from the barrier in a pyrotechnic display. On the fields below are some of the artists that Cole saved from the Bottle Screw Lane fire. They entrance audiences with elaborate, even sensual dances punctuated by that mild electrical energy emitting off their bodies, which you know, of course, is the result of the particular narcotic that this group favors. Now, you stand among the crowd with someone you know, and it is one of those situations where, despite the multitude of people, you are almost alone in this throng. You are almost stealthed in this mass of individuals that you could share your deepest and darkest secret, should you choose, with the knowledge that no one would overhear or even care. They are so entranced by what is going on. And it is here this evening that you meet with Valeris. Uh, so I think you could probably tell us a bit more about Valeris. I know that she does present as a fellow journalist, but in actuality is a spy working for one or more foreign powers who has provided our crew with information in the past. But as we kind of see her for the first time in scene, is there anything else that you can tell us about her?
So Valeris is a local. That's Akarosi, right?
Hmm.
Valeris is a local. Doesn't have a look about her that stands out particularly. She's not striking in any particular way. but she carries herself with an attitude that says "Stand back, Buster." A kind of that particular kind of no nonsense uh, air that a reporter would find very useful in dealing with not only getting past people that want to get in the way of the story, but getting past people who think they're the story, right? Now, she can turn this off. She can go charmer, which she might do for interviews, but we're not dealing with like radio interviews or televised interviews, so it's not like she needs to look good for the audience in those cases. Those are just to get information out of someone. No one can like fully fact check what a reporter says someone said, so that's not as much of a concern. But we're out in public right now, there are crowds around, she's going to have that face on. So let's say she wears no one probably rides goats. No one probably wears clothing for riding. So she a long coat and skirts, but the kind you can run in would be how she dresses. She'll have her hair in a get it out of my way uh, style, but long enough that she can do fancy things with it if she needs to. Or she's a spy, cut it off to disappear. Um, Layers allow for quick changes, which you always might need on the run. So she's might be more bulkily dressed than people around her. Also, that allows for you to hold out weapons and whatnot, which, as both a journalist and a spy, it would be a good thing to have.
Excellent. Yeah, she stands next to you, as this display is going on, both very much in front of you and kind of above you. So it's almost difficult to choose where to look, and you can see amongst the audience that they kind of experience this as well. And she actually opens the conversation while she's eating some popcorn that she bought from, a wheeled cart at the side of the Spark grounds. And as she speaks, she does so very clearly directed to you, but without looking at you. It's just words straight ahead into the ether that you pick up. And she starts off by saying, "Have you heard? Your friend Casta's been seen around town."
I have now. Do you know what they're looking for?
No, but if I had to guess, I would assume that it is for someone local, though you might know better in this regard than me. So, Casta, your dangerous rival, um, she is a bounty hunter. This we know. Uh, and what we found out in a previous game, some of the city's Tycherosi inhabitants have come to think of her as a demon hunter. But I'll say this is not maybe how you might refer to her. This is or them. This is not how you knew them. Um, were they involved in what Dustfall's Tycherosi called the Troubles? Maybe. Uh, did they make some Tycherosi disappear? If it suited the aims of their employers, perhaps. But when you know them, they were something of a peer and academic rival. Their bounties weren't often people, but rather your bread and butter secrets. If someone wanted something found out, if someone wanted something suppressed, and sure, if someone wanted someone who knew something to disappear, they would come to Casta with a job. Um, there might be a bit of history between you and them, which not my place to go into at this moment, and I don't think Valeris knows that either. But does say that Valeris thinks that their presence in the city has to do with local powers rather than anything external.
Appreciate the heads up. I'll look into that. Uh, no hint on who's employing her this time.
Not yet. With the state of the city, getting at information is becoming trickier. A lot of things are being locked down. Um, or suppressed. Um, but if it's information on that you're looking for, I can do my best to track some down.
I'm sure anyone in the Taikarosi community, myself very much included, would appreciate a heads up if it looks like things are going to go the way they've gone before. Though I'd be surprised right now that people in powerful positions weren't more interested in doing something about the Eruvians. Still, the Akarosi are as full of surprises as anyone else.
The situation with the Eruvians is a fascinating one. The city is going to hell, and quickly. And it seems like most of the major political powers have some stake in this conflict. And I'm not sure how much longer I'll be able to stick around without getting burned. Now, the Inkrakes have reported a major victory for the Eruvians against the Imperial fleet at Bright Harbor. But, and this is the first time she kind of turns to just steal a glance at you. Part of my job is to track fleet movements. And I'm telling you, the Imperial fleet was never at Bright Harbor. Most of their vessels are moored off the coast of Severin. They were even planning on returning the Severosi Sapphire when they sailed there, before it was stolen, of course. I have no idea as to whom, but who someone is fabricating events in order to start a war. And despite blatant evidence to the contrary, people are believing them. I just have no idea who would benefit from this conflict, because this level of mass manipulation hasn't been seen in the Shattered Isles since the time of the Sorcerer Kings and Demon Lords of Eruvia.
What does it take to be a sorcerer king? Like, we know
Well,
what happened to the demon lords, that's clear enough. But if there was a new sorcerer king, how would we know?
well,
Would we have to wait for the ink rakes to tell us?
that is increasingly seeming like the way things would play out. But no, if history is to be any guide, and with the way current events are going, I'm not sure we can trust to it. But initially, it would be subtle. You wouldn't know that this individual was plotting or scheming. Uh, Anyone could be a sorcerer, and I think the most canny of them. And at this, she actually does turn to you and is kind of like lecturing you on this a bit. Like, and I think the most canny of them would keep their powers hidden, at least while they're building it up. It is only once that they have reached their true potential, once they have started amassing armies, once they have a public behind them, once the idea of oppression is so far off the minds of those that follow them that they would blindly follow the lead of this individual. Only then do they reveal themselves. Indeed, without being treacherous or speaking ill of my nation, these are the types of things we saw with the immortal emperor when
Hmm.
he, and she kind of does quote, uh, saved the world and took his place as ruler of it all.
Yeah, interesting things can happen in transitions, but you make a good point, and honestly, that's how I'd do it. You've Does your understanding of fleet movement suggest that any vessels were lost somewhere else? Or do you think the reduced vessel count itself is a fabrication?
The So I can't be sure. I have not verified this firsthand. All I know from my sources is that the Imperial fleet is at Severin. And yes, the entire Imperial fleet, this the idea that any vessels were sunk or that there is fighting at all is a fabrication. And this is, I guess, what is concerning to me. The Eruvians at Bright Harbor could see this. If they're getting a report that's saying they've sunk battleships when there's no battleships in their harbor, how come they're still making military movements? This, this I do believe.
Yeah, there are Eruvian military. Well, there are people in Eruvian uniform uh, taking military actions in this town. What do you know about them?
I I don't, to be quite frank. Uh, and I am playing my part very carefully. Um, it is better that I see them before they see me, and if they do see me, they think of me nothing as a humble reporter, because things could go bad quickly if I do get burned. Especially, uh, especially if we're at war, which, well, it seems like them's the breaks right now.
Well, in I I appreciate your work. You have been, I'm sure, as or more useful of a source of information to me than I've been to you. I'll tell you, I've seen Peruvian military, or again, a man in a Peruvian military uniform using a military weapon in the crow's nest.
As she kind of goes bright-eyed at this, and then immediately kind of turns away from you, munching popcorn, looking at the performance, might give a little bit of a clap, and be like, just like under her breath, really?
Oh yeah, he grazed me, in fact.
You were in open conflict with an apparent Aruvian soldier.
Yeah, sniper duel isn't exactly open, but yeah, as much as such things are.
If this were the work of some sorcerer king, people who work in fields like you and I, at uncovering the truth, at delving through secrets, pose an existential threat to this individual's power. And so people like us, if it were discovered what we spend our times doing, will be a threat to this individual. So be careful, stay hidden. And I would very much appreciate it if you find out information that could get to the bottom of this. You feel comfortable sharing with me, and of course, information in this regard will travel both ways. I would very much like to see it. Um, I'd very much like to survive this, no matter what happens to any nation.
Oh, very much the same. I'm making my own preparations to. Well, the Deathlands don't have to be as bad as they seem, provided you're paired. And the realities of the different populations we come from open up some opportunities to me that I don't think are communicable to the Akarosi.
On this, I think we can agree. I see what's happening down south. Doesn't seem like a place I'd like to live full time.
Well, I look forward to your columns and correspondence.
And you, I do very much enjoy your work. And she just kind of drops her thing of popcorn on the ground, as is kind of the style, and is like, if you'll excuse me, I would like to um, congratulate our artisans this evening.
They do amazing work.
So glad they lived.
Same. The world could use more art, even if it burns down in a week.
And she kind of makes her way through the crowd towards this group of dancers who are kind of doing their after show meet and greet kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah. That's the great thing about art that takes place in human performance. You can also go get a bit of a feeling of connection to it. That okay, am I getting a little messenger mindset? Hmm. Is there a degree to which all performers are sex workers?
Messenger, snap out of it.
Yeah.
World's ending. We got a job to do.
But gender is so confusing and so fascinating, and so somebody else's problem when you're the messenger. Uh, cool. Um, I'd also like the messenger is going to seek out Nebra for a talk at some point. Do you want to do that in another? Do you want to get to somebody else's starter scene first, or
Um. Uh. Yeah. Yeah. Let's have you meet up with Nebra in her scene, and then we can pick that up there. And then, uh, if you have something else in mind to do right now, we could do that. Likewise, if you want to meet with Nebra first and then do something second, we can always circle back to you. You know.
cool? Thank you.
Awesome.
Don't have anything in mind immediately.
Great. Great. All right. Who would like to check in next?
I'm happy to go.
All right. Um. Cole. This evening, you find yourself across the canal from Night Garden, along Monkey Lane, at a little place called the Howling Monkey Tavern. Its owner is named Pox Boleyn. He is an elderly Dagger Islander who, at this point in the evening, has told you his entire life story. He earned coin working food stalls in the bazaar, enough to open his own tavern later in his life. Um, and because his tavern now falls almost directly in the center of Nighthawk territory, is very keen on making sure you have a wonderful time and pay for nothing. Um, this tavern is often frequented by Dagger Islanders coming from the bazaar. And because they are one of the few ethnic groups not currently rebelling against the Imperium, this place has become popular as a place to get away from it all. Its menu features cocktails containing exotic ingredients from the Southern Isles, like ginseng and saffron, aloe, and coriander, some of which might be a bit of an acquired taste to the Akarosi palate. Um, but the food here is also something of a sleeper hit, with stir-fried noodles, oyster omelets, grilled fish, deep-fried bramble fruits, and across the bar where you now sit are small bowls of fried grasshopper coated in salt, pepper, and chili and lime, which the man who actually asked you to come out here tonight, Logan Brocken, is chowing down on, and kind of looks at you and is like, I tell you, I always thought this was poor people food, but this is actually pretty good. Uh,
Uh, yeah, Cole definitely like will reach in and chow down as well on this.
and Puxbalin, again, who's almost underfoot in his manner of trying to please you, approaches um, and places a beverage down in front of you. And he's like, Mr. Nighthawk, you try flower tea. It helps with virility. And there's a menu of this beverage, which is 2 ounces Severosi rum, a half ounce of Ruvian gin, and 3.5 ounces of something called green ginger wine, whose bottle has a venomous snake floating in it. Free of charge, Mr. Nighthawk.
Called me Cole, and I'll take the drink from him.
Yes, of course, cool. Uh, he kind of turns to Logan, who he sees is with you. It's like, would you like a refill? Yep, yeah, that'd be great. Actually, these are good. And he's just kind of snacking on them like they're nuts, and Pucks refills them. Logan gets to the brunt of it. Like he's kind of, he's been chowing down. He's kind of been lively, but you can see there's something that's weighing on his conscience a bit. Uh, and he says, Cole, I'll tell you. Being your friend seems to be lowering my life expectancy each new day. First, the thing with the Barrowclef folk, the ones who wanted to chop me up and serve me as food, and now I'm hearing word you're at war with the billhooks. Shit, man, I don't want one of those butchers wearing my face for a mask.
I understand it, Corporal, but remember who got you through the war anyway.
Yeah. You know I'm with you,
I know.
always. We made it through hell together, and that's not something I'll soon forget. But on the same coin, I'm not with you, you know? I mean, I'm not crew, I'm just your buddy.
You're looking to join up.
And he kind of shrugs, and he's like, well, I met with this guy. Cortland was his name. He reached out a few days ago. He runs a small crew called The Lost. They're pretty small time, but a lot of their guys are like us, ex-military. Some are Skovlanders, old conscripts, uh, but a lot are Akarosi. You know, guys who feel bad about how things went down over there. And he kind of leans in. Apparently, each member keeps a pile of stones under their bed, one for each bullet they fired, and each time they make amends, they remove a stone. They've been torching some warehouses and workhouses in Coal Ridge, the particularly cruel ones. They've been rallying around this lass, Belle Brogan, as the poster child of the workers' revolution. Apparently, she's the younger sister of the guy who owns that club you and your boss sometimes frequent. Anyway, I'm rambling. I was thinking about throwing in with them, get some protection and maybe make a real lasting difference. And I don't know, I just want to get your read on things as I might not be around as much.
I appreciate it. You know, you've done me a good work. Uh, your job at the docks, but I understand if you can't put food on the plate. It's a shame what these Akarosi bastards have done to us, drafting us, making us fight our own countrymen, and then we get back home and what? There's no work for us. Wiped out an entire generation, and there's still not enough jobs to go around. Not enough food. Is it
Yeah,
any?
it's almost like it worked exactly as they would have planned it.
Yeah.
A
One big.
smarter man might think.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
but a humble docker.
Right. Yeah. If one of us had maybe gotten an education, we would have had some thoughts on this. We would have been writing down in books or some shit.
Yeah,
But
funny how that never gets offered to the
mm,
returning soldier. At
yeah.
least one with an accent.
You know what? Talking about your friend Cortland or this man in the Lost, it sounds like maybe the Akarosi are treated just the same. Unless you're signing up to be part of the brigade, one of the bluecoats, maybe part of the regiment, or unless you got a last name that matters in this town, you're not getting much of an offer of anything, eh?
Yeah. Well, I tell you, man, shit. It feels much better to be a docker than working for the brigade with what they're doing down in Dunslow these days. Fucking holding off ghosts and demons and shit with
Uh,
fire hoses.
yeah, Cole grabs his spirit bane charm around his neck when he when he starts talking about that. He's like, "Don't I fucking know it? You wouldn't like it didn't matter if I was part of the brigade or not. You wouldn't fucking catch me down in Dunslow."
Man, I do hope they get those towers up soon, though.
Me too. You want me to come with you when you meet Cortland?
I mean, if you want, he seemed like a nice enough guy. I don't know if I mean, listen, you guys have been starting to make a name for yourself. These guys aren't that big time. I don't want them to get the wrong idea. You know what I mean? Like they might be a little intimidated.
You saying I'm intimidating? And he just kind of cracks his knuckles.
I mean, not to those who know you, and he kind of slaps you on the shoulder, throws another few grasshoppers in his mouth.
Good. But no, I don't want to give him the wrong idea. But I do think, I want to tell him uh, about our history. I want to get a good read on the man. I've not heard of him. And, I mean, I'm always interested in making a friend, you know. You never know when you're going to be needing somebody. Everybody starts out as a small timer at some point.
Yeah, I mean, if if that's kind of the mindset you have going into it, knowing this type of stuff they're doing, I'm sure they they could use the help. They're up against. I mean, you know the odds. You know the battle they're fighting. But listen, yeah, some of these guys are Akarosi, as I said. Some of them were soldiers. Yeah, they fought alongside us. They were on the wrong side of some shit. But I'm telling you, man, these are good guys. I think they're trying to do good. Um, and they don't have much. So, you know, just kids' gloves with them.
Oh yeah, yeah. Don't worry, I'm not gonna be walking in and it's not no foghound bullshit here. You know, there's no there's nothing wrong with these fellas. Where are they operating out of? Do you know?
Yeah, yeah.
They just took territory from somebody.
No, no. Well, I I don't know the politics of it all, but I know they've been working uh in Coleridge. They got the old abandoned rail lines, the ones that went defunct when the electro rail came in through Gaddock, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of those old cars, they're now converted apartments, gang turf, but they operate off one of those. Again, they're not that big. They don't have that much territory, but
Well, I think we should you know, casual. I'd like to sit down and have a chat and just see what they're doing, see what we can offer, see what they can offer us. Like I said, I'm always interested in making friends.
yeah, well, I don't know what all you got planned today. Um, I know with this curfew, we don't have all that much time, but I mean, I was honestly just wanting to get your read on the whole situation, and then I was gonna go have a chat with them one way or the other. Sign me up or thanks but no thanks. So if you want to tag along for that, or if you need
Yeah.
time, we could do it another day.
No, 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 let's do it. Let's do it now. I don't have a whole lot going on otherwise. I think at the end of the day, uh, I don't want to see anybody close to me get hurt. And, you know, this city's a piece of shit. It's been not been safe for anyone ever, but it's even worse now, right? When we was kids, we were running around here and, we had some amount of protection. Now, we didn't realize it at the time, but it was our paws, it was our maws, it was everyone that was, the little enclaves of people were humanity were keeping it all together. But and they were paying up to whatever, you know, gang local thugs were shaking them down. But now it's not even the case. I mean, like you said, three of those towers going down in Dunslow, the fucking Deathlands coming in. Uh, this I'm hearing about major defeats from the Imperial Navy. Right. The first, what is this? The
Yeah.
first
So
defeat
yeah,
in
yeah, yeah. It's not
150
all bad
years?
news, my
Oh
man.
yeah,
Maybe what we couldn't do, the Aruvians will finally finish up.
maybe. You're right. It's not all bad news, but there's just a lot going on. And at the end of the day, you know who always gets the short end of that stick. Uh, it's your captive fucking Skovlanders here in fucking Duskfall,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. No, I I'm sorry to interrupt. And
You're not interrupting, mother.
I appreciate it. I don't want anything bad happening to those close to you too, because that's me. And as I
Well,
said,
that's what I'm saying. My point is that at the end of the day, if uh, if you found a group of guys and gals that you can work with, and maybe have some security, have some family, I think it's a good thing to do. I know what I've done, right? But I also don't want to see you get hurt, and there's a lot of people that are going to get hurt in this whole revolution. And that being said, that's why I'm saying maybe we go have a chat with Cortland, and I just say, trying to get a good read on who they are. If they are good fellas, then you'll of course have my blessing, and I'd be happy to make another friend.
let's do it.
Cole finishes his fertility drink and or virility drink, and
Yeah. Yeah. How? Oh, Yep. All right. I'm trying to think. Like, do you resist this? How do you deal with this? It is potent.
Okay.
It might take you a moment, but you're gonna feel some effects of this. This is like down in like a supercharged Long Island or something like this.
I'm here
Um,
for it.
but what might help you along with this is that Pucks comes up as you're clearly kind of finishing things up, and he's like, "Mr. Cole, please," and he brings you out a plate stir fried like cassava noodles with oysters and kelp. Um, and it's like, please, please, for the road, you keep the plate.
He says, "So okay, okay," and Cole puts down just a whatever like silver coins he has in his pocket. He's, you know, he appreciates this, but he's also not here to shake this guy down in this way right now.
Yeah, and he's like, thank you, sir, very kind, Mr. Cole.
Uh, Lead the way, and he starts. Cole just starts eating the oysters and whatnot.
Yeah, uh, you guys walk. Uh, Now that you kind of leave the tavern, Logan's gonna be like, you know this guy?
The
Meaning Pucks. Yeah.
Pucks. Yeah, he's the owner of this the monkey. What is it? The howling monkey here.
Yeah. I gathered that. Just the way you two get on seems like your childhood friends or something. I was starting to feel jealous.
Oh yeah. No, he's you may not. You said like you said you don't know the politics. We're right here in the heart of what has become Nighthawk territory.
Well, uh, it's good to be the king.
Oh, definitely not the king. But one of the reasons I wanted to be here is because I wanted to take a nice walk around this territory, make sure there wasn't any unsavory folks around, butchers and the like that might be out here causing trouble.
Right on. And you guys kind of walk, talking. Um, you know, uh, you kind of walk down through Guild Hall, down through the Market Way, and into
I
Coleridge.
do try to keep my eye out for anything that's out of the ordinary, like if there are increased blue coat patrols kind of in or around our territory. The same with butchers or generalized meat merchants,
Yeah,
that kind of
yeah.
stuff.
That does sound like maybe a survey
hmm
or some such. Yeah.
I'm happy to do something along that line. What about hunt? Gather information.
Sure,
Uh,
I could.
let's see. I'll go with survey, because I think the description sounds more in line. Um, though this is I am not ranked in it at all. Um,
This will be just a risky,
mhm,
and we'll call it a normal.
Standard.
Yeah, standard.
All right.
Yeah. Failure. All right.
Failure. Yeah.
Um. So no. You don't see blue coat patrols. And you can kind of rationalize this because like a lot of the fighting or a lot of the protesting, the agitators are trying to kind of cross Balmore Bridge because there is kind of this like storm the governor's palace, burn it all down movement, and the police are kind of blocking them there with the help of the military. So it could probably be assumed that because that's like like Brightstone, Charter Hall, maybe spilling a bit into Crow's Foot and the docks, right? Like that's kind of where the police are.
Would you
Uh,
say that they have pulled back like the local battalions to a certain degree? Because didn't
yeah.
each district has its own like dedicated
Yeah, it
captain
is
and
kind of like an
battalion?
all hands on deck. Like there's
Gotcha.
probably a skeleton crew. They didn't leave it
Yeah.
completely unmanned, but yeah.
Right.
Um,
They still have crews inside their precinct houses, their charter houses, but they don't actually leave.
Yeah, exactly. Except I will say, past that hour of what did I say? Past the hour of
Wine.
wine,
hmm
where that's when, because everyone should be off the street. It's like they start kind of fanning out from that Brightstone area through the other districts.
And I imagine that they bring in like every shift, right? Like I
Mhm.
assume there's like 3 shifts to the Bluecoats, and at the hour of line, it's like all 3 shifts are on
Yeah, all
duty.
hands on deck,
Yeah.
and then there's a switch off. Yeah.
Hmm.
As far as butchers and meat merchants, well, my friend, night market is kind of a cosmopolitan area. Of course, there are food stalls. Of course, there are people selling mystery meats on the street corner. Um, there are some like maybe some shops selling some sausages or whatnot of indeterminate origin. Are these bill hooks? Well, Cole, I'm not sure you'd ever know.
Fair. Well, I continue to enjoy my seafood and things. We've quickly switched to to not meat.
Yeah. So as you kind of walk down into kind of the heart of Coleridge, you get to kind of the old um, semi-abandoned train yards, and these are kind of like steam cars where you can kind of think of the electro rails as being like early diesel locomotive in style. These are a bit of like um, uh, a past technology that you see, and as Logan had described, um, several of them have been turned into apartments by people just looking to live. Some definitely look like there's gangland activity going on, whether it's like vice trade or whatever have you. Um, you do see um, uh, someone who you've been around, I'll say, uh, users before, like Emmeline or like Reese, who and you can clearly spot this guy is on something, who's like on uh, the rooftops, like in the adjacent neighborhood to these train yards, and is kind of like moving his hands like he is seeing a city that no one else can see. He's bare chested, like very like colorful painted, very kind of Burning Man esque, just up there having the time of his life. And soon you get to a converted rail car where it's kind of been fenced off in that kind of makeshift uh, barricade. And you see some guys there who, as Logan approaches, he kind of gives the nod to, and they kind of give the nod and let him in. They kind of side eye you. They definitely kind of have. They're giving off that air of strength of menace, right? Um, but as Logan passes, like, is Cortland inside? Yeah, yeah. Go ahead. He
Uh,
with you?
Before I walk in, I actually I hand one of the guards this like plate of half-eaten whatever, and then I just stick my arms out. I'm gonna let them as if I'm expecting them to pat me down,
Mhm.
even if they weren't. Uh, I'm gonna yeah.
Yeah, I think like we'll say like these guys are kind of new to this, right? So I think they weren't going to, and then when you do that, one kind of gives a look of we've talked about this. There's procedures, and he does kind of pat you down, and I take it for granted that you're not holding at this juncture.
I mean, I have a fine hand weapon on me, so like I have my at my hip is the like shillelagh cudgel, um,
So
and
I think he will as he spots that kind of take it out of your belt buckle or however it's attached, kind of hold it up, give you the look of like, what is this?
if does he give me a look like that? Because uh, you walk around in Duskfall unarmed,
uh, no, no, of course not.
right?
We just didn't know if and the other guy kind of chimes in, the guy who's like eating your noodles, and is like, yeah, we just didn't know if you mean to start something is all.
If I meant to start something, laddie, I wouldn't have put my arms out and remind you to do your fucking job, huh?
Yeah, and Logan's gonna catch in like, yeah, he's with me, he's good folk. And the guy who's kind of holding is like, "We'll hold on to this for you till till business is concluded."
Of course. Do you want the boot? Do you want the knife in my boot?
Yes, the guy eating like noodles almost spits it out. It's like they don't even know. Like, yeah, they kind of give up. Yeah, we do.
And the one in my belt. It's in my lower back.
Shit, man. Yeah, just stop making us look a fool. Give us all you got.
He does. So he goes ahead and pulls out the two blades he has on him and sets them on the thing. I'm just giving you shit, fellas. Here, I this is just a flask. He reaches in and pulls out a flask.
They're at this point they're a little worried, right? Like, what else
Yeah.
is gonna happen? Then?
Well, and Cole actually opens it up and takes a sip, and he's like, "Here you go. You know, take a nip. It's a little cold out tonight, huh?"
Yeah, they do they kind of sniff it, make
Mhm.
sure it's all on the up and up. But yeah, they'll take some,
He puts it away. He says, "I'll be
and then
wanting
they
those
get
when
the
I."
rage file. Yeah, go
Yeah.
on. Yeah,
They start swinging.
yeah.
And I kill them. No, okay. It was self-defense. So you got to wipe out every gang before they get big. So then, yeah. So Cole says, "Okay, I'm clean now."
All right, yeah, yeah. Go in. Cortland will be glad to see you. He says to Logan.
Do these guys have like a military bearing? Like, do they?
No, they don't.
Okay.
And obviously, like, right, Logan said a lot of these guys were ex-military, but as they have now kind of started to establish a hold, you're getting the impression like people are throwing in with the movement. Some who probably are more idealistic than actual criminal, which is probably what you're experiencing here.
Of the two, which one seems like they're more? Is like the one with the noodles seems like he's more in charge,
Yeah,
or like,
yeah.
all right. I'm just gonna look over at him. I'm like, if you grabbed another man, you could put him out there as a sentry, so that way, in case someone like me approached, you'd have a little bit of warning ahead of time.
Yeah, no, yeah, of course. We knew that. Who's to say we don't have someone out there? Shut up.
Me, if you did, I would have saw him. So, uh, what you do is you just give him a cup. Got to be an empty cup, doesn't matter. You put him on top of one of these these rail cars here, and he's just sitting there. He's having a nice drink in the middle of the night, watching whatever, and he's sitting there sipping on nothing. And when someone comes along, he just goes ahead and sets it down. Maybe hard like, maybe he lets it clatter to the ground or something like that. Gives you a little signal that maybe there's somebody coming.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's a good idea. Yeah.
It's not a bad idea, at least. I put my hand on Logan's shoulder. I was like, "All right, let's go, lad."
All right. And now, as you enter the train car, um, and you can see like this is probably like HQ Central, but like there are some like it's almost this fenced off area almost has like a yard of maybe like three other train cars where obviously gang business is doing. And upon entering, this is where you can see like all right, the gang's small, but maybe similar to ours, it does have a core of people who are a bit smarter, who are a bit more criminal. And you see a man sitting at a desk, um, who's kind of like divvying out silver pieces to some guys. There's some guys on like benches that line um, the side of the train car, or else like the original seats that weren't stripped out, who are putting together Molotov cocktails. And as this man is passing uh, out this silver, you see um, standing next to him is a woman, very clearly a Scotlander, who is like the spitting image of the Coholtz woman. Um, very workers' revolution looking. Very clearly a factory worker of some kind, smeared in grease and soot. Still has like hammers and tools of the trade on her belt, like fiery red hair that's just kind of all over the place and matted and gunk. Um, who's kind of talking with Cortland and helping kind of divvying out uh, coin.
I go ahead and I wait. I just, you know, politely wait with Logan.
Um, they kind of finish up a bit of a conversation that's held in whispers, and this man sitting down, who you can kind of assume is probably Cortland by the way Logan is kind of waiting to speak to him in particular. Um, uh, kind of looks up at the woman and is like, "Yeah, 3 days time. Newspaper under the bench at Enkayet Park. That'll be the location." Like, Roger that. Let's get it done. Right? And they kind of, uh, she kind of gives them a pat on the shoulder and uh, brushes past you. Kind of gives you a look, is like you're not seen here before, but doesn't um, stop to say anything. Kind of very much like this is Cortland's business. And at that point, he kind of looks up and is like, "Hey, Logan, it's good to see you. Please have a seat. I'm sorry to make you wait." Uh, Hey, Tercio, I'm sorry. I don't think we've been introduced.
As this gal passes me, because she looks like a Skovelander. Um, so Cole speaks the like Skovelander language barely, in that it's the language he grew up with. So he understands it more than he speaks it. I think, and it's one of those things like he couldn't really. It's how he talked to his grandparents, kind of thing. Uh, but he just says in passing, is like, "I hope you have a good evening. A pretty lass like you." Um,
So there is kind of a pause then as she's walking out the door. She kind of does stop, look at you, kind of give you a quizzitive look, uh, and repeats back in a much better dialect than you could hope for with what knowledge you have. You as well, brother, and heads out the door.
yeah. I go ahead and I do kind of a Riker sit, if there's a chair there, and
Of course, yeah.
yeah, take his hand.
Yep.
Yeah, I hear your name is Cortland. Most people call me Cole, but the name is Lysander Colburn.
Lysander Colburn. Lysander Colburn. You serve?
Sergeant Major. Uh, Skovlander. I forget what I give him the regiment number or whatever it was.
Mm. He's like, uh, yeah,
You?
yeah, Lieutenant. Uh, I was there, different theater, but same bloody war.
That it was. I heard you're interested in my corporal here.
Uh, yeah. To be honest with you, we're interested in anyone who wants to contribute to the movement, and we got some things started a month or so back. But seeing as the wind is changing now, it seems like day is as good a time as ever to finally start making things right. Maybe make a difference for once. Have all those have all that shit we did. I don't know. Not mean something, but maybe we can atone for some of the things we're not so proud of.
Hmm.
Maybe we can make it better for whoever inherits the city next.
Cortland's your name.
Yeah.
And how did a Akarosi commissioned officer end up feeling so bad about the plight of just a couple of Skovlanders?
Well, that's the thing, Sergeant Major. I think you know as well as I that it wasn't just a handful of Scovelanders. There was a lot of blood, a lot of needless blood. All for what? So the wealthy, the powerful, the rich could pollute your land for the betterment of society? Is that my legacy? Is that what I killed for? Because that is not what I signed up for. But
What did you sign up for?
you need to understand that. Oh, and shit, you probably know. I'm speaking to the choir here, but the level of privilege that I had in my life as an Akarosi does put me at a place of advantage, I am sure, over Scovelanders who were in the city at the time of the Unity War. But I think it's clear to see not all Akarosi are created equal. There is a very strict social hierarchy that those in powers fight tooth and nail to maintain. And so, as a kid growing up on the streets of Brixton, uh, yeah, the military offered a lot. A commission as an officer offered a lot, not just for me, but for my family and God's willing, the family I might one day have. But I entered thinking I'd be a patriot. I would be defending this great society that we scavenged from the dying world, pulled straight from the Deathlands, following the wisdom of the immortal emperor. I did not expect to be ordered to kill innocent people. Some, s- some nearly boys, uh, for greed, and it's. I am ashamed of myself to admit it took me a while to realize this, but as I did, as I come back, well, you can't have that realization and go back to the things as they were. You can't keep benefiting from a society that has done those things, that will continue to do those things. So you make a choice. And this was mine.
All right. You know, I've long said now, doesn't matter what bloodline you come from. Could be Akarosi, could be, you know, Severosi, could be anything. Those in power don't give a shit about you or me unless we're making trouble for them. And then they send their dogs to come kill us. So at the end of the day, I get what you're saying. Everybody joins up to try to defend really their families and their homes. And if it were me, I would start telling people that that's what they're doing. Their families and their homes are not this great society. My ma was not part of a great society. She was just a person. But I could put food on the table for her. I could help her out. And at the end of the day, hopefully, we will still exist after this great society ends. And something new will come along. I don't know what that'll look like yet. And there's a very slim chance that I'll actually live to see it. But I can always hope for that. And I think at the end of the day, you signed up to defend your friends, your neighbors, your families. And Cole kind of starts talking a little more broadly to the other people in the room. Even though he's just talking to Corlin, he's definitely noted that there's other people here, and he's starting to tell them, you signed up to defend your friends and family. And now the threat doesn't come from the outside. You've discovered that the threat actually comes from the governor, from the regiment, from the bluecoats, from the elite. And so now you got to deal with that. It's going to be a bloody business. It already has been. Change is never going to come to those that are casual. But I'm always interested in friends. I don't know what I can do for you personally or what me and mine can do, but I'm happy to hear that you're at least trying.
Yeah. So I wasn't completely in the know of your military background, and I appreciate you sharing a bit of that with me, Sergeant Major. Um, but your name is one that has made circles around this area, um, as has that of your crew. Uh, I am under no mistake that you are in a stronger position than we are, and could probably demand a lot of us if it came to it. And I know how things went down with the Foghounds, and I am hoping strongly that our relationship will be much better. But know that we are criminals, and that what we do has been labeled a crime by those whose institutions we mean to tear down. But our cause is just. And so I hope, Sergeant Major, that in our dealings between me and you, or between my crew and yours, you remember that we are fighting to make a better society for everyone in this city, for anyone who has ever been tossed aside by those who grind them to dust for coin. I hope we can see eye to eye on this, and I hope conflict can be avoided for the greater good.
I'm happy to avoid conflict. The business with the Foghounds, I'm happy to put you in touch with Bear. We've uh, we've buried that hatchet, and I think he and I have had a
Interesting
couple of
turn of
drinks.
phrase.
We've had a couple of drinks on the matter, and we're also happy to discuss exactly how it all went down and how many regrets we all have. Speaking as you were of regret. That being said, you let me know what it is you're needing. I'll see what we can do. And if ever you're needing some service from us, we could potentially work on that. Do you have any? What are your claims so far?
Right now, you're kind of looking at it. Uh, we don't we don't mean I mean, we mean to grow, right? We want the message to spread in the minds and the hearts of the people of the city, but to hold turf, all right, so much as it serves the movement.
It's a means to an end.
But right now, I tell you, Sergeant Major, we're much more interested in burning it down.
Call me Cole. I understand. So I see you got a handful of fellas here, and the lasses as well, and my good friend Logan here. I think he wants to join up with you. That's why I wanted to have a good conversation with you, get a good read, because I care about him quite a bit. But he's a good man, and he'll work good for you. I gave a couple of pointers to your folks outside. They look like maybe they're just hangers on. You know, they're not necessarily core to you. But I'd keep a good eye. You're gonna want to put out pickets. You're gonna want to actually have some sort of signaling out there. You're gonna want to remind your folks to shake down people when they come in to make sure they're not secreting weapons in. Because something like this, you can be rest assured that the inspectors, the bluecoats, hell, they may not even deign to come down and do things here. They may hire somebody else. I heard one of the reasons that I don't know if you've heard recently, but one of the reasons that the Nighthawks are now apparently at war again with the Billhooks is because they're being run by their lapdog. They're the lapdogs of the Bluecoats. It just so happens that we start doing something and the Bluecoats don't like it and they don't want to deal with it. And then, half a dozen fucking hardened criminals get pardoned by the governor. Get out of Gadhook prison. And all just happen to show up in the same spot looking for Nighthawk blood.
You make you offer good advice, and I appreciate it, Cole. When we were smaller and just starting out, we had the benefit of working under anonymity. A building gets torched, a workhouse gets vandalized. Well, these things happen. It's a violent city, but I do see the meaning of your words as we expand, as more people are coming into the cause. That's no longer going to be a luxury we're able to afford for much longer. So, as I said, crime was never the plan. Uh, but if that's how it's going to go, I do appreciate pointers from someone who know how it works.
At the end of the day, crime was never my choice either. You know, when I got drafted, I thought I was off to do a war. I thought I was gonna die. 10 years later, came back. I guess I was a man now. Thought maybe there'd be work enough. There'd be work in the docks. There'd be work in a factory. But not, once we got mustered out, we turned back in our uniforms and our rifles. They made sure that every single bullet was fucking counted for. And then, and then they told us, well, first off, you're not getting your back pay that we promised you. You're not getting anything else. Also, there's no benefits to any of you. And there's no jobs. And unless you're willing to sign back up with the regiment or you're willing to sign up with the Bluecoats, get fucked. And a lot of us, well, a lot of us just died in the streets. And so, we're trying to make a living of it. But I respect what you're doing. And, truth be told, I do think it's high time that those in power feel a little bit of the hurt that everyone's been feeling in this city for generations. If I can offer you any advice, I will. But I should be heading back. I wouldn't want to be out after curfew.
Yeah, and it kind of gives what's the word? I don't know, a smirk or just a yeah, it's bullshit.
Yeah.
Cole, and he stands up to shake your hand.
Yeah. You might
Thanks
be
for stopping
the
by.
you might be the only officer I've ever enjoyed having a conversation with.
Knowing what you've been through and what you must think of the things I have done, I will take that as the highest of praise.
I wouldn't think of it too highly, boyo. At the end of the day, the reason I only ever dealt with shitty officers is because I don't think any good man would actually would be promoted to watch over the Scovelander Regiment. I'll be in touch. Logan knows how to get in touch with me if you ever need anything.
And kind of looks at Logan, gives him a nod. Be safe out there.
You as well. You got a lot going on. I heard lots of folks are rallying around the lass's name is what? Belle Brogan. Brocken.
Brogan,
Brogan.
yeah.
Brogan, yeah. Where does she come from? How does she fit in all this?
And it's hard to explain, really. Sometimes and there's like an idealistic navel gazing kind of uh, going on here on his behalf, but he's like sometimes, maybe once in a generation, a spark shines through all the bullshit. Something real, something pure, something powerful,
Hmm,
something that people flock to, believe in, hope in. Yeah, she's got a way with words, and she believes in the movement. But there's something else, something I can't really explain other than to say I don't got it.
gotcha.
But I think if we're gonna change things for real, I mean, lasting, meaningful change, the blue coats could kill me dead in the street tomorrow. So long as that one lives, it'll get done.
Well, that's good to hear. I will say though, make sure that the light at the end of that tunnel ain't a train.
He just kind of silently nods as he ruminates on what you've said.
I'll leave you to your business. He heads on out.
He kind of gives a mock salute, not of course mocking you, but just like
Yeah.
mocking the institution of a situation he is not a fan of.
So I go ahead and head on out.
Logan kind of follows you. He's heading home before curfew as well.
Yeah. I make sure to pick up my shillelagh knives from the guard at the door.
Yeah, of course. You can see, like, let's say one of them's kind of playing with them, like playing gangster. Then
Yeah,
the other one's just eating. He's like, "You look like an idiot."
right. Actually, the one that's playing gangster, I'm going to walk up to him and I'm going to pull the pistol out from my coat and just hold it and be like, "What are you doing now?"
And there's some defeated looks and a slap across the chest from the guy eating noodles.
I put it back. Just Logan, you got to teach these fellas something. Like,
They so they hand you the stuff. The guy eating noodles is like scarfing down the last little bit. It's like, and he kind of hands you the empty plate, like you might want it back.
sure, I'll return it to its owner.
Mm, very good. My compliments to the chef.
It's the Howling Monkey over at Night Market. Feel free to come on by.
Yeah, and they converse.
I head on. I start walking back.
Awesome. Anything else before you kind of turn in for the evening?
I'll drop the plate off. And then um, I will. I'll take a stroll. I think basically I will walk. So I dropped the plate off on in Monkey Lane there, but I will actually end up walking Um, Basically up to the Mustang. It's the little peak at the top, and then I will walk basically the entire perimeter of what is our territory.
Yeah.
Um, and so I'll walk down Kirby's Boulevard, Clove Street, the Carillon Way, Regent Street. I'll actually go up Paper Street, so it's actually not in our territory, and then um, the Three Cat Alley, and then around to back to
Yeah.
Allspice Street.
I'll say a couple things. So, as per your agreement with the Hive, their deal was like you do not come further south than Regent Street, and you do not cross Song Street, or else we're going to have words. But anything else is yours to do with as you will. Now, you will maybe remember the Mustang is the inn and fine stables used as the headquarters of the Silver Nails, which is why you guys don't have access to that little upper corner on the map. I will say though, you've actually like success is some part skill, talent, right? And but a good part luck. And uh you have actually taken a lot of territory from the Silver Nails without the need for conflict, as I believe it was the messenger who did the research project on this found out they had some dealings in the Lost District. They were interested in stuff and had been seen going out there. And as you kind of walk through the Mustang, it is still like there's still stuff there, but it doesn't seem like it's operating. Like it seems kind of shut down. And like the businesses nearby are probably only playing to the Silver Nails out of tradition almost.
Hmm.
Um, it definitely looks like they still have a foothold there. They're not giving it up entirely, but it looks like partially deserted.
Interesting. Who owns like Guildhall?
So as you move into, well, I should say who owns anything. You'll always have to contend with the unseen if rumors are to be believed.
Right.
But as you go into Guildhall and Yellow Ribbon, you will come into conflict with holdings by the Wraiths.
Gotcha. Okay.
And some other, I think, institutions there.
Hmm.
Um, but pretty much as per your agreement with the Hive, is like Tea Leaf is Hive territory. Like they administrate it, and then anything south is really the Ministry of Preservation and like Imperial military territory, which like the Hive pay up to the Ministry of Preservation, so it's kind of
Right. It's all six of
nice.
one.
But which also might explain why the Silver Nails haven't been fighting you over a perceived like turf infringement, and
Hmm.
that like really right outside of your territory is the night market precinct, so you have a blue coat buffer, and then behind them are territories held by the Hive, who are more powerful than the Silver Nails. So you've set yourself up in a kind of a nice place geographically.
Okay. Um, let's see. I will go and look again to see if I can find a butcher that's actually kind of in our territory, if there are any. Uh, and just I'm going to try to intimidate or threaten a butcher if I can find one.
All right, well, do something to try to track one down, and
Okay.
I'll say because you failed that first one, we'll say it's still a risky position. We're gonna
Hmm.
make the effect limited though.
Okay.
Perhaps maybe if there was one, maybe you gave yourself up a little bit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Seems great. Um, Risky limited.
5, success with a complication. So in this area, like in your territory, you do not really see any butchers. Or if you do see someone who kind of maybe fits that description or a meat vendor, they're kind of this like you can key them in as like, okay, that's someone I've seen multiple days, like he's a regular type deal coming out
Hmm.
from the bazaar or something like that.
Hmm.
Um, and it's difficult to say. Like it's a success with a complication. So like no, there are no butchers here in your territory. Are they around Night Market? Perhaps, but like you do know like a lot of their holdings are like Crow's Foot area, even where you just were in like Coleridge and Charter Hall, or not Charter Hall, sorry, Char Hollow, even going as far east as like Barrow Cleft. Um, so they're probably kind of in a there's a lot of turmoil surrounding them, so they're probably having difficulty moving.
Mhm.
Um, you do know they have a lot of power in the prison, though, so you shouldn't get arrested while you're at war with them.
Yeah, that would be bad. Um, all right. Um, I will. I guess I'll just go back and uh, kind of like carouse a little bit the with our cohorts, um, and then with the rovers, and then with Bear and that kind of thing. See how they're doing. I assume that we're having Bear kind of patrol the merchant way,
Yeah,
kind of thing. So
cool. Yeah, let's come back to that because that might intersect with another scene.
sounds good.
So, um, awesome. Thank you, Cole. Who would like to check in next?
I can.
Okay. Um, Silas. We flash back to the previous evening. You're alone, asleep in your bed in your apartment above Phantom Imports. When you are wakened by the sound of bum 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 bum, the sound of your shuttered windows kind of banging against the window frame, and the sound of your curtains being blown by a breeze outside. And at first, it is just an annoyance that it has woken you from your slumber until it dawns on you you had closed your window before going to sleep.
Okay, so I get up to go close the window.
As you do so, in a wing backed armchair by the window, you see the silhouette of a figure. It is vaguely masculine, but it is hard to gain any detail beyond that, for indeed, it is difficult for you to look directly at them.
As soon as I notice, I kind of start when I'm aware of them, and then as I'm trying to look, who are you?
The man, if they can be called that, moves towards you at an inhuman speed, almost floating above the floorboards. And as he moves, Silas, he makes no sound. He raises a hand several inches away from your throat, and on the palm of that hand, Silas, you see that it has been marked by a ghost contract. And more than that, it has been marked several times, and the mark has faded in several places, and his hand has necrotized and has become a mess of black veins as he has broke several of those contracts, though one still remains. And as he holds his hand up, mere inches from your throat. You begin to feel your lungs filling with water, drowning you from within, and you take level 4 harm, drowned.
So
Silas,
I'm dead.
You can resist this with resolve or a
Okay.
demon bane charm.
Well, I don't believe I own a Demon Bane charm.
I think only whispers get them. I mean,
Yeah.
we can get items, but I think only whispers start with
Yes,
them.
I
And
think
we,
I have Spirit Bane charms, but not Demon Bane.
yeah,
So I'm gonna do Resolve.
yeah, you are. What's your stress at? Oh, I mean,
My stress is at
Silas.
1.
Silas doesn't
Yeah,
have stress.
That's right. That's 2 right.
Resistance come easy to you.
not bad. So only one stress taken. You feel the fluid die down. You catch your breath and can breathe again. You take no harm, and the figure speaks. Good. I see that I now have your complete and undivided attention.
I, yep.
You recently lost something, Lord Eventide, something quite precious to me. You can be forgiven in thinking that it was yours to lose, but I stand here to remind you that you were merely renting. Find your missing whisper, and do so quickly, for if I need to come back, I might find myself less understanding. I am going to destroy this city, Lord Eventide, and I do hope that Our Lady Pharos will be around to stop me. And with that, it is as if you were talking to nothing at all. He disapparates into a blood-red mist, and once again you are alone, as if this were nothing but a bad dream.
Usually I can handle my vice, but apparently, um, I think with that, there's part of him, like part of me's like he goes back there, but there's no way he's sleeping after that. Um,
Fair.
so he gets into something not necessarily his most formal clothes, but something that's not his nightgown and things like that. And goes down to the grotto, uh, to any place that is Emmeline's, like her office or study or whatever. She has her space down there. I start to look for things that might clue me into what happened.
Yeah, so you know like when you met her, like she's the type, you know, she has family in Six Towers, right? Like this had been discussed. You know, she would never go back there. And like when you met her, she was like doing everything in her power, whatever that might be, to find places to stay so she didn't have to go back. So as soon as you guys started your outfit, as soon as the hive provided you with this lair, she has been staying here almost nonstop. So she definitely has in the quarters like her bunk or her room or whatever. Um, but how about you give me a roll as you kind of investigate this area? It's going to be controlled, but the results are going to be limited.
Okay, so what am I rolling?
That's up to you. That maybe a survey or a hunt, that perhaps.
I'll do a survey.
A crit. Nicely done. So there is nothing, I will say. This is kind of the limited effect playing here, though this would be a normal effect with your crit. There's nothing in Emmeline's immediate vicinity that would direct you to what happened. Um, but here are the things that, like Silas as a smart guy, here are the things you start to parse out, right? You know that um, she was freaking out after not being able to control the spirit on the boat when you guys engaged with the Imperial Navy officer that ended up losing their lives. You know that when she gets stressed, and you've seen this before, that she does indulge in dream smoke, and you've never seen her do it, but there is rumor that maybe she does harder things, or she might have that slippery slope into harder stuff. You know that she was last seen in Six Towers. Like she was going to the Dimmer Sisters and probably even arrived and was there for some point and left the Dimmer Sisters and then was gone. So the last point of like where the trail dies off is somewhere in Six Towers. So you know you've talked to the Dimmer Sisters already. They don't know anything, but there are some other Six Towers crews. For instance, one that comes to mind is like the Grey Cloaks. The Weeping Lady are there. Uh, Maybe even Waitstaff at the Golden Plum if you don't want to slum it. Who maybe have seen something, but you'd probably have to like get boots in the field
Yeah.
to track her down.
So to start, I think I might. What time is it?
This is late at the night, like well after curfew. So this is probably like 1 or 2, like the first or second hour.
Okay. Yeah. So if I'm not doing a job, I don't want to risk curfew and getting caught for that because that's just needless bullshit. Um. So I think at this point, I'll kind of mull that around my head and go back to my chambers and like basically wait till morning. I probably won't sleep all that much. Just going through everything in my head like a million times over of where she could be, what would have happened, and what the hell that was. And
Yeah,
I
so
would like,
I will say this. Let's ride that crit that you got,
okay,
right? That survey crit. So you don't find that much in Emmeline, but let's say like you all as you said, you're thinking about like what just happened, right?
mhm,
Um and you do have some knowledge on this, I think.
okay,
Um so you know like it's maybe been mentioned in passing. Emmeline hasn't dived deep into this, but Emmeline does kind of have a sort of patron that
mhm,
has helped train her, and this individual is named Lord Skurlock, a noble Akarosi. um, and this Skurlock name is one of those first Akarosi families to settle in Duskfall. An old Six Towers family like the Bowmores, the Clellans, the Dunvals, the Penderens, the Rowans, the Strangfords, though not one to actually get a tower. Um, and unlike those other families, little is known about that individual. And let's say, like, maybe when Emmeline dropped the name, you had done some research in the past, but none of their lines sit on the city council. None seem to hold any stake in the city's austere institutions, and their old manor house in Six Towers appears mostly overgrown and abandoned. Um, it is said that a young nephew or cousin resides there now. As the scion of their line, this Lord Skurlock has moved to finer abodes in Brightstone. But everything that all the research you have done, all the puzzle pieces you have put together calls this into question, Silas, because you've looked in like you've looked at these nobles family tree because you try to model yourself after one of them,
mhm.
right? And the Skurlocks have no family tree. It is but a stump. The line starts and ends with its progenitor. And all portraits of any Lord Skurlock all look strikingly similar, nearly identical. Now, if the conspiracy theory is to be believed, if you were paranoid, this
None
would
of them,
make
but yes.
Emmeline's mentor several centuries old, perhaps even immortal like the Emperor. Let's say you get that on a crit.
All right. Yeah. it'll have to be something to take care of when there's no curfew or look into, because getting pinched on a curfew thing is the worst you can do.
Awesome. Yeah, so we'll say like this doesn't need to dominate your other plans. You stay up for the night, kind of ruminating on these things, but you will wake up sometime in the morning, and let's kind of fast forward through that day. And we can touch on some things if you have things in mind, but let's get you kind of in the current timeline at about that evening where
Mm.
the other members of the crew were. That hour of flame.
Okay. All right. So I think so. We fast forwarded to the evening.
Of the next day, yeah.
Yeah.
And as I
And
said, if there's something you want to do in between then, feel free.
I
But
think I don't think that needs to be RP'd necessarily, but I was probably probably spend most of my waking time at Phantom Exports, trying to get it up and running. And now with this looming war possibly happening, it's gonna be bad for business because I want to export things, but I can't export to a country we're at war with, or at least not legally. So working that out, but that's just what my typical day is. And I think at this point, I have now had some time to process. It's not curfew yet, or is it?
no, this is Hour of the Flame, so you
And I
guys
think I'll
have
just
several hours.
just myself at this point, because of what happened. I don't necessarily want to involve anyone else yet, including our cohorts. So I'll take myself to Six Towers to investigate this Skurlock estate if it exists.
Oh wow, so you're going alone.
Or is this like
It's never what you want to hear.
job kind of thing?
No, listen. Listen.
Nate,
Um,
your gang is at war with the billhooks. Why are you going anywhere alone?
Yeah.
You have three people who are very capable of violence on your gang, and more people who are just capable of violence.
but I will
Competent
say
at it.
Am I
the Dimmer
very capable
sisters would
or
be
just
happy
slightly
with your
capable?
decision.
Oh, you're
If that makes
competent,
sense.
entirely capable.
Oh yeah. Well,
You
so I
just
guess
don't have
right,
the bell count yet.
then I'll take like maybe 3 or 4 cohort bodyguards.
All right. Um,
To at least get me to where I need to go. Probably not accompany me into the place, but
yeah. Sounds good.
I'm also
Roll me
happy to go
something.
with him if the timing works
Yeah.
out. But
Yeah, Reese would go with you too.
Yeah, so like Nate, I'll leave this to you. It sounds like there are members of your crew who would be willing to accompany you.
I mean,
You
it
don't
is.
need to. This could be something
Yeah,
you're kind of holding back. But if
yeah.
you want them, we can hold off on this until you meet up with them.
I mean, this thing is like she is part of the crew, and they are part of the crew as well. And so
But there is some personal.
yeah. So I think to start, I'm gonna just kind of scope it out, and then based on things that happen, I might be like, oh nope, I peace out. We're gonna come back with
Yeah,
more
yeah.
Let's hope
with
you get
proper,
that chance.
assuming I don't then go with the Dimmer sisters.
Yeah. Roll me something, Nate.
Okay. Since I'm searching, it'll be another survey.
Awesome. Desperate, limiting.
Oh, usually don't do that. Desperate. Effect.
Limited.
Come on, crits.
Cool. A success with a complication. Um,
Mark that XP.
yeah.
Complication. You take level 4 harm.
So you're scoping out Skurlock's manor, right?
Mhm.
So yeah, as said, it's overgrown, almost abandoned looking, in a way that, like, yes, this could be said of any building in Six Towers, but this takes it to an extreme. You notice there are some lights on here and there in the manor, but in no way that really makes sense unless maybe they're squatters or something like that. It's not like, oh, someone's in this room.
Mm-hmm.
This manor sits on the south mist shore at the very northern part, where it is cut off by a canal that connects the mist to the Soulwater Canal. And based on your conversations, you know, across that tiny canal in North Mist Shore by Mist Shore Park is actually Emmeline's family's estate, just right across that canal from this creepy manor.
Now, I've seen portraits of Lord Skurlock.
You have, and no photographs of Lord Skurlock, but like either etchings or like hand
Mhm.
drawn or painted.
And he doesn't look like the guy that nearly drowned them.
It's tough because again, you couldn't
Oh,
look
okay.
directly at him, but you I think Silas, you know, you crit on your recollection there. So like,
Mhm.
yeah, I think you can rest assured it was probably him in
Swords,
some way, shape, or form. Like this dude is not a man, clearly.
rest assured is the wrong word. Even rest.
Um, I will say the complication that arises from this, Silas, though. I think like this dawns on you at this juncture, right? Like
Mhm.
you've ruminated on it, be like, could it be this guy? What do I know about this guy? Blah blah blah. Now you're standing out in front of his house, and it dawns on you, no, I was choked out by Lord Skurlock. Lord Skurlock is not a man. He was in my room, and then he disappeared in a cloud of blood. And you are standing outside his manor.
Did he mess my room up at all?
No.
I didn't have to clean it. Okay, then you know what? Where's some
But
hot
the
stuff?
situation, Silas, is stressful.
Oh
And
yeah.
so you'll take one stress as a complication of looking into this.
Okay. Um, I'll kind of go up and see if I can get in the door.
Oh my.
No?
No. How do you do it? Are you knocking? Are you gonna sneak in?
I'll knock. Start up the light.
Cool, cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool,
Yeah,
cool, cool.
one instance of level 4 harm wasn't enough for Nate this game.
Man, Silas, like I kind of always
If
thought you were
he's
a
the one who
pushover,
sent you,
but
if he's the one who sent you to find her, why are you starting with him?
Where else?
Where she gets high, or the Demmer sisters. Like you could go talk to them and say,
They're
"Hey,
not gonna help me. They have already not helped me. They're mad at me too. Oh. Is that good?
no one comes to the door.
I'll check and see if it's open. Do a little jiggle.
Yeah, it's open.
Of course it is. I can't
Because
stop.
no
Like,
one
well,
in
it's
this
luck,
district
guys.
would ever
Let's go
open the
home.
door.
Because here's the thing, like, see what happened to him last night. It'll do things to you.
Yeah.
Like this is so
it'll
Silas not being a pushover because he is completely a pushover. This is like I don't want the world destroyed, much less myself. So,
I'm here for
Oh, I
it.
didn't say the world, simply the city. So we have multiple things
I live
happening.
and do business there.
I'm
So
excited.
I'll open the door, step on in.
The door creaks open.
Silas doesn't even have trauma yet. Like what?
Oh, but he is working on it. It is dark in here. The light from those other rooms that are illuminated filter through door cracks and cracks in the wood planks of the walls, whose peeling wallpaper has revealed the skeleton beneath. As you step on the floorboard, the house groans as if this is metaphor in agony.
Um, if you told me there was a Samitsi here at this point,
Yeah.
I'd be like, you know what? That's legit.
Um,
To be a vampire.
it is musty in here, and it's almost as if the kind of esoteric vegetation that has overgrown this, kind of the petrified tangle of vines that have creeped into this house, have actually gotten inside. Um, it looks like furniture has long been disused and is kind of uh,
Fixer upper.
falling apart and decaying. Um, I'm going to need you to roll a resolve save again, Nate.
What's my position? Hang on.
Oh, no, this is just rolling your resolve to resist an effect.
Oh no. This is like roll the soak.
Kinda, yeah. All right, 2 more
What's with you in
stress to you.
doubles today?
Yeah, quite good. Um,
2 more stress. Oof. Oof.
so you make it into the like the grand hall of this house from which you've entered through the front door. A crystal chandelier which is hanging with this petrified moss looking substance kind of gently sways in the breeze that has come through the cracks in the exterior facade. And maybe it's the breeze, maybe it is the haunted nature of Six Towers, but you do hear just the faintest sound of a woman's voice who is like, "Release me." Um, you do not need to act on it. You feel no compulsion. You simply hear it. But you do know someone or something was essentially, and in the parlance of vampire, attempting to dominate you. Not, I will mention, a power you have ever heard Emmeline to have.
Yeah, I've never seen her try and mind control people. I didn't know that that was really a thing. I mean, I think conceptually I understood that it was, but oh, what the fuck am I doing? I guess I'll just keep looking. You only live once, except not in this world.
Say what?
I said you only live once, except not necessarily.
Yeah. So you make your way, and so I will need a roll from you,
Okay.
and I will tell you what this is for. Um, your cohort is starting to get spooked,
Oh,
and they're like, "Boss, like we'll follow you," and like Emmeline is a founder, like we want to do good for her too, but like I'm not sure you pay us enough for this bullshit. What are you doing? So they're definitely like, it's like a teenage like haunted house movie, right? They're kind of very much like staying close to the
so
door,
you like
keeping
not
eyes on their
following
exits.
any of the rules.
Yeah. So I will need a roll just to get them in line if you want them to follow you,
Okay, this is
because
gonna be
their
a
morale is
command.
dipping.
This is gonna be a command. What's my position?
Desperate.
There we go.
But I think they do want to do right by you, so I think that the effect will be standard.
Okay. This now finally. Oh, I'll discuss this afterwards. Oh,
Yeah, I think at
Cool.
that they're like, I will say it's Fleta Wilson, one of the leaders along with like Bear of this whole group, who's like,
Can I propose a flashback?
sure,
It's not a. Can you do
I
one in your job?
I
I'm
can
willing to give
propose
people
one.
some stress. Yeah.
I can propose one.
Okay.
So the messenger has taken the crew aside at one point and says, "You follow us, right? This is understood. This is how this works. However, we are looking out for each other, and I need you to look out for the founders, who you might have noticed are a bit odd people. You probably don't have to worry about Silas, but this Nighthawk guy,
Hmm.
if it's just him and none of the rest of us are there to look after him, maybe Emmeline too, sometimes she gets into stuff, right? Whispers. Whispers always need someone watching their back in the material world. But mostly this Nighthawk guy. Sometime he's going to get himself into something he can't get out of. And if we're there, we're going to look after him. If we're not, I need you to look after us for me, the way we look after each other. So if this comes up, you can tell that creep in a mask that the messenger made you do it. And I'll deal with him. All right? You'll be out of it, but you pull his ass out, okay?
Excellent. We'll say, go ahead, take one stress for the flashback. I'm not going to have you roll for it. I love it. I think the crew is all for it, right? Like it's definitely like a one for all and all for one kind of moment. And I think, yeah, Fleta, this kind of leader among the cohort, is going to put a hand on her shoulder. I think like she wants to be seen as a leader in her own right, so she's not immediately going to throw the messenger under the table, but is reserving that card and will be like, boss, we all want her safe. I'm not sure this is the way. You can feel things in this place, right? We're not alone in that. This place wants something from us, and I'm pretty sure it's our death.
What's your name again?
Fleta.
Fleta. I feel like Silas also had to do that in his head.
Yeah. Which one are you?
Is that why he failed the command roll? he,
I think he failed
he
because
called her Fiona.
he was so like. I think Silas didn't realize how much the domination attempt rattled him, because he probably was like, no, we're like stuttering, unable to really be like, we're going forward, and like just completely almost broke down. His Fleta, you know what? I think you're right.
We'll get her back. If you need us on the streets, if you need us patrolling, we'll do anything to get her back. And if it leads us back here, we will come as a crew.
You're right. This is about the crew. It's not just about me. And she's Skovlander?
No, decidedly not. She
Oh.
is Akarosi.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
The original cohort, no Skovlanders.
Realizes if it were the Skovlanders, he probably would have been like, no, we're going forward.
Because they enjoy failure. I'm just kidding.
So yeah, he's gonna heed her words and be like, yep, you're right. Let's go back and we'll discuss this with the crew.
Sounds good. And so you want to go back, talk to the crew about the
Yeah.
events? Awesome. So that's going to intersect with some other folks who are heading back to the lair. So let's check in on you when we get there.
Yeah. Cool.
Awesome. Thank you, Nate. Who would like to check in next?
I can.
Excellent. So Nate, don't mute just yet, because I will need some
okay.
input
I'll
for
stay.
you in this. Reese. So the hour of flame We've checked with some other members of the crew throughout the city. But what we haven't seen yet is our grotto. A few days ago, the city was racked with a 6.9 magnitude earthquake. Structures have been destroyed, and it would be foolish to believe that our holdings were immune. Now, mechanically, I am not the type of GM to take away something you guys have worked so hard to do, because you have so much other glorious things to accomplish. But there is damage that will make life difficult for you. You just got a new workshop, and it's going to be kind of a pain to work around that column that has fallen in the middle of it. Now, the Hive has offered resources. They helped equip this place when the crew was founded. And so a number of their laborers are there with you. You helping lead them with your expertise of engineering. Along with you is August, Silas's contact, an master architect who helped get Phantom Exports, our cover operation, up and running. This is someone who has been working us for several weeks now, and Silas has vetted. Not only did he build like the exterior of Phantom Exports, but he built the passageways into the underground canal that served as the Foghound's base. According to Silas, this guy is good, and we can trust him. And he is there to help work with you and facilitate the damage and help these Hive laborers. Um, Silas, could you just give us a brief description of what August is like as we first see him?
So he, I think, I think one of the reasons I do like him is he's also like dresses a little high class. I mean, not so much that if he's present at a job he would wreck a perfectly nice suit, but it's still like I go what I do. I've earned money doing what I do. Like I look the part of that of being a master of my craft. But I think also he's not uh, a dick about it either. Like he wouldn't come into our place seeing how like dilapidated it can be at some parts and be like, oh, what the hell is wrong with you people? And just kind of, it's still much very, there's a problem here to solve it, and we will solve it. Like, we're going to help you fix your thing. Coin will be exchanged, rapport will be developed, and that is how this will roll.
Awesome. And I think he's turning to you because he's kind of there as like a almost like an expert witness in a trial, right? But it's you who has actually been like the crew has seen fit to be like lead the charge of these Hive laborers in repairing our grotto. And so August kind of turns to you, Reese, and he's like, and what's the heritage on August, Nate?
I think he's accuracy.
Accuracy. So he will turn to you and say, well, I will tell you, it could have been a lot worse than it is.
I would say. So it looks like shite right now. So what do you think we're gonna do about replacing that support there? We don't want the ceiling coming down on us.
Oh, no. You will probably want to have your men put up some some bracing there just in the meantime. I would have to check. I think we do still have some stone left over from the work at Phantom Exports. I could have some of my boys grab that. And he's kind of like looking around, thinking of stuff, and he's like, you know, they say back in the old days they used to bury a sacrifice in the foundations when they set these buildings. And it was said to be a form of good luck. Now, I don't know which all buildings came down in the little rumble, but I would be curious to see which ones had this particular ritual enacted at their construction.
Want us
Uh,
to be on the lookout for some dead bodies then?
huh, I would be interested if you had some. Call it a hobby of mine as a fan of architectural history throughout the city.
So as you look at Reese, you see his eyes are a bit wild. He's pretty sweaty and he's fidgeting quite a bit. Um, just the leftover stress after that last game is really getting to him. It's pretty high. It's somewhere around 6. Um, and so he's a bit snappy. Um, so yeah, how many dead bodies do you think would be under here? 6, 7? You're a bit of a morbid prick, aren't you?
Oh no, well, and he kind of looks at the pillars as they come down and is like, could be 6 or 7. Some of the foundations saw fit with only one, but um, this seems to be an old structure, quite fascinating. And at that, some of the hive laborers kind of break into this conversation, and they kind of have a push cart of debris and such. That they're like, "Do you want us to take this out by boat or up through the shop?"
No, yeah, well, look at what you got there. I'm gonna sort of dig through his through the cart to make sure there's nothing that's super incriminating. And if it were, I'll pick the the canals, and if it's just rocks and shit, then we'll just put it in.
Yeah, no, I mean these guys have been vetted by the hive, so they're tier 4 quality cohort helping this out, right? So
Mhm.
it seems like,
Top notch sort of labor.
yeah, and it seems like if they do find criminal stuff, it's more like they'll hand it to you and have it be like you can
Sure.
deal with your shit, but it's like yeah, it's mostly like rocks, broken stone, maybe some wood,
All right. So Reese will sort of like you know uh step over to the cart and start tearing through it, and he'll look down. He say, "This looks fine to me. Take it whichever way is easier for you. Doesn't bother me none either way."
all right, boys, upstairs. And you see they kind of break into teams because they have to literally kind of one person has to kind of lift it up as they go up
Mind
the
the
stairs.
stairs as you go up there. You don't want to hit your head.
Thanks, boss.
And what is the state of getting the lab back up and running? As he says that, he starts to fidget a bit more.
This is to the architect or to the
The architect.
laborers? He's like, if you don't mind a bit of the clutter, you could get to work immediately to clear out the rest of the stone. I think that could be done by this evening if we prioritize it.
Mm. Reese sort of takes a beat for a second, sort of centering himself a little bit. The lab being his like number one priority.
And something you just got to, yeah.
Oh, on top of that, like he's running real low on his supply, and he's gonna try to experiment to make his own quicksilver at some point. So that's sort of on the back of that itch is sort of on the back of his brain, and he's sort of gonna take a beat for a minute. He's like, how about the tunnels getting the boat out of here? Are they even blocked?
From my cursory examination, no, at least the ones out into the river. It does look like you have some that might dive deeper down into the heart of Night Market, some that have been covered up even before you guys came in. I'm not sure if you're aware of those. I'm not sure if they were closed with intention. But if those were some you were interested in opening up, I could have a look at it with your boys, make sure nothing is load bearing or able to cause catastrophic failure.
That would be much appreciated. I'll send the boys out to a bit of a scouting mission. See what we could find. Perhaps there's something interesting down there. Or perhaps there's a vulnerability. Better make sure we scan the whole thing first. Let's make that our higher priority.
Of course, I'll grab the boys as soon as I come back.
Yeah, you're doing good work. Keep it going.
Thank you. It has been a pleasure to work with you and your organization.
Oh, and if we find anything dead, I'll be sure to show it to you. He says with a grin.
Oh, I do appreciate that.
Yeah, and if any of your crew ends up getting hurt or anything, just bring it to me. I'm a doctor. I'll take care of it.
Well, I will, sir. We do appreciate that.
Keep yourself safe. It's dangerous out there.
Well, it's dangerous in here, but not for much longer, sir.
You know that. Yeah, and with that, Reese will sort of go over and make do another sort of cursory survey of the lab and make sure that all of his equipment is there. That which wasn't damaged, or materials that weren't damaged, he'll sort of go through and do an
Yeah, I
inventory
think
on those.
yeah, there were some damage, right? This is like an alchemist lab, so some vials have been shattered, like in the library, pushing books have been tossed off the wall, but nothing to the point that like isn't either easily replaceable, like go to the shop and get some extra vials, or like just put the books back on the shelf. The main thing is the actual structural damage. It seems like this earthquake that racked through the city, which again was felt as far south as two other Akarosi cities. Definitely, this wasn't just like a light rumble. It did kind of uh, fracture the city in some places. Not like from the ground, but like in those underground grottos or those places that have sunken down beneath the canal line. You can kind of start seeing where fissures have started to form, and obviously the hive's working to patch those up. And you can only assume you guys are not the only ones who have encountered this. I mean, it's probably thankful that only 3 of the many lightning towers came down in this thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's quite a bit of luck right there. Um, so is it would Reese know if this city is more prone to earthquakes, or there's a history of earthquakes in this area, or is this the first one he's ever heard of?
How about you roll me something for that, Reese?
Oh, sounds like a
Let's check
plan.
your memory a bit, because you are a man of science.
Yeah, in his added brain, there's a little bit of science in there. Let's see, what's a good roll for that? Perhaps. Survey. We might just have to go with the survey. I think that's really his best bet on that one. Makes the most sense, don't you see? Oh, yeah, I'm gonna go with survey. Just risky or
No,
controlled?
this will be controlled, effect standard.
All right, here's a chance. How are we doing? There we go. Oh! Didn't know a damn thing, does he?
No, well, so I'll say this. Oh, when did Reese come to Duskfall? Because correct me if I'm wrong, but you were born in Skovland, right?
Born and raised there, fought the war, came home, came here afterwards as a refugee.
Yeah. So in your time in the city, like I'll say, like you haven't gone through the records and like researched the geology and stuff like that. You really haven't had the need to, but um, in your time here, this is the first time the Earth has moved at all.
Mm.
And again, not being a geologist, not not having that knowledge, you will say it is odd that like the mountain ranges of Akaros are all very internal to the Akaros continent. Like that forms the mainland. And like the fact that an earthquake would happen here so far away from any some of these newfangled scientists have ideas of moving plates or whatever have you, but like it seems odd. It seems a little bit odd, but again, geology is not your area of study.
Mm-mm. Not at all. All right. Well, okay. Um, he's not as perplexed by that as you know, based on that role. So he's like, I don't know a damn thing. So all right. So now that it looks like things are under control here, the crew is off exploring the caverns. At this point in time, there's not much going on inside the facility, correct?
No. Yeah. As soon as I kind of leave for the caverns, no. How about you give me a role to like represent your leadership of these folks before they are sent off, and I'll
Sure.
say like any like the the complication or the success of this might not be felt now. This might be what they are able to find, and we might find that out later, right?
Mm-hmm. All right. I don't I don't see Reese as really like a barking orders sort of individual. I think he is more of like a uh more like sort of explains the situation and tries to articulate his way to a command. So I'm gonna go with consort over command. Or would this be controlled
Uh,
limited?
this would be yeah, no, controlled standard.
Okay. Here we go. Damn.
A failure. Well, we will find out what that means at a later time.
Mm-hmm.
Dun dun dun.
All right. Well, with no work left to do here, Reese is gonna go see if he can find a dealer.
Cool.
um,
So let's say let's have that convergence, and we can definitely you
yeah.
can clearly break off and go about your more personal deals. But let's say that's about the time when Cole uh, comes back, as you're kind of about to leave, so you guys can kind of meet up, maybe at that even at that door that leads in Phantom Export Imports that leads down to the lair.
All right. So like, let's just say like we sort of bump into each other as we're kind of moving in opposite directions.
Mm-hmm.
Hey there, boy. How you doing?
Oh, it's another day.
Oh, don't you know it?
You're heading out. It's a little late.
Well, I was thinking about going just for a walk, but what you doing?
Nothing right now. What you need?
Going to look for things. You know, tings. He says, with with an air of
Sure.
you know what I'm talking about.
Sure.
But I can skip it
Do
for
you need
now.
help?
Well, I was gonna ask Silas if maybe he'd take me to the Centralia Club at some point. It's always a good place to
Yeah.
pick a few things up if you know what I'm saying. And
Yeah.
well, no, generally it's pretty good laughter, anyways, don't you know?
I haven't seen Silas tonight, so I'm not sure where he is.
Hmm. Well, uh, I just spoke with the fellas working on the lair down there.
Hmm.
I got them looking at a few new possible routes through the tunnels. Might have a new couple spaces to go check out.
Okay. Seems good.
Hmm. What you been up to today? Anything is interesting? Anything juicy?
I wouldn't say anything juicy, but I did meet up with you know my boy Logan,
Oh, yeah, I heard the name.
a friend of mine. He's done a bunch of work for us. Uh, he's been interested in some folks. There's a new crew starting up. Seems real committed to the cause. They're saying
The
uh,
cause.
that kind of thing. Hmm.
What's their deal? What are they all about?
I mean, they seem like they're all about you know fighting the power of that is the Akarosi. Uh, so
Well,
they seem like good sorts. They're all former military trying to I don't know how to put it, but trying to make amends per se.
well, there's that then.
Hmm.
I know, I never really blame the soldiers.
No, of course not.
They're just following orders. Good on them for realizing what happened.
Oh, they're doing their best.
Well, they certainly did their best in the war, didn't they?
Everyone did.
Sometimes your best isn't good enough.
Most times.
So any word from Emmeline? She's been missing for quite a while now.
Yeah. No. Sadly, no new lead on that. So, yeah, you heard anything?
No, I'm getting a bit worried. I know them
Yeah.
sisters are, well, they're a bunch of crazy bitches, is what they are.
I mean, realistically, I would have expected them to tell us where she was if need be, so we could go get her.
But if they don't know, that makes me a bit more worried.
Right?
You want to come with me on a walk?
Sure.
So you said it's the hour of fire?
Hour of
Flame.
Flame,
Hour
yeah.
of Flame, okay,
And
which
probably
is...
a little bit later now, like all of the clearing of the debris, organizing these people into like scouting parties into the tunnel took some time. So,
Mm-hmm. All right, so it's like, is it close to dusk then, or hour of flame is what, like afternoon?
Hour of the Flame is later in the evening.
Oh,
So
okay,
let
so we're
me,
getting close to curfew then, right?
That's
yeah.
why I said
So
it's a little
Hour of
late.
Wine is 2 or 3 hours away from the Hour of Flame, and it's probably like late Hour of Pearls, early Hour of Silk
Okay,
at this juncture. Um, uh, Hour of Flame being what, about 5 p.m.
alrighty.
So you're about like late 6, early 7 p.m. our time.
All right, and so we have some time before curfew then to cruise around.
Yeah, curfew is 8 p.m. our time.
All right, so we'll basically just do a circuit around Night Market, and while we're cruising around, I'll keep an eye out for anything interesting, or perhaps somebody dealing in an alley,
Sure.
something like that.
Yeah. Great. Go ahead and roll me something as you're looking to spot someone, just to see if obviously shit goes down in Night Market, but this
Mm-hmm.
is also kind of your area, so people don't want to step on your toes. But the hive's here too, so let's see if you spot someone.
So this be like a controlled or risky.
I think this is controlled.
Okay.
The only thing that would be risky is if you're trying to hide it from Cole.
Oh no.
Okay. And then a standard effect.
Standard. Okay, so I'm gonna do a hunt. Uh, so I think that just trying to. I think that kind of suits him, like sort of trying to pick up on cues and uh, kind of fits that. He's going on the hunt looking for a dealer. So here we go. Damn, it's not rolling good today at all. No luck for me.
Yet you don't find anyone who looks overtly like they're doing deals. No one that you know is affiliated with another gang. Um, what you do find very distinctly outside of your turf, giving you the respect you are deserved, is kind of just a being covered in rags that looks like nothing more than energy underneath, who darts between hidden alleys, seemingly offering wares to people. Um, I think you all have met this individual, Mortis, before. Not known to be a drug dealer, but who knows? Taikarosi are weird.
Yeah, you're damn right about that. Get a look at that over there.
Yeah. Cole walks over to Mortis.
I'll follow.
He like the way he moves is like a leaf on the breeze, and he does not speak in his native Taikarosi to you. That is reserved for but one of your member, but is like, "Good evening, Cole, Breeze, the Nighthawk. I hope I have not offended by operating and selling my wares so close to that which you claim, for I mean no offense.
Just
No
came,
offense taken.
just came here to see what you got.
I have many a ware, and it's very much
What are
like
you
Genie in
buying?
Aladdin. He kind of pulls out a carpet, and there's trinkets of. You can only assume some of these must just be heinously cursed or haunted or weird, but they just look mundane. Do you see anything that you like?
I'll take a bit of a look at it with my tinker's eye. See if there's anything interesting there mechanically.
Mechanically, like there are some like interesting like machines and contraptions, but nothing that really stands out as like useful. It's all like almost like tchotchkes and knickknacks, um, which is why you're like something. Obviously, something else is going on behind the curtain, right?
Uh, Cole will be like, is this what you're selling? And people are buying this.
Only those who know what they're looking for.
What is that?
Ooh, well, I have varying clientele. Some look to pierce the veils of the dead. Some seek the power of aeons. Some seek knowledge lost with the fall. All look for something that might give them guidance and a leg to stand on in these times. Though I admit, this expression, I don't know if I use it correctly, for I have never had the opportunity.
Well, that's a shame.
He's never had the opportunity to stand on a leg.
Yep. Cole will like lean down and
I'll
Mortis.
yeah, go ahead.
Do you know Do you know our whisper, Emmeline?
Yes, we have met, I believe, in the conclusion of two of our deals now, where I acted as mediator. She what is your expression? Creeps me out.
Well, that's because
Reese
you're
just
smart.
laughs.
That's because you're a smart little man.
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty smart to be creeped out by
I
her.
wouldn't consider myself little nor a man, though if that is how you wish to perceive me, if that helps you in your understanding of what I am.
As long as you're okay with that.
I'll
No,
address you however you like, Mortis. You get to choose.
Mortis is fine.
Good.
and Mortis it should be.
Is there something that you are looking for in particular, or indeed this whisper that Mortis can help you with?
Well, whether you can help us with it or not is it's really up it's really up to you, I suppose. Well, our friend's gone missing. And if you have
I
any
am
idea
sorry
about
to
her
hear that.
whereabouts, that would be helpful.
Mhm. Off. From what knowledge I possess in this moment, I do not know where your friend is. I do not believe that they have been in Night Market for some time, and this is where I do most of my trade.
Hmm.
What about any knowledge you might possess in the future? Do you happen to know where she'll be then?
Reese sort of looks perplexed at at Cole with that. Huh. It's an interesting question.
I, many of my cousins are blessed with power, a benefit of our lineage, ancients who were once uncontained by mortal form or essence. Some possess powers of foresight. Mortis does not. But if Mortis hears or learns of your friend, I would very willingly share such information, for I do consider us business associates, if not friends.
And that's more to my point. If you do hear, we'd be very interested.
Yeah.
Or if you learn.
Reese holds out a coin. Says, or should you be interested in paying in any information you find?
He holds up bandages that make up the form of a hand, and is like, please, there is no need for payment in this. Your goodwill and remembrance of the deed well done will suit Mortis just fine.
Will it now? Well, aren't you a nice fella?
No, no, no. But I see value in relationships, especially as one who is perhaps in a similar vein to those of your species. He kind of misuses the word. Distrusted in these parts of your Imperium.
Common enemy, as it were. I'm very aware of that sort of situation. So I'm glad we could find an understanding.
And with that, again, you're decidedly outside of your territory, but still pretty close by, which is why I apologized. So now that Silas, you're back, let's say like you're approaching Phantom imports with several members of our crew, and with everything you experienced, I think like Reese, Cole, let's say you spot Silas before he spots you.
And I'm definitely like visibly like shaken, like in a way that no one, at least in this group, has seen him before.
Take a look at Silas over there. What do you think is wrong with him? Looks like he's seen a ghost.
I should hope not. The lighting barriers of Dunslow being down and all.
Reese will sort of like raise his hand up and be like, "Hey!" Yeah, you over there.
And continues to walk forward, but it was clear he wasn't even like, he was like autopilot.
Where do you think you're going? You're not going to come over and say hi to us.
The cohort. I come up to them. Good evening.
Mortis will say, "Good evening, Mr. Eventide, Lord Eventide.
Good
Mortis
evening.
will leave you to your business. Should you need me, just speak to the wind." And he kind of like starts backing into an alleyway.
What do you want me to say to the wind? You want me to say, "Hey, wind, go find that weird fucker who's floating around"?
Be a place of silent reflection.
Hey, what's up with you?
Shit, it's just not on the level tonight.
You look a little shaken there.
Yes, we best discuss it inside.
Oh, we were just coming back from a walk anyways. Oh, I'll walk with you back. Let's go. See, you brought the
Sounds
pies
good.
with you.
Yes.
I'll sort of pat
Smart
a couple
thinking.
of fellas on the back as we walk in.
Yeah, smart
Yeah,
thinking if you're going to be leaving territory.
They kind of give you a pat as well. You know, you guys have a good rapport, but they, much like Silas, seem kind of shaken. And I think like if like as you pat them on the back, Reese, Fleta will kind of give you a look and that like kind of stern nod of like maybe you weren't aware of the messenger's conversation with them, but is kind of giving you the man, not all is right.
We seen some shit. Really heard it.
But as you guys kind of go back into the lair, in case others want to join up with you, and Reese, if you want to go on your drug search, we can continue that after. But I would like to check in on Nebra and the messenger who will join her here shortly, because we'll need to flash back just a little bit back to the beginning of the Hour of Flame.
Yeah, if we wanna branch off and let Nebra do her entry scene, I'm totally down with that. If we can adjourn after that, or you know meet back
Yeah.
up with the fellas.
So Nebra, you were currently in White Crown, between Cavalier Street and Admiral's Way, in class at Dustfall Academy. This institution is principally renowned for its services to the Church of Ecstasy, and the academic campus is broken into 3 colleges, each a pillar of understanding, representing the body, mind, and soul. The College of Naval Command represents the body and is the chief training ground for officers of both the Leviathan Hunters and Imperial Navy. The College of Immortal Studies represents the soul. It started as a theology department, but now includes classes such as history, philosophy, spectrology, pre-cataclysmic studies, among others. Nebra, you, however, attend the College of Imperial Science, representing the mind, a school of magistrates, political scholars, with curricula including law, economics, Aruvian studies, history of unification, and political science. As the bell rings, alerting you that classes are done for the evening, your professor looks up and um,
The bell's giving traumatic flashbacks a little bit.
sorry, and says, "Yes, yes, class, please, before you go, make sure you read Bartley's text on political economics in post-cataclysmic societies. There will be an exam on chapters 17 through 19, and an oral exam on 20 the following third day of that week. No late as people are kind of trickling out that no late submissions will be accepted."
Deborah begrudgingly starts
What time?
picking up her books and things from her desk and prepares to leave the classroom.
Yeah. So you do so. This college is of a collegiate Gothic architecture, and as you leave, um, Brightstone is very, very different from some of the other places we've seen in Duskfall. Um, its streets are broad, polished stone. It is brightly lit to the point of daylight, with a riot of warm electric lights. Um, Imperial soldiers uh, patrol the street rather than blue coats. You can see a ways off by Balmore Bridge, there is kind of like a barricade, and Imperial soldiers in blue coats are kind of holding out off a mob that is, um, it's it's almost like a show of trying to cross, but because like the blue coats are like, we will shoot anyone who crosses this line, they're kind of at a stalemate of just like demonstrating their frustration. Um, but you kind of leave. The Duskfall Academy is almost separated from this in that it is a gated estate with manicured gardens, beautiful quadrangles of radiant energy grown hedgerows and trees, beautiful flowering trees. A stark difference to the poverty. And almost claustrophobic nature of the rest of the city. Um, and it is upon entering the quad as you leave class for this evening, um, you spot someone you have met before, who is approaching you, Nebra, with information that is incorrect that they have placed together in their own mind based on their interaction with you. You see the half beautiful Lady Clave, dressed as always as in her kind of sexy pirate attire, though if our Nighthawk is looking for their Two-Face, we have found them, as half of her body has been horrifically scarred by a steam explosion she was caught in nearly a month ago at Lord Strangford's party. As a Leviathan hunter, you know she is an alumnus of Dustfall Academy and is welcome within these grounds. Most Leviathan hunters are out at sea, so that's a little unusual, but she did also lose her map, her livelihood. Um, and she seems to be approaching you with intention.
What kind of intention can Nebra
Well, that sounds
deduce
like a
from?
roll.
Okay. Trying to see, because I'm assuming Lady Clave has not yet gotten close enough to her to initiate any conversation yet.
Correct.
So I would think I think I want to do kind of like a study roll, just Nebra trying to like study Lady Clave's movements and expressions and stuff, and see if she can
Absolutely.
glean
I
anything
think
from that.
it's going to be a risky position because if you read this wrong, your interactions could sour. But I think the effect
Sure.
will be standard.
Okay. Oof.
Mm. It is difficult to get a read on her. Um, Lady Lady Clave is cruel and looks the part. She is approaching you in a way that looks like she is uh, not. She's trying to make it appear like she's not beelining for you and failing at that. And the expression on her face is relatively nasty, is what you get on those threes.
Okay. Um. Yeah, I think. Oh, I thought that was another roll. Um. So we're in the quad area, right? So it's pretty public. Like there's a lot of people kind of just walking about and stuff.
And it's White Crown. And
And it's
if
White Crown.
propaganda is to be believed, if someone to be murdered in Night Crown, whew, that's a lot of paperwork.
Right, right. Okay. In that case, Nebra will just she'll take off her backpack and kind of just have it in front of her, kind of just almost like a makeshift shield, but she will stop and wait for Lady Clave to approach her.
Cool, yeah, and sh- sooner rather than later she does, because she is walking with purpose. And as she does, she grabs you by the arm, um, and she moves you into like the tree line, so you're kind of out of view of some of the others. And the gesture is one of like almost of a familiarity, like I'm gonna go talk to my friend. Her grip is decidedly not, and it's difficult to
Hmm.
determine if Lady Clave is just like that, or she's angered, or whatever have you. Um,
Sure.
but as you kind of get into the tree line, uh, she is like, "Hey, do you have a moment to talk?"
Uh, yeah, sure. Do you want to move somewhere more private? I think I know some study exam rooms that we could go.
She kind of looks around and she's like, "No, no, this is fine.
Okay.
Don't trust those halls. The professors are looking at you through the paintings."
You know, I was thinking that there was something odd about the paintings. I'm so glad you confirmed that. The
Yeah,
eyes, they just look so weird.
everyone here is always watching you. You've learned good stuff. This place is not safe.
Got it.
You run a criminal organization, and this is why I need to talk to you.
Run might not be the right term. I'm
No,
not. I'm
I
not one of the
saw
founders.
I saw your boys, the one who shot the commissioner, the little one.
Oh, the little one. Yeah, he's
Two
they're
different
a
people she's
feisty one.
referencing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cole's the one who
Right.
shot the
yeah.
commissioner.
They're
But this
feisty.
is
They're
who she
feisty.
assumes is your crew. She and the other, I didn't talk to him much. The Scovelander, who decidedly
Oh,
did not shoot the commissioner.
that narrowed it down. That's great. But yeah, what can I help you with, Lady Cleve?
Um, I have a job for you, well, and your crew.
Okay, I'm listening.
Yeah. So you heard of what happened in Dunslow following the earthquake? Yeah, the lightning towers and all.
Yep.
The the Sparkrights are planning to go fix them, and word
Right. I've.
on the wind is that they've developed a new fuel source that could see the city's dependence on Leviathan blood diminish in the years to come. And they're planning on showcasing this fuel when they make these repairs. Um, I was screwed recently out of a lot of money in the Leviathan hunting trade,
Mhm.
but I've been in conversation with Lord Dalmore. Uh, he was at the party, executive officer of the Ministry of Preservation.
Mhm.
Um, he came up with this brilliant idea to nationalize the Leviathan hunter trade uh, under
Oh,
something
really?
he's calling the Department of Resource Extraction. This would not
Oh.
only ensure the Imperium receives the refined Leviathan blood it needs, but will also reduce competition to ensure I'm not screwed again. And believe me, there is still money to be made hunting those damn things.
Yes, I understand that Lord Strangford is currently hunting. No.
Yeah. So it would be bad for all parties if this new fuel source worked, and we would very much like to make sure it doesn't. I'm clearly not hunting and making my coin, but I have some to offer.
Mhm.
I can pay your crew 8 coin for a sabotage job, and I am sure Lord Strangford would more than match my offer upon his return. And in fact, the ministry is so convinced they're willing to guarantee it. 16 coin
Hmm.
to sabotage those bastards.
So the Ministry of Preservation, they approve of this job.
It seems like they have a plan that's gonna make all parties a lot of coin. Oh, and be great for the city and our continued survival and all that
Of
jazz.
course. Of course, of course. How soon does this need to be done?
Well, they're probably going to be fixing it in a few days' time, so soon.
Hmm. Okay. Because I do want to talk to the rest of the crew first before making a decision. Do you do you need us to say yes, or how do you want
No,
us to?
you can think about it. You can talk with your crew. I understand that um, a good leader oftentimes needs to delegate and needs to have the backing of those who are subordinate to them. Um, yeah, once you guys decide, you can find me and my crew. The Storm Palace is currently operating, and you see, like, she's paying to kind of admit this, as a pleasure barge for the elite and wealthy.
Oh, okay.
Something to make up for a little of what was lost in the meantime.
No one is getting proper credit in this conversation, and I love it.
Yeah. I'm like perplexed. Okay, so just to reiterate, she wants us to meet her at this barge, or
She's just saying, like, she has presented you with the job, and she's like, talk it over. If you accept, come find her. If you don't,
okay,
she'll assume you don't want it, and she will look elsewhere.
okay, okay. Well, again, I'll let my crew know of this job, and you'll hear from us very soon if we were to accept.
Yeah, I expect to. You would be a fool to turn away such coin.
Of course, of course. But you never know. There might be someone that doesn't want the money, and
Well, then,
that'd be crazy.
as a captain to another budding member of the industry, perhaps some talent management is in order.
Mm.
Oh, she doesn't even know talent management.
Eh. So, is there anything else, or should we go our separate ways? Don't want to raise any more suspicion.
Yeah. No, that's it. And she's kind of again looking around. She's like, "You leave first. I'll go the opposite direction. I'll make it look like I'm here picking up a book or whatever it is you students do these days."
Definitely something with books. That's a good idea. It's a pleasure to see you again, Lady Clave.
A
And
book.
you,
She should make it look like she's picking up talent for her new business.
um, I look forward to talking to you again soon.
Likewise. And with that, Nebra will start kind of just walking in one direction. Um,
And
yeah,
so
she'll
at
just
this
start
point, I
walking.
know the messenger is trying to meet up with Nebra. The messenger, where would you like to do so? And if it's White Crown, how are you sneaking past Balmore Bridge?
I don't think I have the prowl to do that. No, like it's wherever. So Nebra goes to school and lives in White Crown. Is that correct?
She goes to school in White Crown, lives in Charter Hall.
Charter Hall.
Charter Hall is also protected, though.
No, no, it's mostly this Balmore Bridge, White Crown, Brightstone area. That, to a certain extent, yes, there is some uprisings because that's where like the government is. So there is a police force there, but like they're mostly trying to protect these agitators getting to the Lord Governor.
Although the messenger is an academic.
He is.
If Lady Whack can get on there, probably. Yeah. All right. We're gonna. Yeah. I'll try and talk my way through.
Love it.
See if I lose a lot of time about that. Um. But yeah, gonna go see Deborah at the college.
Yeah,
Excuse
so I
me.
think
Or catch her on the way out.
you know, they're again at that kind of picket or at that barricade, you have like it's very demonstrative what is happening there rather than actual stuff because these people also don't really want to get shot where they stand, and they know the the blue coats are in the right to do so on accordance to the Lord Governor. And as you approach, you're very clearly different from a lot of uh, the crowd, right, who are mostly Aruvians and
Oh yeah.
Scotlanders. So they kind of see
Not
you and
just
like,
different in that way, but also dressed like a grad student.
yeah. And one of the police officers kind of comes up, still with that police officer swagger, right? To be like, "Excuse me, sir, do you have business?"
Yeah. I'm seeing a Professor Raxon, something like that. Whatever. He's got this brilliant technique where he's taking shavings off of tide pool
Yeah, yeah,
deposits
yeah. No,
and
no,
polishing
no.
them.
Go ahead. Let this one through. And yeah, this guy wants to hear none of this. And it is kind of like two blue coats do kind of break away and escort you to the gates of the college. And Nebra, this was essentially what happened with you as you kind of walked through there. They're very keen on protecting those who have business, legitimate business in White Crown.
Is there another check at the gates of the college? or
Um,
am I just going into the gates?
yeah, no.
Or
Once
just
you get to
making
the
sure I
gate,
get to the gate.
yeah, yeah, you
Cool.
are fine. And you see kind of Nebra walking out of the quad.
Great. Nebra, I wanted to catch you on different ground. Do you have a minute to talk?
Oh, Messenger, good to see you. Yeah, I have a minute.
Fantastic, fantastic.
Everyone seems to want to talk to me lately. Jeez.
We need someplace private, if you don't mind.
One of the study
How
rooms, might I
private?
recommend?
Because
No.
we could
Hmm?
do a study room where
Study
there's no
room, an
windows.
alcove, somewhere we can't be heard.
Okay, I'll lead you to and uh, follow me. I'll take you to a good place. And she'll lead Messenger over to one of the main libraries in the academy. Um, and probably have to go like a couple floors or whatnot to like the area where there's a bunch of like private, study rooms and stuff. And she'll grab one and bring a Messenger in with her. Close the
Okay,
door, lock it up.
right.
Okay.
Messenger steps in and goes, ah, always nice when these smell like books and not sex. Okay. Starts going around, shuffling at the furniture, seeing if anything is covering up an access hole, tapping on the walls to see if there's any panels that seem thinner, like they could be listened through or anything like that.
Don't
Uh,
worry, there's no paintings here. We should be fine.
Paintings? Oh, yes, paintings would
Yes.
be very good for covering up a hole in the wall. I do
Yep.
want to roll survey to see if I can find. If the messenger finds anything untoward, what's my position?
Uh, I mean, I think it's only fair. You're a paranoid individual. This is a controlled position for you.
Controlled standard then, or
I
controlled
think
no
it's gonna
effect.
be great. I think
Great.
if someone asked the messenger, like, is this place?
Well, we fail. So if there is something there, the messenger is not finding it.
Yeah. So I'll say, you still had a great effect. You do fail. It seems like you can almost, without doing much of a cursory examination, yes, like this place, much like Lady Clave had said, there's peepholes, there's like walls that are thinner so folks can listen through, there's like fake uh doorways in the wall. Like this place is not private at all. And you could probably assume that extends to most of this institution. um you don't
Okay.
notice anyone listening though.
All right. Well, that's fine. We're going to do this with stylus on scratch. Messenger's
I was going to
going.
say we can write it down. We can write down
We're
what you
we're
want.
both very literate people. So the messenger makes the
Yes.
motion, but doesn't suggest this aloud, because then they'll know he knows. Then they'll know they know. But anyway, and then like puts on a paper and writes down. Uh, your family is with the Aruvian government, yes?
Never right. Yes and no.
Fair. Do you know why Aruvian? Now, what was the specific uniform? Was it recognizably infantry, artillery, whispery? I don't know what divisions might have existed. Navy, Marines?
It was definitely like an army
Okay.
unit. So you could assume probably infantry based on that they were a sniper.
Okay. Do you know why Aruvian uniformed infantry would be in the crow's nest on the night of our last job?
Unless it's something to do with my lyric live, I don't know. Normally, Aruvian military stays in Aruvia. I believe that's in agreement with the imperial government.
Yes, generally when armies are in another country's territory, it's either very public or very dangerous. And then scratches out dangerous. Actually, yes, this was dangerous.
Did you get shot?
Shows the where there is a wound that is just like
Did you say did you get shot aloud or did you write that down, Nebra?
I wrote it down.
shows the wound, just grazed.
What happened?
And now I've forgotten his name. What was the NPC?
Arkesh.
Arkesh. I was taking care of Arkesh, and this fucker shot me.
Okay, so Nebra is just going to kind of do this crude drawing of like skull and crossbones with a question mark at the end, and then Arkesh.
Yes, Arkesh. No, the Eruvian sniper.
And yeah, I think word would have gone through the consulate that Arkash was dead.
Mhm.
Oh, I thought word was out on the street that Arkesh was dead.
Yeah, I'm just thinking where Nebra heard it, right?
Ah, okay.
Right.
And you might have
So she
heard
probably
that,
heard.
and in
Oh,
that
sorry. Go
same
ahead.
breath, you may have heard that an asset was lost.
Gotcha. Okay. I don't. Nebra's just going to like just start just putting dots on the paper as she's thinking.
Victorian text messaging, I love it.
Yeah, Victorian Morse code. Um, uh, did you steal their kill?
This is clearly the first time it has occurred to the messenger that they might have both been shooting at the same person. Not clear. Would they have
Heavy
waited?
sigh.
I was waiting for a good shot. They were in the crow's nest. They had many good shot.
I don't know. You will have to ask the crows.
Perhaps not.
And then she'll quickly write. And she'll quickly write. Don't.
Right. That's that. Would you like would you like to join me hunting bellhooks?
I don't know how useful I will be.
She
I
says with the
don't
highest
shoot.
body count among us.
No, no. That's with bombs. It's different.
We can use bombs.
She doesn't shoot. She doesn't normally shoot guns.
Actually, how is she on skirmish?
I have actually crap. I have to check.
Now you've
I
got
do not have any dots in skirmish. I have 1 dot in wreck.
you have a lot in finesse though, which like
Yes.
can be used for that. I guess. No hunt though, and no skirmish.
Yes, correct.
Exactly, Nate. Good call.
Yeah. So Nebra will start writing down. I just bumped into an old friend, and then she'll put quotes for friend. Lady Clave.
How's she?
Half good.
She's getting better. She's healing. She also offered a job for us. 8 coins from her. 8 coin from Stringford? Question mark. And then
That's a
she'll write.
lot of coin, and why are those two working together?
She'll write. She'll write sabotage and then do like a lightning bolt.
She wants us to sabotage the lightning barriers? Did she sabotage the lightning bear? Did she make the earthquake?
Is this just you frantically writing, or is any of
Yes,
this?
yes.
She's just shaking her head like, no. She'll write down spark rights. New fuel source. Sabotage.
Someone has convinced this poor woman to shoot herself in her own gut.
I
You-
don't follow.
This city needs a new fuel.
I understand this.
If you want to go back to Eruvia, that's cool. You'll be fine there, and I'll be fine. But this city is fucked, capital letters.
She'll just write Leviathan Hunters equals money.
No new fuel equals death.
They
Death
don't seem
equals
to
no
care.
We'll
money.
talk later. We'll talk later. Bill hooks are breathing. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Are you going to lair?
No, going hunting.
Okay.
See you at the lair later.
I think I'll head to lair. Yeah. I'll see you there.
Sounds good. So I'm unless you want to role play some, like, do some roles for some hunting of billhooks, which we can do if you want, messenger. Otherwise, we'll say you could probably catch some low level, obviously connected guys, knock them off, should you want to, and then we can reconvene at the lair, at which you'll probably show up a little bit late, being that you had other plans.
Can I go for someone big enough to like impact things? Maybe call it a. Well, okay. Well, it depends on how we're going to deal with the bill hooks. But any future role that is for dealing with them that would be made better if their muckety mucks are shaken or fewer. Can we treat the hunt roll as a setup for such a thing?
Yes, we can. There could be consequences.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Um, so yeah, you can do a hunt roll for this. It's going to be desperate limited.
Okay. Well, I will push myself to bump it from limited to standard, if that's all right.
That is your right.
And this should be anytime we need to push them around or finish wiping them out or whatever. I just want this to add to the effect of such rolls. Okay.
A 5. A success with a complication. Um, but you did push it up to standard, but that position was desperate. So we'll say, long story short, you are able to take out a what you're assuming is like a billhook captain on the street, which will set you up for a future engagement, or yeah, let's call it a future engagement roll against the billhooks. A +1d to that roll, uh, which you can go ahead and mark in your notes. The desperate complication to this is, I mean, you are at war with these guys. And as you are hunting them, they are very clearly hunting you. Now, you do get the better of the deal because you took out their capo. You don't think that's how they wanted it to go down. But two of their guys do actually get to you as you're trying to make your escape. And with hatchets and machetes, they end up dealing level 1 harm, cut up. But you are able to break yourself free from their assault. but they also are aware that you're hunting them.
Okay.
It's on.
So that actually bumps up to a level 2 harm for the messenger, which gets treated as a level 1 harm. But
Because of your tough as nails.
yep, but it is actually on the chart, so I will have less effect when rolling as the messenger until I get that cleaned up.
Cool. So, as the messenger makes their way back to the lair, uh, let's say Silas, Reese, and Cole, um, Nebra is like walking in to meet up with you
Yeah.
guys.
I do want to point out that before she leaves, she'll take the scratch paper and eat it. Leave no trace.
Oh.
But
Paranoia
if
is
you,
creeping through this crew.
this is great. If you
Yep.
do this in front of the
The
messenger,
paranoia.
the
Yeah,
emotion's like, oh, you're going to do this? This is good. That's fine. Good job.
it's rubbed off on her now. Yep.
No, he's cut you open
She's
and retrieve it later.
she's the apprentice now,
Remember,
the paranoid
don't stay in
apprentice.
school. It doesn't pay.
Okay, but yeah.
And at this point, it is getting relatively late. You probably have like just like under an hour left before you're risking that curfew, right?
Okay. So Nebra really, she kind of just wants to do two things in the lair, depending. One, she wants to see if she can look at the red sashes ledger that the Nighthawk grabbed from the previous mission to see if she recognizes any names from it. Assuming that didn't get destroyed from the earthquake damage.
And what was the other thing?
The other thing is to just have a quick chat with Reth Felona if they're there.
Yeah, so I'll
They're
say,
hanging out.
yeah, so on the ledger, um, how about give me like I think this is probably like a study roll. Honestly, it'll be controlled
Pretty much.
standard effect, but let's
Okay.
see what if anything.
Yeah.
A success with a complication. So the complication here is going to be that Ref not here. He went along with the Hive folk to investigate these potential secret ancient ways or secret routes. Um,
Yep. Fair.
what you find out from the ledger, uh, no name really sticks out. Like it seems like the business was like criminally legitimate, right? Like people were coming here, they were paying to the Red Sashes. You can put together payments made from the Red Sashes, paying up to the Crows in a way that we do with Jeremiah.
Hmm.
But the thing that is odd is like there is more money trickling to the Crows since my Lyra Clev took over. Like there's a spark increase, which doesn't make much sense since the Red Sashes were like hurt from their war with the Lamp Blacks. We're rebuilding. Like even our cash was made mention of like we're not in a good place right now, but like money was
Hmm.
higher, at least reporting going to the Crows than it was when my Lyra Clev was running it. And it's almost like you kind of get to a stopping point where it's like it's not, this ledger isn't what you need, but it leads you to like the ledger you need is you need to see where the Crows money is going.
Sure. Okay.
But they're getting more money than you would expect. um and like there are some names I think that probably do draw attention, like either people, like clearly people who worked at the Aruvian consulate until their untimely
Hmm.
demise. um
Yep.
Perhaps a parent or other person. um like money indirectly money was coming from the consulate into the red sashes, and then more money was being siphoned off to the crows. But we don't know where it's going from the crows.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it for Nebra. Unless anyone else wants to do something with her.
Well, we're all here about to discuss important issues of the day.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, and we'll say
Where's Nighthawk?
as Nebra takes some time reading through all this stuff. Messenger, you can come into this scene whenever you choose.
Oh, okay. If there's a delay,
Yeah.
that allows me to
Yeah,
join
Nebra's
in.
turning through
Great.
the pages, and she's like, where the fuck is Nighthawk?
Is he gone again?
Did-
This happens.
Didn't he beat up
Sometimes
someone
he's
for bill
gone.
hooks?
He's not the missing person we are going to be presently discussing.
I know Emmeline is also missing, and I'm very concerned about her also, but I have a bone to pick with Nighthawk, and
Well,
the fact that he's not here says
right
something.
now, we're going to have to focus on Emmeline.
That's fair. I'm okay with that.
Have to?
It's just
Did you just walk in and say that?
Yeah. Have to? Or
Uh,
do you have new news about her? Do we have something to go on?
Yes, we do.
What is it?
Last night, I was assaulted in my bedroom.
By Emmeline?
No, by someone who I... Would she be pissed if I ultimately divulged the identity of, like, in
What
relationship
do
to
you
her?
think, Silas? She's
At
not here to
this
say.
point, like, more information is better.
was it a person, a
So-
ghost?
Who, after some research, ghost, maybe a demon.
Silas,
This
what did you do?
probably more likely a demon. But this individual,
What did you do?
I've got two.
Would never know anything about ghost contracts, just kind of just from like a general sense.
Yeah, I think they're not like they happen in the city. You know what I mean? You know that some people have the
Okay.
power to bind people into agreements that are unbreakable. I think is the urban legend around them, right?
Okay. I was gonna also offer an attune roll, which I have no dots in, just to throw it out there. But okay. Silas, did you make a contract?
Tell us what happened. Spare us your
Okay.
speculation for the moment. People jumping in your window isn't your field. It's mine.
Jumping is is the wrong word. Entering through my window is the... So, here's what happened. I am minding my own business after a day at Phantom Exports, and I'm sleeping. It is about 1, 2 in the morning, and it is clear someone has broken into my home, and it is clearly a demon who is the patron of Emmeline Ferros, who I also believe is one Lord Skurlock. He came in, he did something where he magically sort of choked me, but was like he was drowning me, and somehow I survived.
And we're all glad. It's cool.
But he is not happy that we have lost Emmeline, and is holding it to me to find her, and that he's planning on destroying the city unless she can stop him. And then taking that information...
Wait. Unless who stops him?
Emmeline.
Oh, okay. So, what did he look like?
Hard to say. If you've ever seen a portrait of Lord Skurlock, who is from Sixth Tower, I think...
So he looks like a lord, all dressed up, fancy, like you wish your clothes could look?
No.
Like the picture
He
you've
looks
seen of
dead.
him, Nate. This is only really for you and maybe Peter and Charles, but like the thing I drew of Klaus von Strassen back in the day, very spitting image of that dude.
All right.
But like dead and decaying.
So
No. He looks alive.
So
Not
we're-
when you
oh,
saw him.
we're
but the
we're all here,
portraits look
right?
alive.
Oh, the portrait.
Like
yeah.
everybody's
yes,
here now.
In the portraits, he looks
Yeah.
very well-to-do, dresses like I would. When I saw him in person, he didn't look so well.
Like, what kind of not so well? Was his head missing?
No. He just looked in various stages of like he had decayed. He was floating.
Well, yeah,
Okay.
specifically his hand and arm were decayed. The
So
rest of
he-
him was just a silhouette.
So
yeah,
you
in that
I
encounter.
really saw a silhouette of him, and his
Oh,
arm
okay.
decaying.
Cool.
So-
Did the arm look like the arm of what's his name?
Of who?
Yeah, I don't remember. We killed a guy.
Kotar.
Kotar, yeah.
Right?
No,
Yeah.
I'm fairly certain that this is Lord Skurlock.
So hold
Okay.
on a minute.
Makes
So you saw a ghost, and that ghost said he was going to destroy the city unless we go find Emmeline.
No. There's no
He-
unless. It sounds like the ghost says, you need to find Emmeline or I'll kill you. Also, I'm going to destroy I'm going to destroy the city, and Emmeline won't stop me.
Yeah.
No,
so
I think what
Emily's the
he's
only one that would be able to stop him
Right.
is essentially what he is saying.
So he wants her to stop him from destroying the city?
That sounds a little
don't
strange.
know. But he was very insistent that she be returned.
Okay, well, I mean, that's good. I'd like Emmeline returned as well.
Well, let's make sure we don't turn him to this fucker who's going to turn around and stop her from stopping him from destroying the city.
I feel like
I don't think she's going to stop him from destroying, I don't think he's going to stop her from stopping him.
Yeah, and this is a relationship that I don't think we have the power to terminate. This relationship that they have will exist beyond us rescuing Emmeline,
Okay.
based on my vague understanding of these things.
That's a whole lot of information spilled right out on my shoes.
Right here in front of my salad. All right.
Callback.
Okay.
So then to add to this, because that's not all,
Of course not.
I'm also explaining like the cohort I took with me. I've also made sure is in the room as well.
Yeah, and I think like Alesha will try to make eyes with the messenger to be like, the thing we talked about?
Him? Really? Silas, I'm so disappointed in you.
Wait, I missed it. Alesha, what did he do?
What happened
She's
now?
like, no, don't.
I'm thinking
Okay,
she
fine,
kind of
fine.
turns. Oh man, the earthquake really damaged
That
these
doesn't
two.
narrow it down, messenger.
I mean, something stupid you wouldn't expect from Silas. Silas, what did you do?
I just felt compelled to do some investigating of the matter. I took bodyguards,
Uh-huh. Good. That's great. I'm glad you took them.
and we went to find the estate of Lord Skurlock.
Great. So this guy who can go into your room at night, kill you with magic, and is possibly dead, and you just went to his house and like pissed on his lawn?
Should I tell you that it gets worse, or just?
Oh, we assume.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
already assumed at
Cool,
this
cool.
point. Go ahead.
Please.
Now, thankfully, I have very superior mental facilities.
All evidence to the
Oh,
contrary.
sure you do, boy.
Sure.
in the area of willpower.
Uh-huh.
But we entered the domain uninvited, as no one answered when I politely knocked.
Broke in?
No,
Silas!
It was open, so it was not burglary.
Oh,
That's criminal.
Out of
Get arrested for that
character, is
bite.
Silas wearing gloves right now?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
Hmm. He's definitely wearing gloves.
Yeah, okay.
And so I go in and I hear a whisper, sort of in my mind, of someone saying, "Release me." Feminine voice.
uh-huh.
And it had essentially tried to dominate my will in order to compel me to release her,
Huh.
whoever this voice was.
Great. Did you release her?
No. At that point, what's her name?
Fleta?
But convinced me that maybe we should return here and discuss it with the group.
That's great, Fleta. Good job, Fleta. Good job. Thank you.
Yeah, you're fucking in charge of everything now, Fleta. You did fucking good.
He's kind of nodding again, just like pretending to look at like the structural damage and be like, "Oh yeah, it's coming along nicely." Being like, "Man, I didn't need to be brought into this."
You know, I, so cards on the table here. I did have a talk with the with Fleta and the others about how. Look, I thought it was going to be the Nighthawk, but hey, I'm glad it worked out.
You want them to look out for the Nighthawk?
You understand I have a vested interest in each one of you, right?
Yes.
Great. And we all understand what we expect from each other. Some of us get a little excited sometimes.
Yes,
And we're all looking after each other. And if we're not around and this crew is, then they can pull your dumbass out of a vampire's house where you're being mortared around by a demon who wants out.
Well, your death experience with a demon, it makes you do weird things.
Oh, I imagine. Okay, cool. So cool. All right, so we need to find Emmeline.
Mm-hmm. Also, as a side note, the Dimmer sisters are kind of pissed at me that she's lost too.
Just a whole bunch of information you're bringing right to our doorstep here, bud.
I tried to not bother you with trivial matters that I thought previously were trivial.
Okay, cool. Noted.
In other
Any
news,
other trivial
I have
prattles?
No.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Nebra. Please go ahead.
I was going to. Thank you. I have a job offer from an old friend of ours, a Lady Clave, of all people. She wants to do some destruction of property. It sounds like, but special property.
The asking price.
Something from the spark rights, actually.
You'll be cutting your own throats.
What's the asking price?
Oh, are you interested in how much someone's willing to pay you to cut your own throat, Silas? You're in rare form today.
I heard job. Job needs money. How much money?
Go
It's
on.
8 coins from Lady Clave and 8 coins from Lord Strangford, actually.
Whew, that's a fair amount of coin. Fill both your hands.
Why would we be cutting our own throats?
Because it's about ruining the new fuel source.
Yeah, the spark rights are trying to rebuild the lightning barriers with new fuel source, and Lady Clave wants us to fuck that up.
Am I going through long-term versus short-term gains here?
Well, just keep in mind, where will you go? Nebra can probably get back to Aruvia, where they have their own ways of protecting their people. I'll probably be fine, as long as I can make it out of the city. But I'm not like you. You're not like me.
I could find a way.
You can? Through the Deathlands alone? When the rest of the city is running? I mean, if you have a place you can go, cool. Maybe you're not cutting your own throat. Just everyone else in the city's throat. For 16 fucking coin.
I mean...
Oh, you made Silas sad.
just keep track of your contingencies.
So while they're talking, Nebra's going to kind of lean a little bit over to Reese and be like, "Can we talk privately later?"
Yeah, sure.
What was that, Nate?
So do they use coin in Eruvia?
Yeah, because it is part of the Imperium, like de jure. It is it's like a standardized currency.
Yeah.
Okay, so there'll be still somewhere to spend coin.
Oh, well, I
Now,
mean,
Aruvia operates on lightning barriers as well.
oh,
Oh,
I thought they had the spirit well that just
They
ate up all the
do, but there's
ghosts.
other things in the Deathlands besides.
Oh, well, shows you what I know. I thought they worked differently. The
oh.
messenger will say when corrected about
I
this. So
do like-
Aruvia needs lightning barriers too. Then they also need this new fuel source.
I also feel that we do need our whisper back.
And 16
Well, yeah,
coins seems rather low for the sort of business they're trying to save. Add a couple
mean,
of zeros at the end of that, and maybe I'd think about it. But other
it's
than that, they can
also
go fuck themselves.
pretty suspicious that Clade and Skurlock are working together.
Strangford.
Well, you got to think they got this. They got.
Oh, right, that's the other guy. Yeah,
You got to
thank you.
think they're in the same
Or
business.
was that a mistake?
Oh.
Yeah.
You got to remember
It
they're in the
makes
same
sense though.
business.
Leviathan hunters want to keep hunting because that's where their profit is from.
How is she
They're
even
trying to
Leviathan
eliminate
hunting
competition.
since we stole her fucking map?
She's not. That's the
No,
point.
she is not.
She's very likely had to deal with Strangleford.
Right. So she's desperate, not thinking clearly.
Oh, she's thinking clearly.
Are you sure? You saw how she got at the party.
I know,
Like, this is a woman who gets on tilt.
but think of it their way. What their whole deal is, they don't want competition.
Also, she didn't come up with this plan on her own. This is the Ministry of Preservation is backing this too.
Yeah, really? Because the Ministry of Preservation and Strangford weren't working together last we talked. They were kind of opposed on how to handle the problem of competition.
That was until
What
he
what
got
is
the
that
book.
saying? And what is that saying? An enemy of your enemy is a friend.
But now he has the book, right? We gave him the book, so now he has the source. If he has a source of fucking fuel, then he's the man.
Hmm.
Actually, Carl, I'm sorry. Was it the Ministry of Preservation or was it the Church of Ecstasy that was
The Ministry of
backing the?
Preservation. They wanted
Okay,
to nationalize the
got it. Okay,
Leviathan hunter trade. Lord Dalmore's brilliant strategy.
of course. Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't mix that up. Okay.
Oh, we can make coin or rescue our whisper.
I mean, we could
Well,
probably
Well,
do
we
both.
also
Whoever has the whisper probably has some stuff we can take.
and you do have a meeting with the Hive tomorrow morning.
Oh, right. So we should do that.
also on the plus side, we have a few days on this job, so we can sit on it at least for now.
Yes, we should. We should also not make any decisions till after our meeting tomorrow.
That too.
Okay, so, but we do need to find out where she is. And what we have is the Dimmer sisters don't know and are pissed at us about it.
This
And
really
her
more pissed at me specifically.
The Dimmer sisters don't know and are pissed at Silas about it. Skurlock doesn't know and is pissed at Silas about it. I'm a bit
Yeah,
cross with you too, man. But I wouldn't say I'm pissed.
I'm not really pissed, but I also recognize that the city's at fucking war with itself.
Yeah, well, I'm working on our war with the billhooks. Reese, I'll probably want to talk to you later about getting a bit patched up about that. But we'll work our own. I'll chip away at them till they aren't there anymore. But in the meantime, we have our own war too.
How many weeks is left in this month, Kyle?
This was a week when from when the messenger got Grig's job. So I think you still have something like 4 weeks left. Because remember,
Okay.
months in this
Okay.
world are 6 weeks long.
Oh, I see. Okay, got it. Okay, cool. So sounds like we have a plan. Hive meeting tomorrow, then go find Emily.
I mean, we can start working on looking for Emmeline now.
Well, it's curfew
There's
soon,
this
so if you
there's this
want to
curfew
fight through that,
thing.
that's more
Oh,
power.
like we haven't killed bluecoats before.
Yes, but
Yeah,
getting pinched on something like curfew when we're not on a job, like that's just a worthless thing to get pinched for.
That's cool, Silas. We won't get pinched.
Yeah, and that's so. And I would trust you among others to not get pinched in this situation.
Also, some things are more important than jobs here, boyo. Maybe like Emmeline.
Not all about money. It's mostly about money. It's not all about money.
I love that compromise. It's not about money. It's distressed Silas noises. It's not just about money. It's mostly about money.
It's slightly about money,
It's slightly about money. Oh,
but only a little bit. Well, mostly.
okay. Table talk out of character. We do know we know she's a junkie. We can start looking in the places junkies end up and at least try to find
I can
a
do
lead
that.
that way.
Need
Yeah.
Reese to have a look
At the very
around and
least,
he'll
we
help
can
you
check
out.
out the Saturnalia Club and
Yeah, can you get there
Is that-
before the can you get to the club before
probably
the
not.
thing with the thing?
Well, and Silas, with that crit when you were kind of putting the puzzle pieces, these are all good plans, but you do remember, because this is not something you've shared with the others, whether
Mhm.
you are purposely hiding or not, but that like the trail went cold in 6 towers.
Okay.
Oh, so you are purposely hiding that. Creepy little man.
More like my feet got cold in 6 towers.
Oh, is 6 towers where Skurlock is?
Mhm.
Ah. What were you doing looking at Skurlock's place anyway if he's the one who sent you to find her?
It's the best leads I had at the time.
That's not a lead.
Silas is straight up gangster, and he was going to solve a problem.
Right? I'm a problem solver. Also, maybe a problem creator.
So let me get this right. Right. We essentially have three things going on that we could look at. We could go try. We could take the job that we've been offered for 16 coin to, as the messenger has put it, cut their own throats. Seems like a bad job. We could fuck them over and get 16 coin. Or 8 coin. We could take 8 up front or whatever. And then make real big fucking enemies out of the people that are fucking running this town. And that's not a good thing for us.
I don't think it's a good idea to fuck over Strangford or the Ministry of Preservation
I fucking agree.
lightly.
Right. We could go talk to the Sparkrights and see what they fucking think about this. And see if maybe they're willing to kick us some coin for not fucking over their entire operation. And that we've been approached by some folks.
Hey, do we know that Emmeline's sister is a Sparkrite? That came up, didn't it?
It
I
did
don't
at
know.
Strangford's party. If anyone put the two names together, because she was introduced as Una Ferros. You know, Emmeline's a
Right,
Ferros.
and then
I'm not
she
sure
looked-
she's.
And she also looked a lot like her.
Yeah, she looked a lot like Emmeline. Okay.
So we could do that. We could also just go billhook hunting and say a lot of this shit is above our pay grade. We got
Well,
some
no,
own.
we do need to work on getting Emmeline back one way or another, don't we?
I
is that-
agree.
Okay.
That was one of the three things. Like the third thing is figure out how to fuck get Emmeline back. I don't know what to do that is.
I'm with Cole on this one. We just keep our eyes out for Emmeline while we're killing some big bill hooks. Just keep a wide eye.
I'm actually not saying that because that's where we've been the whole fucking time. We've spent the last month keeping our eyes open and we haven't seen or heard shit.
Sounds right.
So I'd rather do some fucking activity to figure out where the fuck our whisper is.
So,
Right.
doesn't she live in? Do we know where she lives, or does she actually just live here?
Yeah, I think Silas probably knows where she lives. I'm not sure she has opened up about that to anyone save maybe Nebra and their kind of times going out. Like since we've had a quarters, she's been staying here.
I think Emmeline mentioned to me once that her family's estate is in Six Towers. But she tries to avoid their, for reasons.
Sure.
Okay, well, maybe maybe those reasons came home to roost, and her family has her. It sounds like a place to check. I'm happy to threaten some rich people in the middle of the night. It seems to work on Silas.
Whatever you want to do tonight, I have to count me out because I have to go home by curfew. My father's very strict about that.
Yeah.
Do you want us to break you out the window?
What's up, buddy?
I don't think it's a good idea this time.
All right.
Can you find out anything from your family about the Eruvian military and the Crow's Nest?
I'll see what I can do, but my father has been very tight-lipped as of late, so it's going to be very difficult.
The war's on and everything, and that's very understandable, and we appreciate your continued interest in working with us too. I assure you.
Of course.
Okay. Out of character, do we want to do something before curfew, or are we just waiting for the morning?
I think
I am-
Silas won't, because he's so rattled.
Yeah.
He's gonna be like,
That's
you guys do all that
Never will
you
wait till
want to
morning.
do. I'm gonna
In
stay
that
here.
case, can we just go hunting billhooks? Like, I'm happy to hunt billhooks after curfew, and then we
You
can
just
do.
want to go kill people.
I want to fight the war that we're in. Yes.
Oh, right. I guess.
people who are trying to kill us.
Right. The more of them we kill, the less they have to hurt us.
Like, I think legit, Silas forgot when we were at war.
Doesn't surprise me. Just doesn't surprise me at all.
I'll say like
Are we
where
really
I'm
thinking
at
serious?
this
It's like, oh,
juncture
we're
from
at
a
war.
mechanical standpoint, we've had a role to set ourselves up against the bill hooks
Mm,
in this game. If you guys want to do that as kind of an RP thing, that's fine. I'm not at a place that I want to give another benefit against them mechanically yet.
that's fair.
Okay, so why don't we go to Redstone and creep on some rich people?
Down.
Brightstone?
Brightstone, is that where the trail went cold?
That's
No,
right.
6 Towers is.
6 Towers.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Actually, no,
six is red. Sorry about
add
that.
to the stupid. I will say, basically, went to Six Towers. That's where it ends, and I'll be clear about that. That's where my stuff.
Right,
ends.
but that's where her family is.
Yeah, it's her. So yeah, her family is well. That's the other thing I haven't said. Her place is right across the canal from his place.
Well, so should we start at her place? See if we can find any clues there, since you know where she lives.
Oh, I mean, honestly, I think we just go talk to her family and say, "Hey, we're friends of your daughter."
We do a little
Yeah,
that
Definitely
before
aren't
curfew.
humans.
I mean, we could go have a conversation with the Sparkrights. I think wasn't one of them a Pharos?
Oh, were they? Well, that's a horse of a different color.
Yeah, 2 birds with 1 stone.
Have horses here?
Now, they do.
Goats.
The Severosi ride them.
Oh yeah.
Nebra, you know Una Ferros, who you met at this party. They're like the Sparkrights have like their factory or like their think tank in Coleridge. But you know, Una actually while a member and definitely would go there, teaches at Charter Hall University in Sparkwright Tower, which is one of the reasons Emmeline was always so hesitant to go to Charter Hall with you
Right.
when you guys went out.
I'm assuming Nebra kind of put that 2 to 2 together at some point. Okay. Well, if we want to talk to Una Ferros, we can go to Charter Hall University. That's where she teaches.
Well, probably not after curfew then.
Right.
Um, so what are we out of character? What are we up to do after curfew? Not Nebra, not Silas. We can go. Are the other three of us interested in
A Six Towers excursion.
a Six Towers excursion?
Yeah.
Cole is interested in that.
We're doing this without our lurk, and we're going to be trying to dodge patrols. Right?
Getting in, I think you guys are going to be fine. It's more like you will hit that curfew while you're out there, so like definitely getting back. So the way I'll do it, based on things I know that you can find out potentially, this will not at this juncture lead to a score, so we won't have a roll like that. So those skipping out on this won't miss it. This is kind of a gather information and could lead to some clues that could lead to a score. What I'll have you guys do is you guys can go into Six Towers. You can do what you want to do. Leaving Six Towers will probably be a group action of like a prowl or something to escape blue coat patrols. And I will say flat out, based on what I've described previously, this will be a desperate position that could end in arrest with a group failure, right?
Don't get arrested.
For sure.
Do either of you have prowl?
Yeah.
Okay. Two of us have at least a dot in prowl.
Also, I'll point out that the Six Towers is where the precinct of the Grey Cloaks is. We could always see if perhaps we could put a little coin in the right hands again, and we might be walking around in cloaks that aren't so gray.
And they do hate those blue coats.
And they do hate those blue coats who are out in force now, patrolling around. So
Fascinating. What an interesting possibility.
I think we got lots of options, is what I'm saying.
And
but I do think
that is Six Towers, isn't it?
Mhm.
Huh.
I think we could gain some good, valuable information. Hopefully.
All right, let's go. So who are we dropping in on? Unless anyone needs anything before we leave.
And Silas, Nebra, I assume you're going to be able to make it home no problem. You're not going to contend with curfew. Silas, you're staying.
I'm gonna try and break myself to sleep.
Yeah.
As one does.
So, do you guys want to stop and talk with the Grey Cloaks? You want to go straight to Emmeline's estate?
I think starting off with the Grey Cloaks is probably best, but
I agree. And I was thinking that we could also see about chatting with the gondolier if we were looking to get some information. They know quite a bit. They know quite a bit about the different things that Emmeline is into, and maybe they've heard something. I don't know. I would prefer if Messenger, if you wanted to talk to him, because those fuckers creep me out.
I'll make a consort roll to so along the way we'll talk to a gondolier. Along the way we'll talk to the Grey Cloaks.
Yeah, sounds good. And Reese, you're going on this expedition as well.
Mhm.
Awesome. So you actually don't need to get far to get into Grey Cloak territory. They're in this southern gloaming, where this like lost tower that's kind of like the old precinct area. So as you cross Taylor's Bridge, um, you can go ahead and do that consort roll for the gondoliers, because they've kind of been exempt from curfew. Like, no one should be using them, but gondoliers also serve a function that's not discussed openly. And
Okay. So what is my position?
I think it is controlled. And I think we'll say a limited effect, just because you can't be sure if in this particular part of the canal you'll find a gondolier.
Fair enough. Anyone have a lot of stress space to give me some help? This is one die. If you don't, that's okay.
I could help you out.
Okay. So Cole and the messenger are going to try and find and chat up a gondolier. Boy, did we.
Yes. Not only do you find a gondolier messenger, you find the gondolier. Not Isley, but Griggs,
Riggs.
who kind of rows over to you as he sees kind of flagging him down and is like, "You have my book?"
We're working on that. We are at a bit. There are things we need to address. One of the members of our group who will be very essential to getting that book to you is missing. We are trying to find Emmeline the Whisper, Emmeline Farrow. We think she might have gotten herself occupied with something we'll help her out of, if you know what I mean. As
Her
people often
name
do when they're troubled.
and her talents are known to us.
Yeah, us too.
When did she go missing?
Oh, goodness. Out of character, man. We haven't seen her in weeks, have we?
Yeah, it's about 2 weeks by this point.
So we last saw her on which job was that?
The first job of the two-parter. So
So that
there's 3 days after that, half a week, because weeks are 6 days.
right.
And then it's
So
been a week from there, so.
yeah, a couple weeks. It's been about 2 weeks.
And you could see he's kind of like going through an internal register um of what he may or may not have seen. Uh, and you see he does kind of start getting a pensive look, and again, the name, her powers, because they are unique for a whisper. This is something that interests the gondoliers, as does her association with the dimmers. Um,
Damn
yes,
was.
the time line is difficult for me to correctly estimate, but a week or two ago, around this time you claim, not me, but one of my members was on the clear water that cuts through Six Towers. It was dark, as it is always in this city, but Six Towers is particularly dim. He did spot someone who could match your whisper's description in North Mist Shore Park by Red Fog Tower. She did not look well, and she was not alone. She was with another whisper, a local, operates out of Frostglass, old condemned manor. The name is Flint. It would not surprise me that the two have had dealings in the past, being that they both practice the ancient arts, though Flint his power is maybe less refined than your own whisper.
Yeah, she's pretty cool. So this Flint guy, is he found in that area normally?
Yes, around that area. He traffics in spirits, and because of this, now falls under the purview of the Dimmer's operations. And you see he's kind of going through his mind a bit, and he was like, Candlelight Lane, old manor, condemned. Even signage by the Foundation, alerting the public to such. He squats there, as some others do from time to time. I believe that to be his base of operation.
Fantastic. We will work on getting you your book. As agreed. Thank you. Is there anything else I should know, or do you have any questions for me?
No, but I would be careful on these streets after dusk. What with the bluecoats on patrol, we very much need you alive to get us our book. Or at least that is what we believe at this juncture.
Thanks. I believe I need me alive too. All right, that's great. So,
And that was a crit.
that was a crit. Boom.
Do you
Goes
want to
the
go kick in the
dynamite.
door of Candlelight Lane?
I kind of do.
Me too.
Yeah. Well, first let's get those cloaks.
Right. We're gonna go to the Lost Tower.
Cool. Yeah, you see some gray cloaks, and like down the road, right, is that tobacconist that Nessa kind of uses as the headquarters, and yeah, you see Hutch as per usual on the stoop, smoking a Rolly.
Yeah, I walk over and I offer him a home rolled cigarette myself. Just
He kind of pulls out a pocket watch and is like, "You are all cutting it mighty fine this evening."
that's why we wanted to talk to you, Hutch. We got some business. We gotta be out a little bit late. I was wondering if you might be able to part with a couple of cloaks. Let the three of us pass through.
It seems like whenever you come to talk to me, it's always the same thing. You want the clothes off my back. It's never Hutch. How you doing, Hutch? Why don't we grab an ale?
I flip a coin out of my hand and I say, Hutch, how about you grab an ale? And I go ahead and put
Excellent.
it in this.
Mark the coin, but
I will.
he'll give you a chuckle, and I think like
That's
they're
great.
those
But
who are
how about you
infiltrated the
get
Blue
an ale?
Coats have done so, but they're trying to stay off the streets as well. So I think they can get you some cloaks without much fuss for that coin.
How about you get yourself an ale? Fantastic.
Your coin better be a nice fine whiskey.
Well, he's got to spread it around. Obviously, everyone else has got to get ale as well here. But how you doing, Hutch? You doing good?
Get out of here.
how's the kids? They doing okay?
He kind of
Oh,
gives
I
you
really
like
care about it.
the
I
two
want to hear all
fingers or
about
something like that. Like, nah,
It's too late now.
When's the last time you asked me how I was doing, you fucker?
Tell Nessa we said hello.
will do.
Give her a
So we go
regards.
ahead and put on the clooks. Look all
It's
official now.
they're a bit they drag on one of your member.
Looks like we have a child with us.
Whoever
Bring
we're
your
wearing
child
this
to
one, we're
work
mighty
day.
tall.
Yeah. That is definitely a problem, but like we'll deal.
It's fine.
You look like you had your shins cut and blown off in the war.
As you guys head into Frost's Glass to Candlelight Lane, you spot what Griggs was talking about. It's a manor home that is asymmetrical in its architecture, constructed of brick whose colorful paint has all but peeled off. 3 stories tall, with octagonal towers and turrets drawing the eye upwards towards steeply pitched roofs and church-like rooftop finials. Its roof is partially collapsed, and its windows are all shuttered or else boarded up. And as Griggs said, on a petrified tree out in what might have at one point been a front lawn is a sign nailed to it that says condemned by order of the Foundation.
Well,
What's
looks,
the Foundation?
They're the architects,
Ah,
like
okay.
Architects Guild.
That's a great name for an architects guild. Cheeky fucks. All right. Do we want to do this nicely or the Cole way?
Why you spit a fun in a cold way?
Everyone is.
It
Listen,
didn't work.
Can I do the
They-
kicking this time?
everyone else that didn't want to do it my way stayed home.
Can I do the kicking this time? You always get to kick the doors in. Always looks so fun.
You know, don't go bouncing off of it, but sure.
give us a lowdown on what the door looks like. Is it is it out in the open? Is it lit very well? Like
No, so there is like a generous wraparound porch, and this door is kind of recessed off of that. But it is like a wooden door that at one point was probably sturdy, but it has like decayed and rotted away. Like this place ought to be torn down, right?
all right.
This is your moment to look cool.
Yeah. All right. So Reese is gonna do that thing where he kind of like, tries to be a little nonchalant, casual, looks around, make sure nobody's looking, and boop, he's gonna sneak right up to the door, and well, I'm gonna wreck the fuck out of that door, kick her down. Here we
Cool.
go.
Do you want to roll that, or I don't think you need to if you don't want to.
I mean, when do I ever get to roll wreck? And plus, if I fail, it might be funny. So there we go.
That is important.
Cool.
So-
I think you're in a controlled position. I think the effect will be great.
Okay. All right. Gonna wreck a few things. Here we go. Yeah!
Yeah, the door
He's gonna wreck it.
flies off the hinges. I
Ooh!
mean, Reese was a soldier after all. Kind of shatters on the back wall. This does make some noise, so if people were there, they may have heard. But one thing, Reese, that you notice immediately, like this place, the furniture has long since been looted. There's trash and detritus all strewn about, and like just looking at and this first level is kind of empty of people, but from the looks of it, there's like scorch marks on the floor where squatters have created a fire, and like Reese, maybe you don't admit this to others, but you've seen drug dens before, like low class, like people really struggling with their addiction, and that's kind of what you're spotting here. Like you're spotting those telltale signs of like the people here, like maybe there are whispers here, but a majority of folks are using something.
Then
Like
a
you
little.
might see even paraphernalia, like empty quicksilver vials strewn about, etc.
I mean, he'll eye those real good, see if there's a couple drops left, but
Oh no, they're like sucked clean.
licked clean. Yeah, he knows. At the bottom, at the back of his, the back of his head, he knows there's nothing in there, but also he's just like, baby, After
Hope
kicking the
springs
door in,
eternal.
after kicking the door in, he's like, oh fuck, that's so fun.
Told you it's a good fucking
And
time.
he'll kind of poke his head in it. What a shithole. Come on, lads. And he'll step in.
So Cole grabs his Spirit Bane charm and holds it in one hand and his shillelagh in the other hand, because he remembers that they're going after a whisper, and so he doesn't want any weird ghosty surprises.
Oh, weird ghosty surprises.
The best
So I'll
kind of
kind of
surprises.
montage this a bit because you are looking for Flint, right? So as you kind of search the room, like it's relatively empty. So if people are here like you, they're breaking curfew, naughty, or they're not, and just this one guy. Maybe he scared people up. He is a creepy dude, right? A whisper. Um, Eventually, you get to an upstairs bedroom, like the only one with a closed door. And we'll give this to Reese again. Right in that 6, you're able to kick that in, which startles a guy who, despite all the noise previously, uh, doesn't seem to notice anything was up. And again, Reese, y- eh, you see a Quicksilver addict who is like, this is like a warning to what you might become, right? He is very much far off the deep end. He is in this room, again, cluttered trash, etc. Though of note is Emmeline's red swallowtail jacket laying in one corner.
Is this guy?
And
This is
he's still like wide-eyed shock, like he just took a hit of something and is seeing things that aren't there, but he's kind of like,
I,
whoa.
I'm gonna kneel down to him and say, "Are you Flint?"
Yeah, you.
I break his hand.
Ah! What the hell?
Okay, now you know I'm serious. Where's Emmeline?
What, man? I don't know.
I break his other hand.
Fuck! I need those to work.
Not
Don't
anymore,
give
you
us more
don't.
heat for this.
Not until you find Emmeline.
What?
Her coat's in the corner. Where's Emmeline? I'm gonna
Yeah.
try to intimidate him, obviously.
All right.
All right. While that's going on, Reese is gonna sort of explore the room and look for any other clues.
Yeah.
But we'll handle this roll first.
Risky standard.
Yeah. Risky, great.
Risky great. Okay. Uh also, would you say he's frightened?
Yeah.
All right.
Get extra,
Say
do, you,
frightened.
do you get extra
Uh,
dice from
I do get extra dice from frightened people when I command them
Is
to
that
tell
an
me.
ability you can link?
Yes. 1 second.
Man, I gotta make
Swap
I gotta make you some scared powder or something, some sort of like alchemical substance that just makes people scared. And then just
And it
boosts
turns
the
out
shit.
Reese was the scarecrow all along.
When you command a frightened target, you take plus 1d.
No, that guy's about to take plus 1d.
Excellent.
There it is.
We'll take the 6. Reese, go ahead, give me that roll for looking around.
All right, I'm gonna do. I guess it's a survey.
I also broke his hand so he couldn't work. That was in the back of my mind.
4. Cool. So, just covering Reese, the success with a complication beyond the coat. Like, Emmeline was here. There's clear evidence. This is her coat. You don't find much other physical clues, but Reese, what you do find is a lot of Quicksilver here. Enough that if you wanted to take and indulge your vice after this game, you'd probably be sated.
Okay. Okay. So it's just
Yeah.
like all over the room, where there's like a
Yeah.
box full of it's just all over the room, vials of it everywhere.
Yeah, it's definitely like this guy's been using, and it's one of those, like, they come in vials, you put it in your eye, and it's like one of those, like, he probably doesn't know which ones are full, which ones are empty. There's a lot of like, where, what can I use, right?
Where did he get the money to be that careless? This guy should be like treating it like it's precious, but he's not. That has something to do with our missing whisper.
It's possible. I'm gonna grab Emmeline's coat, and while I'm at it, I'm just gonna
Thank you.
just gonna stow a couple of those bottles in the pocket. Making it look like I'm just kind of searching through stuff, but just like bloop bloop. Oh,
I think you're able to do so easily because he is kind of intimidated by Cole. And so Cole, with that 6, he's like, Yeah, man. Yeah, I've seen her. She's been staying here. Fuck. Yeah, man. I found her maybe like a week and a half ago. She was in bad shape, passed out in Midshore Park near Red Fog Tower. Needle still sticking out of her arm. Black Lotus, the heart stuff. But as Whispers, listen, we've all been there. Dealing with the dead day in, day out. It takes its toll, I took her back here so she could clean up and recover. That park is incredibly haunted. It was no place for her in the state she was in. I've I've seen overdoses before, but this was particularly bad. There were days I wasn't sure if she was gonna make it.
Oh man, you hurt the guy who's been looking after her, or so he said. Sounds like he's been robbing her blind for Quicksilver.
Closer to it.
Where is she now?
Honestly, I thought she was with you. Maybe a week ago now, someone came for her.
Who?
I don't know. They're dressed like Deathlands scavengers, long coats, gas masks, all of it. I know she had some dealings with them in the past, so I thought nothing of it when they came. I thought they'd take her back to you guys or get her a proper physical or whatever. But oh, there was something that I saw. No, they were Deathlands scavengers, man. They had to be.
Say it.
There was something I saw on their finger. Maybe I saw it. I can't be sure, but
If you don't start talking faster, I'm gonna break your fucking feet.
man, I thought I saw a ring. All right, a ring fashioned from a silver nail.
Who aren't we at war with? God freaking damn it.
The price of being ambitious.
Isn't it
Right.
though?
Anything
You
else?
and everyone here are out after curfew. This place has been condemned by the Foundation. You're gonna need to find a new place to stay. Because we're wearing blue cloaks. Like,
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Whatever you say.
you might want to go tell your boss, the Dimmer sisters, that you lost her.
What, Matt? I found her. I've been helping her.
And
You
then a
didn't
week
return her
ago,
to the Dimmer sisters, though, did you?
you let a silver nail take her.
Man. And he kind of turns, like, hands still hurting. He tries to put up a finger, but really can't. He's like, first and foremost, if you care about her, keep her away from the Dimmers. And second, man, I thought it was a Deathland scavenger. I thought they could get her better help than I could give. I didn't see it until the end.
Okay. I go ahead and I say, go get yourself checked out. You're gonna need to get the cast on those. There's a physiker over in I think it's Night Market. Night Market goes by the name of Sawtooth. He'll fix you up.
I'd like to pull out like a vial of some sort of painkiller and just hit him with it.
Yeah, you do so, and I think like there is like some level of like mixing of substances. As clearly he's kind of spacey because as you know, Quicksilver allows you to see ghosts, and some whispers use it to increase their potency in their craft. And I think as the painkillers kind of come in, that kind of numbs some of that effect, and it's kind of for the first time kind of getting like a clear head. And it's just kind of like, so I'm free to go.
You're free for now.
Point to where the suns are, but you don't have much time. Better get somewhere quick.
Yeah, and I mean, thinking that your guys are blue coats shaking him down, which is not uncommon, right? He does like scurry away as quickly as he can, making
So-
like every now and again looking back to make sure you're not going to shoot him in the back, which is also something that happens.
We go ahead and look around if there's anything else in this.
Shoot him in the
room.
back. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Damn. Cold-blooded.
Don't.
Yeah. Yeah, we look around to see if there's anything else. Like, did he spend basically all the money he found on Emmeline to like score? Is my assumption here. Like, he doesn't have any cash anywhere here.
Yeah, he doesn't have cash, and it looks like let's say like he has like beyond, and this might be a bit triggering for Cole, but beyond like the vials of Quicksilver, he has several spirit bottles there, and like he does have like a ledger. Like on some level, he is a good businessman, and it
Mhm.
looks like it is traffic spirit for dimmers, get coin, buy Quicksilver to be able to catch more spirits. Like it's a unfortunate cycle he has caught himself into.
Sure. I go ahead and pick up the spirit bottles that are empty. Just they're valuable.
Oh, I didn't say they were empty.
Oh no. Oh. I think I go to pick them up, and then if I have that thought in my head, I stop and I don't. I just leave it alone. I look at them. I'm like, messenger. These things are valuable, but
But you don't want to touch them.
right.
Okay. Yeah, I'll pick up the damn things.
Reese will sort of stow that jacket underneath his blue cloak. And,
All right. Are we gonna
yeah.
go hit the nails then right now?
Don't see why not.
We can at least go get some information. When I drove by, when I walked by earlier, the Mustang looked a little dead. Like maybe it only had a skeleton crew of people. It's very possible they've been moving their operations out because they were doing something out in the Deathlands.
Wonder if that's why they grabbed her. Think that they a good whisper would help them out.
I mean, she's the only reason we got back from there, isn't she?
Hmm.
Her and Reese when he did his like lightning barrier shit. But yeah, I say we go back across the bridge and we go see if there's anyone at the Mustang.
Cool. So I think you'll be relatively safe from blue coat patrols once you get into your territory. Getting out of Six Towers, though, let's have that group prowl roll.
Okay. I will be happy to lead the group action.
Okay.
Is this desperate?
It is. So all of y'all will get some XP.
And then standard effect?
It is going to be a standard because of the cloaks you procured. Yes.
Does anyone? I know Reese probably can't. I don't know if the messenger has stress to lend.
I don't think I can help you when we're doing the group action all together is the problem.
That's fair.
I'll absolutely do it to lend stress. I don't have much left, but I'll lend it anyway.
No, I think
If-
we're good.
if the
If we're
rules
doing a
work
group
that way.
action, I don't. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think for a group action we can do that.
Yeah.
So,
We'll take the highest result, but you'll Cole might take some stress.
Yeah.
All right,
Alright.
everybody ready?
Yeah.
Nice, Reese.
They changed their engine to be doubles only.
Reese is just so much like chiller now that he knows he has a fix when he needs it. Like
Yeah, I love it, dude.
So we took 0 stress.
Zero stress. We take the 5. You evade blue coat patrols. There is a complication that will be revealed shortly.
of course.
So you arrive at the Mustang.
Mhm.
It is very different now that it is after curfew. This place is like, think like old Western style, like Deadwood Saloon looking almost. You see the lights of a steamship in the canal. you see 4 horses in the stables that were not there earlier, all dressed down in leather barding and gas masks for the horses. You spot one. What I mean, Flint was right. This dude looks like a Deathlands scavenger, but he's going in and out of the Mustang, loading things onto the horses and into the steamship. But you did see 4 horses, and you just see the one guy.
So I'll sort of lean over to Cole and I'll whisper, what do you think? Should we grab him? Abscond with him, run off, question him.
I assume there's 3 other people inside that building,
Well, it just
plus
means,
however many they leave here normally.
trust me, we gotta be quick. In 3 versus 4, I think we'd be fine.
I like our odds.
Oh, we have great odds.
Do you want to cover us from up on top of that building there, messenger?
I could, or I could go in guns blazing.
Well, it all just depends on where you're most comfortable.
So there's four horses in the stable. There's a steamship, but we don't see any movement on the steamship.
No, except this one guy who's like loading
Who's
stuff
loading?
up.
All right.
Well, and even if
we could just walk forward.
I mean, we look
We're
like
wearing
blue
blue
cloaks.
cloaks.
You're gonna recognize us by our faces, though. And we got this little fella here too.
I mean, the 2 of us could walk forward. He could sneak up.
Right. I'll cover. That's cool.
Sounds
I'll
like
be
a
up
plan.
here with the long gun.
Yeah.
You just start putting people up in windows if you want them shot.
I mean, I assume they're gonna make a run for it for their horses or their ship. You take out any of those fuckers.
Yep. That's a thing I can do.
All right. We I guess Reese and Cole are gonna buddy cop Scovelander on a beat. Walk up to.
Are we really playing 2 Irish cops?
Mhm.
All right.
Well, we're playing 2 Irish criminals pretending to be cops. So
Very
So I
departed
mean,
of you.
basically just Irish cops.
you're not wrong.
All right.
Oh boy. Yeah, you guys are doing great.
Yeah.
You
All
guys
right.
are doing great.
So we're gonna. All right. So I'll let Cole take the lead a little bit, and I'll swing around wide.
All right. Oh, you're gonna not stick with me?
A few steps to the right.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
Wanna
So we look like
cast a bit of a net in case he tries to bolt.
we start walking up.
The man dressed as this Deathland scavenger sees you. Tall, lanky, and he kind of stops in his tracks as you approach. It's hard to see what his eyes are doing in the gas mask, but he is like, "Good evening."
You're out a little after curfew here.
He kind of puts his hands up to be like, "I'm not reaching for anything," but he's gonna lift up his gas mask, and look at you guys and be like, "As are you."
Oh, so he's calling you on it.
Mhm.
Well, what would a cop do if someone accused them of not being a cop?
I don't think that's any of your concern. What you doing here?
Just doing some light cleaning.
Doing a little inventory.
Yeah, that's it.
Four horses just for you.
Oh no. We'll take that complication and he'll say, I got scopes on you two. And on your friend. But I don't think we need to come to violence. You've taken a lot of territory from us, and we have been pretty damn civil about it. So I think we can have a peaceful chat, don't you?
I'll look over at Cole.
Is this guy Marlane?
It is not.
Okay.
Do we recognize him at all?
You could roll me something, especially you soldiers. The Silver Nails fought in the war.
Sure. Guess it'd be like what, a study roll, or would it be like consort if I'd ever talked to him in the past?
Probably a study
Study. All right.
or even a survey.
Survey. Yeah, I'll do survey. I don't have anything in survey, but we'll see what happens. Nope. Don't recognize him.
I'm gonna double down on this then. Is that well, I'm glad you got your scopes on us then. It'll be sure to alert the rest of the patrols just where to come.
Man, are you high on something? We know who you are. We live right next door.
And yet,
And
I'm wearing
yet-
this cloak right now. So when the shit hits the fan, all 30 of the motherfuckers just down the block will come up this way. And you probably don't want that, do you?
There's someone who's been
Man,
talking
you
about.
haven't been walking the blocks these nights, if that's what you think. After curfew, you see a lot of things. Especially me. I see everything.
With them two eyes, you're sure interested in optics.
You don't want violence. What do you want then?
I want to continue my, what do you call it, inventory.
Sure. Go ahead and give me Emmeline Pharos, and I'll let you go.
He kind of stretches a bit, kind of cracks his shoulders. That's not in my power to do.
Then get me the person whose power it is.
This can be arranged.
Then you better go back inside your building there and find the person that has that power.
Nah, it's not gonna be that easy. You need to talk to Suresh. He's out of the city now. But
Hmm.
I can pass along word you're looking to talk to him.
I assume he'll come into the city when all of his men are dead.
You assume a lot, my friend.
I do.
I'll tell you this.
Hmm.
Uh, call it professional courtesy, as the new kids on the block from the older brothers. Your girl is safe. Our cruise physicker's been treating her, and she seems to be recovering nicely from her little overindulgence.
Hmm.
I was not the one to take her, and I do not know what my crew's plans for her are. Regardless, she is in no condition to travel, especially through the Deathlands. But I will ensure a meeting with Suresh. Perhaps you two can come to agreement, and he can explain what all of this is about.
They have no idea that a vampire and the Demmer sisters want this person back. They think they've taken someone from the FNGs. They have no idea.
So you've
These
taken
poor
her out
boys.
into the Deathlands, then? Is that what you're saying?
These poor boys.
Not me, but that's where she is now.
Well, guilty by
So she wasn't in
association.
any way any ability to move through the Deathlands, and you took her out there. But now you can't bring her back because she's not in any way to move.
Recovery, as I am told, is a long process. I don't touch the stuff myself. Clean living, the Severosi way.
Hmm.
Hmm.
So what are you doing then?
Inventory.
Bullshit. You know who I am. What are you doing?
We see no need to engage in open conflict with you. You want night market? It was profitable for us for a time. We hope it is profitable for you. Have at it. We move on to new pastures.
Well then. Seems it's getting late. I'll look over at Cole. This isn't over. And I'll start to take a step back as if like we're, making our way out.
We'll be back probably an hour. Hopefully, your inventory will be done by then. That way, when we mark down our patrol here, everything is good.
Of course, officer. We're
Hmm.
not lawbreakers, us.
Not
I'll
at
be
all.
sure to tell Suresh that you're looking to speak with him
I
next
would
time he's in.
appreciate it. I mean, I'm not looking to speak with him next time he's in. I'm happy to speak with him wherever he is. He just has to give me word of how to do that.
My friend, he would need to give me word how to do that.
I figured you were heading back out, since you're dressed up to go that way.
Yes, but Suresh is a far wanderer.
Have a good evening. I
You too, officer.
turn and walk off.
Okay, so when the messenger hooks back up with you, they're going to ask, all right, what happened? I saw you talk.
Well,
Nobody got hurt. That's really weird.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, we found a few
Why didn't you
things
beat
out.
the crap out of that guy?
One thing I will say to you, messenger, as this might come up, as a man of exquisite taste when it comes to long guns, like the pinnacle of long gun, right? Like the Winchester gun that won the Severosi continent is the Severosi long rifle, which the Silver Nails are known to use.
So they made us right away, which is not really a big deal. Apparently, they're ceding territory. They're pulling out of this little district altogether.
Well, according to that little puke, they are.
Sure.
What he
But they
did.
did confirm they have her.
They said she's
They
out in the
have her.
Deathlands.
They have her, but she's in the Deadlands right now.
Okay, well, there were some guys right there with Deadlands equipment, right?
I mean, we can go back and get it, but we still don't know where she is in the Deathlands.
Well, all right.
They claim that their Physiker is healing her up, and that
If you want to find out where she is, we're going to have to talk to someone named Suresh and negotiate.
Suresh is their boss.
Didn't care enough to pay attention to him.
Okay, so they have our Whisper, who, if we don't have our Whisper, the Dimmer sisters are going to kill Silas, maybe all of us, not clear.
Well,
And then Skurlock will blow up the entire city.
Yep.
Well, it is they did ask us to find her. We got some clues.
Oh, sure,
Let's
but
say,
also we walk away from this. We let everybody know, hey, you can fuck with our people. It's the same thing as when the Dimmer sisters fucked with us.
they're definitely going to
So
have
they
to
also
take
said
a...
that they had scopes on all three of us.
Oh,
If
okay,
that's
well,
were to be
that's different.
believed.
Okay,
If
cool.
if that if you are to be believed to that, but
They are kind of good at that. So
yeah, but they also got big mouths.
all of you have big mouths. Look at you.
You're not wrong.
Your
At the end of the
skull is huge. I could wear it like a helmet.
At the end of the day, they're bigger than us. They're a lot stronger than us right now. I feel like we could have taken them for sure, at least this crew. And I was pretty close. Don't get me wrong. I thought about just killing the 4 that we could find there, and then keep killing the next ones, and then eventually, Savresh would show up. I think that's how that works, right? But
Sounds right.
but
Mad.
he could also just as much kill Emmeline at that point.
Yeah, we don't have a whole lot of leverage at the moment.
All of this was true about the Dimmer sisters as well.
Yeah, except that we knew she was in the building, and I would have gone in the building for her. Then is the difference, right? If I knew that she was in a room somewhere, and I knew where that room was, I would have killed those 4 fucks right now.
Fair enough.
Well, we have a fair bit of information. Fair bit of information.
I think it's time to let Nathan and Tiffany join us again as we go to the meeting in the morning.
I agree.
Yeah,
Sound
so
right to everyone?
This also might be information that Jeremiah wants to know,
Yeah.
or maybe already does know. But
Yeah, you should be aware of it.
yeah.
That the Silver Nails have essentially captured a crew member of one of their allied groups.
that part I don't think they care about. I mostly meant the territory shift.
Sure. That too.
So you guys gather that next morning, at the 7th hour, crossing through the bazaar, um, to a simple wooden tower along Saffron Street, uh, that is surrounded by warehouses overlooking the bazaar to the north, Gaddock Rail Station to the south. And the architecture is very simple, almost like brutalist, as it just kind of rises overlooking the hive's stores. The only marking of it out is this emblem of the silver bee, because again, the hive is not a criminal organization, it is a merchants guild. As you are led, or as you guys walk into the tower, on the upper level, um, you see some people you have met before. Um, so, standing closest to you, because you guys are kind of squared off right now. Standing close to you is Sarah, your arms dealer, the main point of contact between you and the hive. To quote Powell's description of her, she is an Akarosi woman, large enough to be dangerous, neither slight nor petite, with short, dark brown hair cut in a way as to not allow someone to grab it in a fight. Her style's kind of masculine, wearing a striped button up shirt and sleeves rolled up, and workman's pants upheld by suspenders. Standing next to her is a man who you have only heard whispered in legend, right? Like people in night market and abroad are like, the hive have their own mercenary armies. Like, no, of course they don't. They're a legitimate merchants guild, but of course they have a mercenary army. Every legitimate business has one, and this is their commander, Karth Oris, a mountain of muscle. He is a Dagger Islander man in his mid 30s. He stands 6'4" and has to weigh over 200 pounds, most of that pure muscle. His chest is broad and prominent, measuring 50 inches, and the bicep is close to 20. He has long, wavy, dark brown hair that hangs just below his shoulder and a thick, wiry beard that comes down to his upper chest. He wears heavy boots, cotton work pants, and an ornate leather long coat. He is shirtless, and his chest and face are covered in beautiful tribal tattoos representing personal history, social rank, knowledge, skill, and ineligibility to marry. Next to him is Maha, who you know well, in her beautiful, simple tea gown. They stand in front of a table, uh, which has a map sprawled out across it. And it is about that moment in the shifting of movement that you realize strapped to Karth's muscular back, almost invisible behind his girth, is a heavy crossbow. Maha speaks first. Hello, my lovelies. Welcome, welcome. Please join us. And thank you for your attendance.
The pleasure is ours.
Yeah, we sit down.
Yeah.
Polite nods.
I will say that over breakfast I told Nebra and Silas what happened the night previous, so
Yeah.
they are all aware.
Mhm. Yep.
Sorry, I had taken that for granted, but yeah, good on you, Charles.
I hope that this meeting doesn't inconvenience any of you.
Not at all. It's never an inconvenience to meet with you.
Silas. This is why we get on so well, you and I. Indeed, this is an important meeting, for I have need of you.
We're at your service.
You, no doubt, felt the tremor.
Yes, we did.
Hmm. It poses a particular problem for me. One that I think you and your crew, and she's speaking directly at you, Silas. Sorry to dump all the shit on you this game. That you and your crew are in the best place to handle.
I see.
A train coming out of White Hollow carrying a lot of hive contraband was derailed in this earthquake.
Oof.
And I very much need my product returned to me before the Ministry of Preservation cleanup crews get to that train.
They are very slow.
Hmm. But it is a bit of a journey. And Sarah kind of looks at the map, uh, looking at you kind of tentatively, like, oh, and is like, based on the train schedules, we assumed that it derailed somewhere around here. And she points, if you look at the Shattered Isles, you can kind of see it at the shallow headland between Duskfall and White Hollow, you know, a little bit closer to Duskfall than White Hollow. Sarah will continue and say, there are only two ways to reach it, and only one of them is really feasible. You could approach from the west, from the Void Sea, but the water is turbulent and prone to tossing even large ships into basalt cliffs that are steep, sheer, and have sharpened to hardened glass due to the constant wind erosion. This way, the travel time would be 2 days, and a land journey, though perilous because of the mountaineering required, would be about 12 total. The other way, you follow the Dosk River south to its origin in the mountains between White Hollow and Winter Cliff. The trip takes 2 days to hit that headland, and from there you would need to make it on foot to the wreckage site. This would take about 20 hours one way, probably double that once encumbered. It provides dangers of its own, as you would need to traverse and camp the Deathlands, but it would prove a lower risk to your boat. And Maha just smiles at you and is like, any questions?
Uh, do we have a inventory list that we need to check
You
off?
will know our product when you see it.
Yeah.
And she points to her brooch of a golden bee.
Okay.
Who's guarding the train right now? What defensive forces are with the train? Are they going to work with us? Or are they going to be a problem?
Well, the train would have had railjacks working it. Perhaps some passengers coming from White Hollow. Uh, I don't assume most survived. The Deathlands have earned their name.
Okay. Do you want any of them recovered if we happen to run across them? Is that important to
This I
you?
don't care.
Cool.
All I care is my product. Any other product that belongs to the ministry is yours to do with as you will. And I pay up to them, but they don't need to know.
Understood. How long do you think it would take before the ministry cleanup crew gets there?
On this, they are slow. I think you would probably have a week before any real effort gets put in. They are
Hmm.
hesitant to traverse the Deathlands as much as anyone else.
Yep. 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 All right. Did you know Skurlock is a vampire?
No, no, no. He is clearly a demon.
Ah. What about the cloud of blood thing?
Oh, you you know, demons all come different shapes and sizes.
Exactly.
No thematic though.
I don't know that they
How could you
follow.
live that long and not get caught up in tropes?
Uh, I, I don't know that this particular individual has that sort of sense about him.
I'm sorry, has he impacted my business in some way?
No, he is not.
What?
Then I don't see why this line of
Yeah, this is fine.
Unrelated.
At all.
You may be already aware. In fact, you're probably almost certainly aware. But the silver nails are pulling out of the out of night market.
well, that seems very good for you. And in turn, very good for me.
Yeah,
I
but they
like things that are good for me. Keep
took
it
her
up.
whisper with them.
Well, that is unfortunate for you.
It is, and possibly for everyone. Skurlock has this weird idea that if he doesn't get her back, he's going to destroy the city.
Why did we bring him?
We work with these people, Silas. They live here too.
This is an everyone problem.
The
So-
Akarosi think they have all the power in the world. And she's kind of saying this addressing Karth, the other Dagger Islander. It's like always with the, ooh, destruction of the city. Ooh, more power. I am a demon now.
Exactly.
But we Dagger Islanders, we're still around.
Uh,
They
Well,
have a
no,
chip on their shoulder, these Akarosi.
yeah, the Akarosi do. Sorry, I thought at the first you said Taikarosi. I'm like, we don't turn into demons.
Do we know
It's more
that?
complicated.
Else know that they don't.
I'm here to tell you. Do you want to find out our connection to how that works?
No.
Okay,
No,
we can talk about
Shut
it
your
later.
damn mouth then, Silas.
Okay. This is great. So Cherry Maha is not like, oh shit, I have found out that a demon is going, a blood-themed demon is going to destroy the city and I should do something about it. It's just like, no, kid, I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's gonna be fine. Go do your chores.
Yeah.
Go do your chores.
the coin is the most important.
Shut up, Silas.
Great. All right. Well, we'll worry less. Fine.
We will retrieve your product, and it will be no trouble at all.
Yes, you will.
Anything else?
Nope. Just the one, thankfully.
Okay.
All right. No, sounds
We will
good.
not take any more of your time.
I do appreciate this. And she kind of turns to Karth, and you guys can overhear a little bit, like with what's the unrest in the city gives some directions as to, I want to make sure my shit's all right.
So Reese will sort of lean over to Nebra, but actually mention anything about the Vitan hunters.
No,
But
no.
Nebra's distracted by Karth, so she's like, "What? I'm sorry, what?"
Sorry, Cole. Car's the steal your girl type.
I mean, Cole's distracted by Karth. Like,
Yeah.
I just kind of,
Yeah, see, there you go.
I'm just like, hey, pay attention.
Ah,
Hey, should we say
what is it?
should we say something about the Leviathan hunters?
I don't think now's the good time. Let's hold it in our back pocket for now.
The messenger clearly thought it was a good time for random information. No one else seems to agree.
Well, you know, he's our buddy, and if he's invested in it, maybe he'll need to know. But
We'll bring it up when it becomes a hive issue.
I get up and I'm like, well, we will. The next time you see me, it will be with all of your product.
Oh, yes, you're still here. I look forward to that occasion.
what a prick.
And I
Let's go.
start making a move
Thank you for your
before one of
generosity,
them
Miss
says it's
Maha.
something else stupid.
It's Maha. That's great.
What a prick.
Cool. So,
Apparently he's a demon.
Damn, guy, leave
I love
but
how
that's
immediate the
Maha's take
response.
on it.
I love how immediate the response is to it. It's just like, no, dumbass.
I like the concept. Is like, no, vampires aren't real. Demons, though.
Very-
So, you guys are free to do whatever you do. I will say the Hive didn't offer you a job more so than said you're doing something.
Well,
Do
Yeah.
you feel confident in that?
Oh,
We did.
I was under the impression we were immediately leaving. Like, I don't know if we
Yeah.
wanted to stick around or not.
no.
Yeah,
Fuck
yeah.
outta
I'm
here.
thinking like moving into the engagement role here.
Sure.
Yeah.
So, I'm willing to hear out other options here, but out of assault, occult, deception, social stealth, transport, this is sounding just like a transport. Are we all
Absolutely.
feeling good that? So what I need to know is the route. So 2 were offered. 1 if by sea, 2 if by land.
Was the by land just by like foot?
So you take the boat down the river to a point where it kind of is parallel to the headland, and then you'd have to walk, which is a longer journey, but like you reduce the risk of your boat being destroyed. And because Reese hooked up a personal lightning generator to the boat, at least while you're on the river, you guys are going to be safe from Deathlands predation. It's just that walking bit that's going to be a matter.
Yeah.
The other one saves time. It cuts it about in half. But like the seas are rough, you're going to have to do some mountaineering and climbing and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And do the rail cars have lightning like devices attached to them? Like that's their normal.
They did when they left. They had to, right?
Mhm.
So my concern with the land bit is like how if we have like a boatload of stuff we need to get but we're walking from the end of the river to where the train derailed, like how the hell are we going to get all that equipment back, you know?
Well, that's why people cached things in the past.
So we're gonna walk it back, and it's gonna be us and our crew doing it. Or alternately, wild ass plan here. Our job is we go up against the nails and steal Emmeline back, and we just send the crew to take care of this. We just send the cohort. The rovers, this is exactly up their thing, and it's just come down to a dice roll whether or not we have a problem with our cohort and have a little less time to do a little more panic thing in afterwards.
I would feel much more comfortable with that if we scouted the area and knew there weren't others after this equipment as well, but
That's still up the cohorts. Like that'll all be determined by the die roll.
yeah.
That is still the kind of thing the cohort can handle.
Yeah, but so the risk is if we let Emmeline, or if we let yeah, I don't know.
Right. So I would very much like to get Emmeline back.
Mhm.
From a character perspective, the vengeful little fucker is like, no, they fucked with us. Like, we've been over this. About someone just grabbing our one of us, and yeah, okay, she was fucked up at the time. Cool, that's fine. But like, we'll have a talk about it, and if the talk goes well, great. And if the talk doesn't, then we will be accumulating some more problems.
Yeah.
I don't think we have enough information to actually make a score out of going against the iron nails, or the silver nails. Sorry.
Yeah, just don't know where to find them. And at the same time,
Track them down.
like, what's the bigger? Well, I guess we lose the city. Like, if we can't find Emmeline and get her back, we're gonna lose the city because Dickface is gonna blow it up.
We have a lot of things lined up right now. There's the spark right matter. There's the matter of the book, which I think we have a month to deal with or something like that. There's the matter of the thing Jerry Maha, that is the name, wants us to go get, and there's the matter of Emmeline. And there's only one of those that's really suited to our cohort, if we wanted to take care of more than one thing.
Yeah, I just don't know how we would go about finding Emmeline. Like, we're just gonna grab somebody and beat it out of them?
I'll track them through the wilderness. I've got 3 dots in hunt.
Follow horses.
I think that we should go get the goods, and meet with Suresh and go that route personally.
So, like, get the goods, then meet with Suresh?
Yeah, like, get the goods. Well, because the meeting with Suresh is on Suresh's terms. It's on his timeline.
Yeah, I mean, he could be anywhere in the Deathlands, right?
Right.
So, I mean... And
I don't know, man.
I
really think you're letting him dictate terms in ways that doesn't suit the way our organization has been running so far.
Yeah, but our organization runs our face into the wall. That's what we do. So...
Yeah. It's been going great so far.
Yeah, but this wall is particularly thick and our face is particularly vulnerable. So...
We did it with the Dimmer sisters, dude. They're eldritch godling things.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm not scared of the silver nails. I'm afraid of our crew just getting completely wiped out trying to grab equipment that we're assuming is easy. And at the same time, us either coming up with nothing and not finding Emmeline, or finding something much worse. So
I don't think it's not going to be. It doesn't have to be easy for them to be able to do it. We have 2 boats. This is why we have another boat. This is why we have a cohort. This is why some of you have a lot of dots in command. Because you'll basically be telling them.
Is our other boat functional?
Yes, both of our boats are functional. One of them has a chain gun on it because we did upgrade it when we got you that that workshop.
Yeah. The one with the chain gun is the one without the lightning barrier.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought the upgrades went together.
No.
But the lightning barrier is not reflected in a group upgrade. That was a project that Reese completed. Okay.
Right.
So, whatever, can still send them up there with the lightning barrier, with a command, with Bear, and say, hey, go get thing. Go get all the things you can carry. And then we can...
I guess, I mean, saving Emmeline is of higher import just because if we don't find her, the city's going to die. So,
I mean, eventually. But
so my only issue is that we're currently at war with a stronger gang than us. The Billhooks are a tier 2 and we're a tier 1. And they're allied with the Bluecoats, right? So, like, there's a lot of things there that could go negatively for us.
In the Deathlands?
No,
well, remember,
he's not talking about the Deathlands. Right
I wasn't, but also remember who Gladhook Prison sends out into the Deathlands.
Ironhook Prison.
Yeah. Ironhook Prison, sorry, yeah. Ironhook Prison sends out into the Deathlands prisoners. And so, who the fuck knows?
Yeah.
Now that being said, I wasn't talking about necessarily about the Deathlands. I was talking about the political situation, right? If we don't do this for Jerry Maha, we are probably no longer allies.
Oh,
We might still be patrons.
well, we're doing it either way. Even if we send our cohort, that's still
Sorry.
us doing it.
If we don't succeed
Yeah.
at doing it,
And
the
that's the kind of thing
success
where
is guaranteed if we go, because
Wow,
we'll
that's
do
not
whatever
true
it
either.
takes. It 100% is, because it will do whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Our
Yes.
morale is based on characters. The cohort morale is based on rules. There's a difference.
So if the cohort is unsuccessful,
Yeah.
then we'll go do it because we'll still have time.
We'll still be
I don't
out
think
there.
we will.
Oh,
Because
absolutely. we do.
Okay,
well,
it
I
takes
don't think
we have a
know
week.
we'll have time
It
if
takes
we're
2
flexible.
days to get out there, 2 days to get back, probably a day or two to collect everything.
Was that how much time it took,
Yeah,
Kyle?
2
I thought
days to get there, 2 days back. If you're going by land,
If
it
not
would
longer,
be 20
because you're
hours
burdened.
what to get there and 40 hours on the way back, according to Sarah's estimations. By
Okay.
boat, you could cut that land travel to a 12-hour total. But yeah, you're looking at something like 4.5 days minimum.
But we also don't have seaworthy crafts. We have like river boats.
Oh, they
So-
are. They're seaworthy. That's where they were with Charles.
Hmm.
That time Charles was out. Was up and
Yeah,
down the coast.
Specifically, the Foghound is supposed to be a
Well, I'm definitely leaning in that the direction of tracking down Emmeline. And you know what? They might be close together. We might be able to do both.
well, my argument was going to be that we go get the goods, and once we've gotten the goods, we can always send the crew back, the cohort back with the goods, have them get into the town, whatever. And while we go try to follow the leads to see if we can randomly bump into the silver nails out in the wilderness.
That's a possibility too. So
We can track them down. It doesn't have to be random, but
It
All
feels
right.
pretty random.
yeah, I like Charles' approach. Gives us a chance to look for clues for Emmeline while we're out there. We're still ensuring that we get Jeremiah's gear back. Yeah, I think that. I mean, I would vote for Charles' plan. Let's just put it to a vote. Do you want to?
I'm voted out. It's pretty clear. No one else is on board with this. I was trying to argue for it.
I mean, I haven't heard much from Nate or Tiffany, so I mean, feel free to speak up, guys. I don't want to, we don't want to railroad the group.
I feel like there's also, because of the time, because we could go get or attempt to get Emmeline, and even though there's alleged existential crises surrounding it, I don't know how imminently immediate they are as compared to if we don't get Jerry Maha's stuff in a week.
Yeah, I mean,
Like-
but Powell has a
And
point.
you'll know
like,
it's approaching when he comes back to kill Silas. So you'll have at least a warning.
True.
I think at the end of the day, the reason I say the way I say it is that if we had not done our scene that last night, we still would not have known that information. She still has been missing for 2 weeks, and a week with the silver nails. So like, it feels pressing because we all of a sudden got a lead for the first time, and we're really excited about it.
yeah.
But I don't know that it is pressing in the same timeline.
So we'll prioritize the goods then, but while we're at it, we'll look for clues, and potentially we can add a rescue to the end of this. So
What do you think, Tiffany?
So the only issue I'm having with Nebra at the moment is how to explain like her absence for like 4+ days to her family, because
Obligation.
yeah,
Midterms.
midterms out of city.
You quit school to go do crime.
No, like you're cramming in the library.
you guys eloped.
Oh no, let's not do that.
We went to
That could be
Vegas.
that could be the overindulgent, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Mom, you never could believe it. I got fucking married.
And the other option is you handle it when you get back.
Yeah.
Ask for forgiveness rather than permission.
Oh my god. That's how you
That's
get.
another good reason to just send the cohort out.
That's how you get grounded.
Yeah.
Look, they'll be rolling their own die, and Cole or Silas will be rolling 3 dice. And we don't even need a 6. They just need a 4 or a 5. It's a 1 in 2 chance on 3 dice. They're actually, let me ask. If we do this, Kyle, if we did this, would it be, what would the position and effect be on that roll?
Baseline. Desperate. No effect.
Okay, so we
We'd need to make 2 setups to increase the effect.
said something even usable.
One could get you to limited.
Right, but like Jeremiah's not going to be happy if we don't bring back all of her stuff.
And this is solely because there are exterior forces that would be in like the the engagement roll die modifier, right? That are
Yeah.
acting on this. As would anything, right?
Yeah.
But that is the position. I think you are free to do so if you want to, but yeah, there'll need to be some setup and manipulation there.
Still think we could do it, but I don't know that I could make my argument any better. And might have Tiffany on my side, maybe, but
I mean, I am
Silas, we get more coin this way if we actually put these people to work for us. What are we paying these people for if they don't actually go out and do jobs?
Are we?
yes.
Are we what?
Paying them?
Hey,
Yes, just not in coin, in silver, smaller money. You know they're being paid. But when we send them out, they will come back with goods that we can then sell for coin. Plus 2 coin, in fact, for however much they're worth, plus 2 more. And we'll be able to go do the other thing, which will probably also steal some shit, because that's kind of what we do, and make even more coin.
And we'll get a chance to kill all the fucking silver nails without any damn bells ringing.
So kind of
We should
unrelated
definitely fight
question,
people with a
Kyle.
whisper out in the middle of the Deathlands. Without a whisper, that sounds like a good plan for
Our
us.
whisper's there.
I don't like the idea of
No,
going out in the Deathlands on this
I
other
have
job
decided to
without
switch
whisper.
sides to be funny. I'm voting on Pal's thing. We should do Pal's thing. Done. I'm tired of it. We're doing that. The cohort's
Okay, I'm
being
tired of
commanded
it,
out
and
by.
to be funny
Nope,
or different.
the cohort is going out under Bear's command. He probably won't betray us, and we'll go ahead and do this. I'm happy to roll the command roll. Is that me?
Oh no, hold up. We need to do the setups first.
I should do the command roll.
You can do the command roll.
I have 3
So do I.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. So before we do that, Kyle, what's just an unrelated question? What's in White Hollow? Like, in general, is
It's
it?
another city, kind of like Duskfall. It's like
Do you
a
want me
lot
to
of the
read you the
interior
description of
cities
White
are known
Hollow?
for gold. Sorry.
I can read you the description of White Hollow from the World Atlas of Duskfall.
Oh, sure.
As with many of the cities in Akaros, the city is a hub of industry. Originally a small fishing town, the city grew over the years with access to coal from Duskfall and its own supplies of iron ore. As industrial manufacturing was invested in the city and developed, the city was quickly able to capitalize on its location. Drawing upon its heritage and expansive coastline, the city was able to capitalize on the construction of the ginormous Leviathan hunters. This endeavor now dominates the city. Cramped terraced housing holds a populace that toil in the factories and docks that stretch throughout the city. Constant smoke emanates from the forges and factories, polluting the very air. And as one walks through the city, you might find a workshop specializing in the giant hunting harpoons, while another might specialize in the ropes and chains that are needed in huge quantities. Each hunter vessel is constructed bespoke to the designs of its owners and can take years to complete. And even with its proximity to Duskwall, the harbors there, it's rare that captains and noble families that own these behemoths ever visit the cramped industry city.
And add to this that notable for us outside of White Hollow is one of the few still living forests which Akaros can harvest timber from.
Okay. I only ask because I'm trying to figure out a way to maybe just convince the parents that Nebra is going down to White Hollow for like a school field trip or something like that, just to justify her being out of Duskfall for that long.
Get the permission slip
That's
signed.
well, yeah. I don't know. Maybe they do permission slips, especially with current events happening. Who knows?
Okay.
But basically, that gives leeway for her to join everyone down there.
Is anyone else voting with Cole and I, or are the rest of you going for?
I'm down. Let's go. Let's
It's-
go. Let's go rescue Emmeline. I mean, I have Reese has a vested interest in that happening. So
So for setups,
Does too. But he is worried about sending cohort to get Jerry Maha's goods instead of overseeing it himself. But
He should have spoken up about that. We're doing it this way. Okay.
Silas can go down himself, and the rest stay up here.
Split the party.
Yeah.
that's a bad idea.
so for setup, I can lecture them about stuff in the wilds to make a hunt roll for a setup. Tinkering to improve the weapons that are available to them for setup. I don't know about finesse. Skirmish, teaching them how to punch ghosts. I'm not sure. I think that's a special thing and not skirmish. Attune, if anybody has, I only have 1 dot in attune. If anybody has more than 1 dot in attune, maybe using attune to like
And I do think, like,
give them a
as you
better
guys are
connection.
in the grotto doing all of this setup with the crew, I think uh, um, Bleda will kind of put her hand on your shoulder as you're given the plan and give you the yeah, remember you told me of like, and you can see the crew, they'll do it. They are not, they seem scared, right? Let's be honest with what it is. And I think Bear, wanting to prove himself to all you, will try to help with a rally, and you could take a +1D from a help action as he's like, come on, you think you want to live forever? Come on, this is what we signed up for. And he's kind of
Rico's
trying to rally them.
Roughnecks.
Right, but +1D doesn't change the position, which is why I was talking about setup rolls.
No, to your setup roll.
Oh,
okay.
okay. Alrighty.
I was just rattling through different things that people could do with their strong points. I don't know how finesse.
Yeah, and speaking of finesse, I don't know if this would count, but maybe Nebra could teach the cohort how to maximize the space on the boat or whatever they're going to be using to transport the contraband, so that they can take as much as they can at one time.
Could we give them the lightning barrier boat?
I mean,
Yeah, I think you'd have to, honestly.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's out of the that's
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, so then Reese is going to do a tinkering roll to teach them how to use the lightning barrier and how to repair it if it breaks. Should I do that roll now?
Yeah, sure. So we're taking 2 setup rolls to get us to standard effect.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. What's my position and effect? I mean, the effect is standard because it's a setup.
Yeah, standard effect. Your position will count as risky because, again, there is that fear that's holding them back.
Yeah. I mean, if we could have one person do the command, I guess that's what the command is actually doing, is helping them through that fear.
Yeah.
Well, and I think, or likewise, Reese's speech on the lightning barrier, giving them, I'm going to scientifically tell you how you're going to live through this. Easy as pie,
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Might
So I
help.
think, reassuring them that, guys, you're going to have a lightning barrier like 90% of the time. It'll be just like being at home, but you'll be on the boat. That sort of thing. All right, here comes a tinker roll, and you said that's risky.
Risky standard.
Risky
effect.
standard. Okay. All right, come on, tinker. Do me right, boy. Yeah!
So that does
Success.
increase things.
I mean, they might break the thing. That could be the complication, but as long as I get home okay, I can fix it.
All right. So the messenger is going to talk to them about like how to recognize when things are about to go bad out in the wilds. Hey, there are actually things out there that you're going to see that aren't a problem. Here's what they look like. If they're not around, there's probably something that's a problem around, and here's how you need to hightail it pretty quick. Here's how to get back. Here's how to orientate. You guys are already decent at this because you're rovers, but like, here's how to keep track in a panic. Da 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 da. Mark a place on the thing. Here's how to shoot with a scope. Give them the long rifle. Send them on their way.
Ooh.
Big money, no whammy. Well, that's the big money, no whammy.
All right, we're up to a standard effect.
Now, who's given this command roll? Is it you, Nate?
So roll once for them on the crew mode by clicking on the cohort. As we have understood, it's going to be desperate standard.
Okay, hang on. So
And
this is going to
this will
be
be, so you're rolling, this is essentially, correct me if I'm wrong, pal, you might know the rules on this a bit better, but it is like a group action the way this is handled, right? You're
Yes.
rolling your command and the tier of your cohort.
Right. So if you go to the smugglers page, you can click roll on the cohort, and then you roll on yourself. And if anybody gets a 6, we're fine. If nobody gets better than a 4 or nobody gets better than a 3, we're going to have problems and we won't know about it in time. And Jerry Maha will be very upset, but we're going to go get Emmeline. Oh, wait, do we have, there was an upgrade. No, we have elite rovers. Give them a +1. Cohort already have it handled. Fantastic. But let's see if you crit, because maybe you'll get 2 6s.
so, and I think this for Silas is he's still like, I should be there to make sure that it's going right in his mind. So he's specific about like, you need to get everything. You need to get it all back here. You needed to get all back here undamaged. If you don't, it's going to be bad for all of us. Like, this is, we are kind of trusting you.
Most inspiring speech ever.
It's very like it's very he's pretty stressed, so it's not going to be so inspiring. Like
You're stressed.
One of the things I learned as a manager was if your subordinate asks you, is there anything else, you can't tell them don't fuck up, even if it's a joke. It just doesn't land well.
No.
I'm saying that first. That's not even anything else. Number 1, don't fuck up.
All right, so yours is risky standard, I think.
His is desperate standard.
Excuse me, desperate standard.
No, this is Silas being desperate. Like, I've done so many desperate rolls.
So,
XP,
yeah,
man.
Silas getting all the XP, man. Yeah.
And no bonus die?
No, we spent our setups to improve the effect. Cool.
All right, we will take a 6, a success. I will remind you that you are in a desperate position. So you will get the goods. We will find out all about that at the end of this. I need you to roll a 1d4. A slash roll 1d4.
Okay.
Just anybody?
Yep.
All right, I got it. Oh, never mind. Woo!
Is that a 4?
It is.
Cool. We'll find out about that at the end.
Okay, now
I'm writing it down.
These are the options that could happen. Not 4 is best.
This is why we have a cohort. To go do these sorts of missions.
So the same thing we did with the Demmer sisters is we grabbed one of theirs and we held her hostage as a trade for the one of ours that they took, right?
Mm-hmm.
We could do that again, and it could just be kind of our thing.
Just go beat them up and steal their.
We take one of yours.
Steal their Deathlands gear and their horses.
Cool. we can do that. Although I don't know if any of us but Cole should be on a horse.
Well,
Um,
I mean,
Horse?
former soldier here.
oh, I'm sorry, Cole or Reese. You're quite right.
Well, what would that be, like a finesse roll?
Oh, would it?
Depends
I
on what
don't know.
you're doing
I'm
on the horse.
Maybe you need to attune with the
I
horse.
Maybe.
Or you
probably
just
but I'm looking at my stats, and that would not be reflected.
Can I tinker my horse? Is that cool?
Yes, you can. You're a physicker.
That's
That's
true.
absolutely what a physicker does.
Just, I'm gonna give him a concoction of liquids that'll make him more compliant.
A tune would really be like the Avatar way of handling a mount, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
All right,
Creep.
so we're going after Emmeline here. How are we doing this? Assault, occult, deception, social, stealth, or transport?
Or
I don't know. I think I want to make an argument that kidnapping is a social contest.
I mean, yeah.
We're unkidnapping.
Because it's going to be a negotiation. We're going to grab one of theirs.
Let's grab his kid.
Yeah. Okay. We grab some Silvernail family.
Drag him
we
into the
make a
Deathlands.
Does that sound? I don't know. We haven't done social, and I'm trying to see if that's a way that would make social work for us.
Yeah, if you're I like a negotiation could be. With social, I just need to know what the connection is.
We've kidnapped their family.
Yeah, whoever you're able to grab.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Hopefully from a fancy restaurant that they can get me an in on.
So
Again?
we're gonna kidnap a silver nail. What is everyone bringing in terms of load?
I mean,
If it's social, I'm gonna go light.
Yeah, I'll also go light.
I'm gonna go medium. Just in case.
I have already handed off the rifle and scope, which are like 3 pips. I'll go light. That gives me room for 1 armor and the pistol. Or, of course, other things as they come up.
Do you get a pistol for free?
Oh, yeah. I have a fine pair of pistols. They are, in fact, double-barrel pistols, so I can lay down a hail of gunfire because that's kind of the Hound thing.
You know what? I'm gonna go light too. Fuck it. Let's go light.
I'll go light.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone is like, for my benefit, when is this going to take place? What time of day are you aiming for?
Oh, I think sunrise. It's the easiest time to snatch people when everybody's getting up.
Sounds good.
How do you know that?
All right. So we take 1D for sheer luck. Is this operation particularly bold or daring? I'd say so, too.
Well, we are attacking a group that's higher than us, so it makes sense.
Does the plan's detail expose a vulnerability of the target or hit them when they're weakest?
We're hitting them right in the family.
Yeah, but they're currently
Yeah, I don't
moving
know what it
against
is.
that. I don't know.
I don't know. I think everyone's trying to protect themselves against this sort of thing. So
Right.
I don't think we're hitting them where they're vulnerable.
Yeah.
Can any friends or contacts provide aid or insight for this operation?
If I can find Marlene, like Marlene would not a friend, definitely a contact. But that would be
Remind me
depending.
who Marlene.
Marlene was the Iron Nail or the Silver Nail wannabe. He's an antagonist towards me, but he's yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, as an antagonist, I don't think he's going to be able to offer free help, but that might be a target of who to grab. Like you do have a connection there, might be able to track him easier than your next silver nail.
Right.
Is this operation overly complex or
Yes.
contingent on many factors? You say yeah?
Yeah, because
we have
first
to
off we'd have
find a person that's
kidnap them.
valuable to other people, to try to find those people that they're valuable to try to find the person that we're trying to find.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, we've sent off our crew to go do a mission for our boss.
And that brings
So we
us
have
down to 1.
0 backup.
Is the target strongest against this approach, or do they have defenses or preparation? Yep. Are enemies or rival interfering in this? Besides the Silver Nails themselves, no, I don't think so. Are there any other elements you want to consider? Yes, but it doesn't matter. We're at 2 dice. Take the lowest on this engagement roll.
We're gonna be in a desperate position.
Double
Just
sixes.
you called it so well. The our crew's method is to run face first into a wall.
That's what we do, man. We play with our face.
I disagree, but
Here we go.
You're
I decided
usually the
this was
face that
funnier.
hits the wall.
I'm aware.
What is it with these doubles?
I'm telling you, they changed their algorithm.
Oh my god!
Woo!
They're like, it looks like you guys were having some issue. Let's.
Yeah.
I expect to see a little clippy be like, I hear you want to do a score.
So does that
Yeah.
mean we're from a controlled position in this?
We're not. We did not get a 6.
Oh, okay.
This is a mixed result still, so we're
Risky.
in a risky position.
Risky business is all I do.
So we'll say this. Cole, where would Marlene be hanging out early in the morning just after sunrise?
I mean, previously he hung out, I think, probably at the Mustang, if he was allowed to be there. But I think there was another bar that was like that. I don't remember the name of it, but we talked about it at one point. I think in episode 1, that where the Silvernails kind of hung out as well. And he frequently was there, but he's also a prize fighter, so we could go check out like the prize, like maybe there's a prize fighter bar.
Yeah, or let's say, so we know at least 2 crews who run prize fighting, right? One is the Grey Cloaks, you fought for them,
Mhm.
and the other is Iron Hook Prison. And specifically uh Sergeant Velk, who runs a fighting pit.
All right. I think I expect Marlene's a piece of shit, so I think he got removed from the Grey Cloak fighting pits. He's no longer allowed to fight with them, so now he has to fight at the prison.
Yeah.
And so I think that's where he'll be.
Awesome. So great. So I think, yeah, early morning just after sunrise. Marlene is a piece of shit, but he wants to make a name for himself, especially if the Silver Nails are starting to distance themselves from their old holdings. So I think he's, in at the fighting pits early morning, getting ready to train, getting ready for that next fight. Going to be the next big thing as the crew head into Dunslow, which is pretty close to being the Deathlands at this point, as 3 of the lightning barriers lie tumbled in the farmlands along Reaper Street. But you see, this isn't like in the fighting pit proper. This is probably in like a yard almost outside the prison that Marlene's kind of fighting on. With a risky position, we'll say, yeah, he is kind of under watch by several of the Iron Hook guards. But he himself is not a prisoner. They're just kind of invested in what he can do as a fighter. So
Where are the fighting pits located? Are there?
Dunslow.
Oh, but they're near the prison or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, at least we're some distance from the wall. You said Reaper Street is where it's located?
Yeah, the farmlands along Reaper Street.
Okay.
And you say it's under the purview of the prisoner guard, like the guards.
Yeah, they're the ones running it, right?
Okay. Okay.
And so like this, the it is literally the prison grounds, like inside the gates of the prison. Now he's free to go, but
All right. So I'm gonna walk in, and I'm gonna take off my coat, and then I'm gonna start unbuttoning my shirt. And I'm gonna hand everything to Silas here, and I'm gonna say, "You're gonna want to bet big on this." And I walk over and I I kick a rock over at Marlene. I'm like, hey, fuckface.
Yeah, he kind of gives you a look, gives you like the two fingers or whatever, the Duskfall rude gesture is, and it just kind of gives you like, man, what you want?
Well, I was busy wheeling your mom, and I figured maybe I'd come down here and kick your teeth in again.
You want to go with me?
I look over at Velk. I mean, is he free? You want to put one on the books?
Velk is like just this ugly man, both physically and emotionally. I don't know. What was that, pal?
Temperament.
Yeah, thank you. Chewing like a big wad of like chewing tobacco, spits it on your foot, and he's like, "I don't care what you do, but I need him fighting."
I don't know, Cole. He seems like a real tough guy.
I say to
Reese.
Reese, like, he's always been a little bitch. And then I look back over at Marlene. I'm like, but if you don't want to fight, it's okay.
Yeah, so he'll pop up at that, go up to like the fence of the prison walls, and be like, "How about you come over here and say that?" And Felk has really no emotion. He's like, "I don't care what you do, but I need you fighting."
Is there a like a bookie?
Not right now. So this is like early in the morning. He was training. These fights are probably later in the evening, perhaps after curfew, because blue coats can break the laws they make.
Right. I pull 2 coin out of my pocket, and I look over at Marlene. I'm like, I got 2 coin here. Says that I kick your shit in. You got 2 coin that says you don't?
I have the money.
uh, I mean, not on me, but I could get it.
I'll lend him some money.
I look over at Velk. You covering for him? 2 coin here says that I kick his shit in.
Hell no.
No bet.
So you agree he's a little bitch then?
I'd say so. Hey,
All right, Marlene, you come with me then.
man, you want to fight? You come over here. We fight. For all the audience, and he kind of points up to like the guards who are on the balustrades of Iron Hook, with their long guns. And
I go ahead and I throw out my voice. I'm like, I got 2 coin here says I kick this guy's ass. Anyone willing to take that bet? I'm not out here fighting for free.
the prison guards look unimpressed. They're kind of feeding him to the meat grinder, so everyone's kind of like, I'm not wasting money.
Seems like
Nobody
seems
bets
like
on. Nobody
seems like no one's willing to bet on you, Marlene. Maybe you should get a different career.
What would you suggest? Maybe running a pissant outfit like yours?
No, you look like you're suited for basket making. Them little dainty hands. But you do real good at weaving the baskets real good. I'm sure some ladies can go out and pick some stuff in the fields with them.
He kind of rattles the fence a bit, and he's like, "Man, fuck you."
I go ahead and put the coins back in my pocket and I walk into the pit. Okay. I figure maybe you know where you're I mean you're a wannabe Iron Nail, Silver Nail, sorry. Silver Nail.
Wanna be nothing.
Hmm. So that they went ahead and they lifted you up from Prospect, huh? You're not just a bouncer at their bar anymore? The bar that's closed?
There's a noticeable pause. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Where you at then?
I'm right here. Where you at?
Oh, I'm right here too. But all the Silver Nails, they're out beyond the lightning barrier. They didn't take you with them?
No, they still have business in the city.
Oh, it sounds like real serious business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You taking
Left
out the
my
trash
luggage
then,
I'm
are you?
looking after it.
You taking out the trash then, are you?
Who's this guy?
He's my friend Reese. He could also kick your ass.
I'd like to see him come try. How about you put 2 coin on your boy?
You want me to put 2 coin on him? Be a waste of a bet. I'd just be
Alright,
getting
no,
my
no.
money back.
You know what? I'll take your bet here, friend, because you said that you were good for it. So here's my 2 coin. I hand it over to I look over at Silas. I'm like, Mr. Eventide, would you hold these 2 coin instead? If I kick this man's ass, he owes me 2 coin.
Yes, he does. And
I walk into the pit.
I'm a witness to that one.
also, I want to point out, like, when you gave me like your coat and stuff.
Mhm.
So I'll make this part of my load if like Kyle wants it to, but I feel like he pulls something out that's like in Indiana Jones when the German guy goes to like make the hanger, but it looks like nunchucks, and he like puts it up, and that's
Oh.
what he's holding Reese's
No,
coat on.
that's fine. I love it.
I like that a lot.
Yeah. Marlene is like, whoa. I was talking about him, your boy Reese.
Yeah, you were after, but before that, you said that you were good for it when I was trying to bet for 2 coin.
That's true. He did say that.
All right, you want to do this? Let's do this. And again, Velk's like, I need him fighting. Like, don't kill him.
What do we need to kidnap him?
Well, we just gotta get information out of him. Do that
Oh,
while he's
okay.
bloody on the ground.
All right, so I square off, and I'm gonna
Roll initiative.
see what he does.
Yeah, so this sounds something like probably a skirmish.
Mhm.
I think your position is risky. The effect standard.
Don't fuck it up.
Ooh.
Cool. Yeah. So we take the 6, flat success. So yeah, it doesn't take long. If you're being generous, you can tell he's been training a bit, but you knock him down quick.
2 coin.
I said I don't have it on me. I can get it for you. Fuck.
Yeah, we're gonna go get it right now. Come on. I go over to where his stuff is. I pick up his shirt and I throw it at him on the ground. I'm like, put your shirt on. Let's go get the fucking coin.
Cool. So yeah, I mean he can't be seen as a welcher in this town. So yeah, he will lead you back.
I look over at Velkin or Velkin. I'll be like, I'll bring him back. He'll be fighting for you. Don't worry.
He kind of gives you a nod.
As I button my shirt back up.
Oh,
I like to think I'm wearing the nice suit that that Silas bought me. So like this is my light load.
Nepper's
That's
having a
all you
very
can,
good morning.
like, I think if someone else tried to like hand him Silas to like hold clothes like that, like if it were a servant, he was like, "Oh no, this is the nice stuff." So I'm gonna.
held onto the jacket for him. Nice.
Yeah.
So
All right.
we walk him off, and I'm happy to let other people talk to him or whatever.
Yeah, he's gonna lead you into Coleridge. I think he's probably a Brixton boy. So yeah, he leads you into the heart of Coleridge, and Brixton is like almost like a Kowloon walled city in just like level of density of apartments that make up this residential area in the heart of otherwise industrial zone. And through the twisting and narrow corridors, he leads you to a very modest apartment. And is like, all right, it's in here. I'll go grab it.
I'll go with him. I'll go with you.
I thought you'd say that. All right. On you go. You enter his house, and you clearly see on the table was the shotgun he was probably planning on grabbing if you hadn't followed him. But he kind of goes to kind of a flower jar marked with the Ministry of Preservation seal, and starts filing through that.
I pick up the shotgun and I unload it. I put the shells in my pocket and I close it back up and set it back on the table.
And yeah, with flowered hand, he comes over and gives you 2 coin, and it's like, "You're robbing me of my life savings, man," as he kind of like goes to grab like a piece of dead rat or whatever serves as meat to throw on his bloodied eye.
It's not called robbing when you're gambling, son. Maybe you shouldn't have made a bet. Or maybe you should have learned to fight.
Maybe you shouldn't have let us into your house.
As like the messenger locks the door. And actually, I take the coin.
Excellent creepy child moment. Yes.
Yeah, I take the coin and I rinse it off and I dry it off and I put it in my pocket. I assume everyone's in the house at this point.
Yeah,
go-
poor
I-
Marlene, not the smartest tool in the shed.
I go back over to the shotgun and I crack it back open and I load both shells back in and I do it. So we got some questions for you, Marlene.
Yep, I'm starting to gather that.
And
You're not as dumb as you look.
Have a seat.
He does.
I gesture to my friends. I've done my part, I think, in this intimidation.
I did the beating.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
you.
Now you guys.
So, you silver nails, and it's
Man, I'm
gonna
not a
be-
silver nail. Total reversal of the story. Man, no, I hang out with them sometimes. I'm not with them. If you have a problem with them, that's not me.
I told you. He's
if
a
you're not
wannabe.
with them, you're going to be less useful to us, dude. And like that changes the way this conversation ends.
Yeah, we just said we
Now he
wanted
shuts
information
up.
out of you. We held up a shotgun in your direction. We said we want some information, and you just said, "I ain't got no information. You can shoot me in the face." That's what you just said there, mate.
This is excellent bedside manner.
That's how it is in Scotland.
No, that's how it is on the battlefield, you prick.
So, Mr. I'm not with the silver nails. The silver nails took our friend. We need to get her back. We figure we'll take a couple silver nails and see what we can do. So, if you're not a silver nail, then the best way for you to be useful to us and walk out of here is to tell us how we can get them.
How about you give me a roll, messenger?
Give me
The command, or is this a?
I think that's going to be sway.
Sway. Yeah.
Yeah. Tell me what my position and
Well, I think your position has to be controlled.
That makes sense.
I think the effect will be standard.
Can I help
I can also
him?
help.
Yeah, I can help as well. Well, I mean, if you want to go from the intimidation angle, you can help. Or I can, hit him with some sort of chemical to make him more truthful.
I mean, I feel like I'm holding a shotgun and I just kicked his face in. Like
All
That's
right.
true.
If you want to do the help, go for it.
Okay. So, one stress to you and a help to me, and really can't afford to push myself because I've done that a bit and we've got a lot more to do. And maybe I shouldn't have been the one to speak up since I only have one dot in sway, but here we Here we are.
At 1 in 4 chance of both of them failing, it happens.
If you're gonna shoot me, you're gonna shoot me. Now, I hope it doesn't come to that. But I'm being honest when I say, yeah, I've hung around with them. I wanted to be a part of them, but I was born here. I'm not part of their company. I did not fight with them in the war. They saw me as something other, They let me hang around. Yeah, I was a useful bouncer. I did some jobs for them. But I'm telling you, if you have a problem with them, they do not care enough about me for this to work. Please don't shoot me.
Okay. Who do they care about then? Names, families, locations. You got them. They all came to the bar, didn't they? Someone's sister brought them dinner. Someone's wife, someone's mother, someone's brother. Names.
No, man. These I mean, sure, yeah, some might have had some family, but they were all a part of that organization. It was a mercenary company, you know.
Mhm.
These guys have been together since the beginning, so anyone that was tied to them moved in that circle. And yeah, you know, some folks came to the bar, but and they're not here anymore. They're like ghosts.
Hmm. So what it sounds like to me is you don't have any good information. See, from your position, you should be wanting to help us as much as possible, so you don't end up with a 3-foot hole in your chest.
What do you want me to do? Lie to you and you come back and kill me anyway? I'm telling you, I don't know. If I did, you have a gun to my face. I would sing like an Aruvian songbird, but this is not the position I find myself in. I don't know. Yeah, I wanted to run with them. I wanted to be a part of them. One day, poof, they're gone. Some still come back to the Mustang every now and again. It seems like they're moving everything out.
Where? You had to have overheard a conversation
Did they
here or
give you a
there.
way to contact them?
No, man, I got the distinct impression if it weren't for bouncing, they had no more use of me.
Well, if you're in a bar, people are drinking, people are talking, you had to have heard a damn thing at least once.
No. People came. They drank. Not these guys, though.
Now,
I don't think I've ever seen them touch anything like that. These guys. There's something else.
now you said are they still actively moving stuff out of the Mustang?
I think so.
They
I
were
still see
last night.
Duhan every now and again.
Hmm.
So it stands that we could possibly meet one of them there.
Well,
Maybe.
I take the gun off of him. I'm like, all right. The business between you and I, it's over. All right. You know that I can kick your ass. You held a chip on your shoulder for a long enough time. It's done. You looking for a job? Well, I think pretty soon we might end up reopening the Mustang once the silver nails are out, and we could potentially use a bouncer.
Yeah, that'd be good.
All right. I take one of the coin back and I put it on the table. I'm like, this is your wages up front. You don't fuck with me and I don't fuck with you, okay?
Yeah, agreed.
Hey, maybe wise up too.
yeah, don't let people in your house. It's a bad idea.
He doesn't say anything. He just nods like, yeah, today was a bad day.
Good luck in the fighting pits, boy. Hope you learn to throw a punch here and there.
All right, are we just jumping people at the must? Sorry, go ahead, Charles.
No, yeah, no, you're good. I was gonna like say one last thing, which is like, if you're tired of fighting over with Velk and his piss ants, go talk to what's the guy's name at the Grey Cloaks?
Nessa. Oh no,
Not Nessa.
Hutch.
Hutch, yeah.
Hutch. Go talk to Hutch. Tell him I sent you. Tell him I said to give you a second chance, huh?
Yeah, yeah. No. Thanks for all this. You
But
know.
don't go try
You're
rigging the fights
welcome.
again.
Yeah.
All right.
Right, as we walk out, I say, "Could you believe that? Break into a man's house, point a gun at his face, and he's taking you to leave." What a
That was
day!
uncharacteristically charitable of you, Cole. Are you feeling all right?
I'm holding the shotgun still. I'm feeling fine. But
Kept it.
yeah, I kept the shotgun. I'm not gonna give a man a gun that I just
Yeah.
took money from.
And if
I might
we
be
are about
terrible.
to
I'm not
become
dumb. Yeah.
pub owners, then we will need starting employees.
Right. If basically we're already stretched a little thin with how much territory we've taken. With the nails pulling out, we're gonna be stretched even more thin, perhaps. Uh, he's a piece of shit, but he's not an idiot completely. So
Well, it sounds like we only have really one option left. Gotta go look at the Mustang, see if we can scout out some individuals coming in and out. Maybe we could follow them home. Grab
can
them
try.
there.
I mean, we could also just go talk to the Aruvian consulate and see what they can come up with.
They're the Severosi consulate?
Severosi consulate, yeah, Severosi consulate. Not
You
the
just want to kidnap people straight out of the consulate?
I mean, there's the Aruvians, and
Never that face.
last I heard, all of those all there was some of the nails were tied to the consulate as well. So
Well, if you ever wanted to start a war with the whole country, that's one way to start.
This is the consulate we robbed in the first session, right?
Oh my god, it is.
so we know how to get in.
It'll be Nebra's first time.
Yeah, Reese's too.
Because that's where we like had that. Oh my god.
And we also fucked up their horses with glass.
I don't think they like us.
But we got the thing. All right.
All right.
Next.
So the plan is then either we're breaking into the consulate, or gonna scout the Mustang and hope somebody shows up and can follow them home. One of them's gonna
I'm-
take all day. The other we can do right now.
It's relatively safer to go to the Mustang, but we're still chancing whether or not someone shows up. Where the consulate has Severosi there, but it will be potentially more dangerous.
Well, we ran our face into a wall once already. Let's do it again.
You know, I do think to myself whenever we're faced with a choice of what would the Nighthawk do, and then I do the opposite. But also, I think to myself, what's our reputation say? And we're ambitious and brutal. Going in and taking hostages from the consulate sounds fucking ambitious and brutal.
Yep. What if we grab hostages that aren't Silvernails?
I mean,
I
they
assume
might.
someone eventually will lead us to Silvernails.
Yeah,
Just
and
keep
I
taking hostages till we find one.
safe to assume that even if we don't get a nail specifically, that they would want to back up their people.
I mean, oh yeah. All right. Cool. Good plan.
I mean, that dipshit last night was, stupid enough to tell us that they had Emmeline, so they had to see this coming. If they didn't, they're stupid.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. They said that they would set up a meeting with us, but we're not willing to wait for that. So
We're a bit
Let's
too,
go.
we're a little bit too much of in a
ambitious and brutal.
hurry. There we go. All right, hey, you fellas broke in here before. Why don't you show us how to get in there?
All right. Well, I mean, it's mid-afternoon, so I mean, you head into Charter Hall. The Severosi consulate is open. It's a public building.
It's
It is, of
afternoon.
course, as you know, the reason you hit it the night you did was it wasn't guarded by the Imperial military. Now, the presence has been reduced a bit because of other things going on in the city, but it is still guarded by the military, who you pass on your way in.
Let's look for rings.
Right next door to where your father is currently running his consulate.
Mm-hmm.
They just let
Do
us
we run
walk
into
in?
him in the street?
No, nothing like that.
Dang.
Let's look for rings.
Hmm.
Has anyone got more than 2 dots in survey? Or more than 1 dot in survey?
I think I do.
I mean, if the Nighthawk were here, we'd be good to go. He's got
I've
plenty of
2 dots
survey.
in survey. So I can survey the. I'm looking for rings, am I?
Yep.
Okay.
Silver nails.
What's my position?
I think we'll say risky.
Okay.
No effect.
Oh,
Yeah, it's maybe they're not wearing their rings in the consulate.
Does the Sephirosi consulate have a records room that is publicly available that never could
believe
look
so,
up
yeah.
names?
Hmm.
Okay.
This is when we let Nebra do her thing, and that's how we succeed because she still knows what she's doing.
Jesus.
So you heard
Okay,
it. It's
so
all on you to succeed the mission here.
great. That's great. So yeah, so Never's just going to try to find any kind of just information about the Silver Nails, specifically like named members, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. You can take a +1D to this, as this is Charter Hall, if with the caveat that you're going to add a +1 heat to the crew.
Oh, that thing.
do it.
We're at 4 heat right now, so
We're fine.
I
We
mean,
can
if y'all
always
are
reduce
cool
it.
with it.
Well, we're
Okay.
on a job, so the heat will go down by 2.
Okay. All
On
right.
4,
I'll
rather.
take that then. Yeah.
Okay. So everyone just right
So 1
now
heat.
just add a pip of heat.
Okay.
Now we'll do.
Pip. Good. Yeah, that is a pip, isn't it?
And I'll do my favorite study roll. What's my position and effect?
Here, as you said, public records. I think control standard.
Okay. There we go.
Cool. We'll take the 5, a success with a complication. So, yeah, you learn first just a general overview of the Silver Nails, which have a reference in there. This was a mercenary company that was seconded to the Empire when they invaded Scoveland in the Unity War, uh, and their reputation is fearsome. Uh, they come from an area of Scotland where generally they live outside the lightning barriers, riding the Deathlands on their cavalry, um, and are experts at Deathlands survival, navigation, fighting. It seems like all of them, there is a reverence to them. Like all of them have mystical power when it comes to fighting specifically ghosts.
Okay.
You see that they are backed. Like this is getting into some of like maybe the Severosi had wished they had classified this a bit deeper, but like they are close with the Imperial military,
Okay.
the sailors, and yes, the consulate. To the point where some money from the military has gone to them, but that does make sense. They're a mercenary outfit first and foremost before kind of going to crime.
Mm-hmm.
They've had a lot of run-ins, and the consulate had to do a lot of cover-up um, in regards to some strained relations with both the Scoveland consulate, the Scoveland refugees, and the Grinders, a Scoveland gang. Um, Also, the Circle of Flame, which there's not much reference as to why, and some payments have been made to the Spirit Wardens to look the other way on some things. Their leader is Suresh, uh, who has been the leader since the Silver Nails formed as this mercenary organization. He is bold, brash, defiant. Our soldiers may have heard legend of him as like uh, a Deathlands force made manifest in this war, like a force of nature rather than a man. And then Tuhan, which is a name that Marlene referenced, is their lead scout. bold,
Okay.
cunning, and charming.
And then those are the only two names that pop out.
Yeah, only ones kind of on public record.
Okay. So I'll share the information with the rest of the crew.
And sorry, that's complication. One of the attaches to the consulate enters the record room, sees all of you, and oh, excuse me, might I help you with something?
Um, actually, yes. I was looking into information about the silver nails. I don't know if you have any recommendations on any other resources I could look at. From purely
Oh,
from a research standpoint.
yeah, roll me something, Nebra.
Okay.
To this is to this will be like a sway maybe or a consort to get this guy to not become suspicious of you.
Dispel
Okay.
the suspicion.
So I can do a consort. What would the position effect be at this point if I rolled consort?
Desperate standard.
Desperate standard. Okay.
Oh,
XP.
more good desperate rolls.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and push myself to get an extra die. See how it goes.
All right, we'll take the 6. Um, I do know that they used to hang out at a location in night market, a saloon. Um, though
Mhm.
their interest has shifted into the lands beyond the lightning barrier.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, well,
Uh,
rumor has it
oh.
that and he kind of nudges up to you like he's super excited to share secrets. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
and this is just between us.
Of course, of course.
But apparently there are vast riches out in the Lost District. And who better than the Silver Nails to capitalize on these riches?
Oh. What kind of riches are we talking here?
Oh, before the district was lost to plague and the ravages of the Deathlands, it once held the Duskfall Reserve, primary bank not just of the city, but of the Imperium. Back when
Ooh.
Leviathan trading was booming. Uh, when the plague came in, they locked a lot of the victims in the vault. They might still be there, but
Right, right,
they are there with a lot of coin.
right. And the silver nails, I heard that they are very gifted with handling spirits. Or am I wrong?
Yes, indeed, I heard they cleared out the entirety of the Lost District.
Wow. That's very impressive.
Oh, they are the best.
Do you know of any personally?
Uh, not in a familiar way. I've seen some come and go. They do
Mm-hmm.
have a reverence among the Severosi people. They um, they follow the old teachings and do a lot to maintain our cultural identity in a time that it is being erased by.
Right, right. We know who's doing it. Don't. I don't. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out if there's anything else I can get from this guy, but it doesn't look like it.
Who
Um,
knows? Who does he know who is important to the Silver Nails? Surely there are people outside the organization. They can't be entirely self-sufficient, can they?
so I was asking because I'm doing a school project on the different cultures, and I was hoping that I could maybe interview one of the Silver Nails.
You do know, my dear, they are violent folk.
Are they? Is that? Are they actually violent, or is that what the Imperium wants you to think? Because I feel like sometimes the Imperium wants to think that we're all savages, you know?
Um,
And that could always be true.
Savage they are not. Violent,
Right.
I think the Imperium has it right on this point. However, I was once a budding academic myself. Um,
Oh,
I could maybe have be able to arrange an interview or something with one of their member who's maybe more uh, prone to polite conversation.
oh, that would that would be actually wonderful.
Should I take
And I
your
guess
contact information?
yeah, I was going to say Nebra will we'll just jot down her name and stuff and hand that over and
Yeah, what address are you given?
um I'll actually give the address to I'll just say the Rubian consulate because she does do an internship there. You'll find me at the consulate. I do some work there. It's probably easier than trying to find me at home.
I will pass word along.
Thank you very much. You've been most helpful.
Yeah. So I think with that 6, this will work. You'll be able to meet up with a Silver Nail. That's going to take a couple days' time.
Right.
Uh,
Sure.
are there other things you guys want to do in the meantime? Is that going to be what you rely on?
Kill Bill Hooks, get money.
Well, while that's going down, we could also like, you know, do a long range survey of the Mustang and see if we can find somebody sooner. Also, who's to say we're not just gonna end up meeting with Suresh anyways? So
Yeah.
That's
what the
entirely
individual
true.
is that we're meeting with. Um, so yeah, we could do sort of take those two or 3 days that it's gonna take for whoever we're gonna talk to show up. Then we can do some other investigation while that's going on.
Cool. So how are you going to approach the Mustang? Is this by stealth, or are you kind of going to push your weight around?
Well,
Um,
we probably want to keep a good distance. So like, if we could, find a perch that's because we're already in night market anyways, right? So if we could find a perch where we could see the Mustang, but we don't have to be right outside of it, that would be ideal. Messenger, you're probably best at finding those sorts of things.
I mean, so the Mustang's just a bar.
Yeah.
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 Bar in stable.
All right.
Do you know exactly where it's located?
Yeah, it's
It's on the northern tip of the night market.
yeah, Chicory Lane, I think, is the street.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's on Chicory Lane and Kirby's Boulevard.
And as a customer,
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's way up there. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
just to observe from that vantage point.
Oh.
Well, it's closed, so going in as a customer is a bit weird.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
Okay. I don't think they're just going. I don't think they're that disciplined. I don't think they're that hardcore. I bet I can pick up a trail that starts around the Mustang and leads somewhere else. Someone's got friends. Because the regular trail is going to be the one that goes right out into the Deathlands, right?
Well, it leads into the water because they had a boat right there.
Sure. Goes out to the Deathlands. But somebody is going and seeing other people. Is that what you mean, Peter? Track down?
Yes. So like they're still loading stuff up and moving. Essentially, if we If somebody's still in town packing the place up, they have to be staying somewhere nearby, right?
Right, but they're expecting trouble with that. That's when they had me scoped before, right?
Yeah.
But we can look around there and make a tracking check.
Yeah, I mean,
to-
I'm like, this is just an initial idea. I'm handing it off to you because you're the hunter. So
I'm
go for it.
I'm building it up and bringing it back to the group to track and see if we can find somebody from their group who doesn't follow the rules as tightly and goes off to see an adoring fan or a lover or their mom or whatever,
Sure. I'm
or a
down with
very
that.
good friend they made.
I'm down with that idea.
That works.
So I think if someone could do a consort role to set me up, just talking with people in the neighborhood to find out when they aren't there.
That's not gonna be my
I can do that.
my forte. So it's up
Well,
to you.
let's start with this. Kyle, what the messenger wants here is for them not to know that he's looking. He doesn't want to be scoped again because that's pointless. Like if they know what we're doing, then we're not going to be able to use the information. So I want them to not know, and I want to find somebody who's wandered off and track that down.
Yeah.
What would my position and effect be? And we'll figure out which we'd like improved.
It's going to start at desperate, resolving around the you not wanting to be found, and limited for their ability to hide from you.
Okay. So if someone can consort around the neighborhood to find out, like, just talk to people and find out someone saying, "Oh yeah, sometimes sometimes they don't go straight to and from. Sometimes someone goes off this way." That gives us a starting place to improve the effect from limited.
Okay. So on you, Silas.
Yeah, so I can do that, and that'll be me helping you, or
Yeah,
Setup.
Setting up.
roll.
setting up. Okay. Yeah, so I'll do that, and it'll be me, sort of like going around the neighborhood asking around, but like from the veil of, I see that this place is, people are moving out of this place. I kind of want to buy it, make it a good place again, and so
Yeah.
when
So for your setup role, it's going to be a risky position, limited effect, as these are people who might still be paying the silver nails.
all right,
All right, we take the 5 to up your position to limited, right? Or to standard, rather.
Yep. Well, kind of, because I'm actually working at less effect, so then I'm going to push myself to get it up to standard. But it is desperate and standard now.
Wait, what did the setup do then?
So I'm at reduced effect, so it
Because
was
he's
at
been
limited, but I would be rolling at no effect. So he bumped it up to limited, and now I'm bringing it up to standard effect
Why would you be rolling at no effect?
because I have a level 2 injury that counts as a level
Oh,
1
I see.
injury.
I see.
What did I get? Cut up. I got cut up.
Okay. Makes
Stop
sense.
it.
Woo.
6.
Woo!
Yeah, I think. All right, so these guys seem to master their vices to some degree. But I think the messenger was right onto something. All right, if they're moving into the Deathlands, if there's a big score out there somewhere, how are they surviving until that score pops off? And again, people are kind of hush hush. Silas, you notice this. A lot of them don't want to get involved and are feeling very awkward being between you and them. But they do tell you 2 things. One, that Tuhan regularly comes into the city, more recently after curfew, and you can kind of take it that he was probably the individual that Reese, the messenger, and Cole spoke with. This is the lead scout of this mercenary company. They also mention a man named Kawashi Magoro. He is not someone who is listed as like higher up leadership, but he is someone who routinely comes into town to collect essentially tithes for back up to the silver nails. And with some, buttering up from Silas, you get that he is in town right now, somewhere close by in this night market area. Probably looking to leave soon before he runs afoul of you guys.
What a shame. What a goddamn shame. All right, and we're tracking him down with that. And we know where
Yeah.
he is.
Yeah, and I think yeah, it takes a while of kind of looking through the street, but yeah, you see him kind of going door to door, and it seems like a lot of this is coming down to like extortion, right? Protection money.
Okay. Should we try the good old Cole just jumps the guy thing, or the ambush snatch and grab, or how do we want to do this?
I mean, I feel like ambush, smash, and grab, sneak up on him, and yeah.
Who is best at kidnapping? Is it
Uh,
about sneaking up on someone? Is it about surprising them? Is it about hitting them over the head real hard?
Yeah, I mean, I can grab and wrestle them.
Yeah.
I can knock him out with the syringe.
All right. Sounds like we have a roll and help.
Sure.
So yeah,
So
you want to do a...
Reese takes the stress.
Yep, I'll take the stress. That's 2 stress, right?
No, just one for helping.
Just 1 for helping. Okay.
Risky standard.
Yeah, he doesn't see you coming. I'll actually give you a controlled standard.
And then help bumps it up to great.
Or a +1D.
Or a +1D.
It wasn't a setup, it was a help, right?
Oh, you're right. It was a help. Never mind. So,
we take the 6. You got the guy. Doesn't know what hits him. He's in Cole's arms.
He's hugging him.
I drag him into like the alleyway or whatever.
Well, I mean, this is our territory. We probably have little safe houses around, right?
Yeah, and people, it's our territory. People probably won't fuck with us while we're doing something.
It's just there's a boarding house. They're part of our turf. They just keep one room for us.
Mm-hmm.
We just take them in there. Maybe
Alright.
sometimes some members of the crew like crash there. Maybe sometimes they're entertaining guests. Maybe sometimes someone's running a small game of chance in there. But it's for Nighthawk's use, right? That's how safe houses work.
Let's tie his ass to a chair and gag him up, and we'll start questioning him.
Well, do we need? What are our questions, by the way? Are we just jumping straight to you're the one, we are going to trade you for our friend?
Well, we'll see if we can get some information out of him first.
That's true. What? Okay. Do we have questions other than that lead to answering that? But
I mean, where they are.
Where's Suresh?
I think could be.
Where's Emmeline? How do you contact your folks? And then, oh, by the way, you're a hostage. Or a bargaining chip, as it were.
So is he gagged, or is he free to speak?
I did not gag him, so unless the group wants to do that, it's just.
But you are tying him to a chair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we don't want him to fight back.
He allows himself to be tied up without much fuss, and it was like, your organization does seem to enjoy making enemies, where none need be. Suresh told me about you, that you were brutal. Very good.
what do you mean where none need be? You're holding one of our members.
An interesting perspective that you have. One could say, we stopped one of your members from dying. One could say, you should be thanking us for our service.
And if you had brought her back home, then we would be. But instead, you took her out into the Deathlands.
and didn't
This
tell
is where
us.
this is where the help was located. Otherwise, she'd die in that sty. Did you see the way she was living?
It's not. You can't sell it like you were helping us if you didn't tell us you had her. Like,
Hmm.
you
Perhaps
had her?
we were waylaid en route. Perhaps it was on the agenda.
Were you?
Yes.
Your dishonesty demeans us both. You could do better. At least come up with a better lie.
Is no lie.
Well, that's very unfortunate. Because the very first thing you need to do, if you are taking a member of another organization in, is let them know you have them. Otherwise, they do the very reasonable thing and think you're kidnapping them, especially when she's been kidnapped before.
Hmm. Not our problem. This before.
It's very much your problem. See, being the person tied to a chair, it's very much your problem, bye.
So, we'd like to make an exchange.
Oh, yes. I see that you would. I
Great.
think you can have your person back. I think Suresh wants nothing more than to make that arrangement.
Well, then we'll treat you nice
But it
until we
won't
get
be
her
for
back.
me.
Who
It
then?
won't be for you.
No.
Why not?
Who then?
What is the game here that you have? You try to give me back to the Silver Nails. They say no. What then? You kill me. Make a message. We kill your friend. What if you let me go? And I tell Suresh and the others how I was treated when we are still caring for your lost member. That might not be so good for her.
Does he look like he's in a
What do you
position
mean
where
how
he
you were
thinks he can
treated?
throw
I
threats?
haven't cut you yet.
I'm sorry. This is friendly conversation. This is how business partners work.
You
Oh,
haven't
I
been
forgot
doing
who I was dealing with.
Then you haven't been doing business for very long, then, have you, bye?
Again, if you'd told her you had us, you told us you had her, it would have been a business situation. But what it comes down to is not for you. They won't trade her for you. If we need to go get another person and then have them play this messenger role saying we've got you, then okay, cool. But you're a bag man. You're being trusted to collect money. You're not nobody.
Yes. We lose some money. This is unfortunate. We have plans to make more.
You lose
Yeah,
someone who
we've
is
also-
trusted to hold money. You're not going to be able to convince me you're shit. We know you're not shit because they let you hold the money.
Oh, yes. There may be tears at my passing. And he'll look at you, Cole. Soldiers, and Reese, right? Like, probably more Cole because of reasons, but um, soldiers die in war. This is what it is. Always has been for us.
Prisoner exchanges happen in war too. Do you really
Yes.
think you're a soldier on the battlefield here and not so much maybe an operative working in a complicated environment? Lots of
You are not
exchanges
from
there.
around here, so I do not know your ways and your way of thinking. Perhaps you have been polluted by the Akarosi way of thought. Small-mindedness. You see people, you see money. The Severosi have their mind on something bigger. The people. People die. People come, people go. Suresh wants something bigger. He has plans for you. And you will get your girl back. Should an arrangement be made. I mean, I'm assuming this theory, this ideation I have of how things plays out is changing every moment I am here.
What is Suresh's plan?
He's got a job for you. Use the girl as collateral. You get her back, you pull the job for us, and maybe, I don't know, cement business relations. We have been very kind about what we have left for you in our passage.
Yeah, but like that wasn't a negotiated thing. If you just come up to someone and you give them a sandwich and then you take their right arm and say you'll give it back to them after they do some work for you, this is not the way people want to be treated.
Yeah, what
Then the
kind
next
of?
person
Perhaps
comes up and takes their
negotiations work
left arm.
different on Severos.
Yeah, it sounds like you don't negotiate at all. You just kind of do whatever the fuck you want.
If we accept that kind of treatment, everyone's going to be treating us that way, and we'll end up like, well,
Yes, this is embarrassing for you. I would not let many people know. But if you do, let them know it was Silver Nails. Maybe they understand.
Al, you're doing a great job. You want to get hurt? You're really good at being infuriating. I just want to know, is it about getting hit?
You hit me if this helps your friend.
Yes, I hit you if that helps my friend. That's what we're trying to
No,
figure
he
out.
says that to
Is
Cole.
how much to hit you.
Yeah.
All
What
right.
was that? Oh, okay.
How do you want this announced? What makes sense to you? Tell us how you think this should go, and then we'll figure out how we want it to go.
Ooh.
You can put the first idea up on the board. You do this, right? You write ideas up?
Yeah.
You do
Yeah.
right.
This has become much difficult for you. You let me go. I tell Suresh that you kidnapped me off the street after, again, everything we have done. Maybe he forgives you. He still wants you for something. This is the whole reason we have looked after your girl. Free of charge, sparing no expense. But you
Except
did,
the expense of telling us you had her.
yeah, you did insult us in the way you claim we insult you. So, we Silver Nails, not a forgiving people. You kill
Noted.
me. I don't know. Is the mission that important that Suresh, in his anger, doesn't kill your friend? This is difficult. Suresh, ooh, wild card.
Cool. I think we might need two of them.
Yeah,
You
you're
want
not
to try
wrong.
with one, or should we get another?
Yeah, let's get another.
Bring all the gang. I would love to have company.
Out
Are
of
you
character.
familiar with the Dimmer sisters? By any
Yes.
chance?
Who isn't in this town?
Well, they also have a vested interest in Emmeline. And they will
Yeah.
go to great lengths to get her back.
This
Those
is
like-
unfortunate for the both of us. Because before this is over, I think they will have a problem with you as well.
Have you heard of Lord Skurlock?
Ah, the vampire.
He's a demon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Demon,
see,
actually.
that's what I thought.
No, he's a demon.
Yeah. So apparently he's going around telling people that if he doesn't get Emmeline back, he's going to destroy the entire city.
Ah, it is unfortunate. You will lose a lot of money. The Silver Nails. We have a plan. Lightning barriers fail. We ride on.
So the position.
Right on.
So
Right in the middle of a storm of refugees, because you're not the only ones who are going to want to go somewhere. You'll be looking at oh goodness, the military's right here. There's all these.
Oh, yes, our friends. You are familiar.
Yeah. Right. However, here's the thing. They've got their own people to look after, and it's going to look real attractive for them to take your supplies if this city falls. They'll take everything you have and throw you to the wind, just like they've done every other non-Akarosi military unit they've used. They haven't got to you with that yet, and they probably wouldn't, except if they need to protect all the fancy people in this town who, for whatever reason, the military likes better than you. And if this town falls, it'd be very unfortunate for you as well. You ride off? Sure, until they catch you, because you have food and guns and supplies that they need.
Yes. And the ghosts, which they have difficulty with. The Silver Nails do not.
A city full of whisperers trying to make their way. I'm sure the military isn't going to have trouble pulling up new content or new talent.
Should we just drop him off with either the Demon Sisters or Skylock?
We can't really drop him off with Skurlock.
Sure we can. You said the door was open.
So you have chosen death for your friend.
Nah, I think Skurlock looks after you. He wants
No,
her back too.
We're doing exactly what you did. We're treating you as you treated us.
I hope it plays out in your favor. She seems like a very sweet one, that one. Maybe make a silver nail of her own.
You see what this fucker doesn't realize is we don't really need him to get the fellas over here, you know? Really, you're a bargaining chip, and you just admitted you're not a bargaining chip, so we don't really need you.
I mean,
I would agree.
they don't. The Silvernails have the same interest we do in proving that their people can't be fucked with. Killing him escalates things. They've only kidnapped her so far.
Well, you're not
Is
gonna
this
know
in
that.
character? Or,
Yeah, this is in character. Sorry,
You
that's.
keep on using this word. Kidnap. She would have died had we left her. We helped you.
Oh, I totally get you. You kidnapped her with medical care, but you didn't tell anyone, and you haven't let her go, so it's still kidnapping. And you've even said he's holding her in assurance so that we do a job. This is still kidnapping.
Yeah.
What?
At the very least, it's blackmail.
Why am I arguing semantics with someone who is clearly an enemy of communication itself?
Someone who's got a real high opinion of himself. This fella right here.
You even read periodicals?
Do you read? Period.
We've established they can read and write.
They can he?
Oh, that might be true.
I don't bother myself with the musings.
So he
These
can't.
people.
Yeah.
Yep, fine. Sure you don't. I don't think you get this good at being obstinate about language without at least some bothering with the musings. I kind of like the idea of, well, I kind of like the idea of handing him off to Skurlock. The Dimmer Sisters do have a very specific, you need to solve this, it's your problem thing, don't bother us again. But Skurlock, he was the one that, like, give her back so I don't destroy the city. So I think they get more of a thing with him, be like, hey, Skurly boy.
Well, so the reason I mentioned the Dimmer Sisters is that, presumably you know where your friends are, right, out in the Deathlands.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, and he's not going to tell us.
Suresh is out now, but he will return.
Yeah,
We don't-
but
Are you saying he's the only one who could make a deal for you?
Yes.
Hmm.
He is our commander. You must understand this, he says to Cole.
understand.
We all have our roles to play. Perhaps this is lost on you, he says to the messenger.
Many things are.
It's like it's like a military hierarchy thing, messenger, if that makes sense.
Lots of things go right over my head.
Literally and figuratively, yes.
But I'll put it in terms you can understand, friend. I'm not in charge, so I don't get to make the decision. If it were me, I would probably let you go, and we would figure it out. But you took one of our bosses, and so that's not very good.
That's actually a good point. What would you guys do if someone took Skurlock?
Suresh.
Oh,
That's great.
We would wait for the ruin. that the terror of the wasteland would rot on those who deign disrespect him in such manner. This ghost does not get caught. It allows itself to be in one's presence.
Oh, okay. Suresh is a god. I get that. Cool.
I heard ghost.
Yeah.
Well, now I don't know. I didn't tell them what happened to the guy that I delivered to the Dimmer sisters.
I forgot you
Oh,
delivered a
now
guy to
should I
the
admit
Dimmer
it to
sisters.
the Dimmer sisters?
The whisper, the red sash whisper.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I forgot about that. Silas, you bastard.
He got taken care of.
Uh-huh.
No,
They're like, yeah, we
No.
don't need this one. He's not
no
good
bells,
enough.
or no bells either. So.
While I was leaving, there was a
There was a bell, yeah.
Oh yeah, no crows. Just bells.
Oh yeah.
Alternatively, we hold him until we talk to Suresh.
Mm-hmm. Make it an even trade.
He'll be our guest. I'll go get some fine wine, some good food. We'll make sure he's very comfortable.
Now we are talking. These are the things I could tell Suresh.
Oh,
I would have expected better from you, Lord Eventide.
Well, okay. And as he says that, he pulls out a fine bottle of whiskey that he just always keeps on him because he does. Doesn't even cost Kit, and hands it to him.
Now we are talking like civilized folk. Yes. I drink to you, the Nighthawks
It
of
just
Night
took us.
Market.
It
Actually,
took us a
that's-
minute to
that's-
get the language right. I think, right?
Yes, yes. A translation error, I think the clerks call it.
Hmm.
It is different. Severosi accent is strong. Maybe you did not recognize.
Probably not.
I must say I don't have the opportunity to do business with many Severosi.
Out of character, what the hell just happened?
We decided to be friends.
You guys are amazing.
Because being enemies didn't work in that moment, so we were bored with it.
Draw more flies with sugar than vinegar, I guess. I don't know, whatever.
When is I go ahead and I uncork it for him and I undo one of his hands. When is Suresh getting back in town? And I pour.
The ghost who walks the wasteland, he comes and goes of his own accord. It is hard to track his movements unless he makes them known, but I would expect no longer than a few days' time, end of week.
Whoa. Looks like we're having a bit of a slumber party until then, aren't we?
I do hope that the accommodations are more refined than this, Mr. Eventide.
Trying to think of where I'd allow him to stay.
No. He doesn't leave here. We just bring fixtures to him. There's no reason to be seen walking this guy around.
I'll make
Yeah.
sure that you are properly furnished.
Bring him have a nice bed moved in, a table. There'll be a manacle because we don't underestimate him and we respect him as a dangerous person. Entertainment?
I do like the girls.
Noted.
That can be provided.
Are
I mean, this is a social engagement, man. This is what you
no,
wanted.
Sorry, you're absolutely right. No, I was just going back to the last time we involved the girls and what happened to
Oh, yeah.
Silas. And I'm
Listen,
like,
if he knows the consequences of his own actions when it
no.
comes to
You can also hire different workers.
yeah, but I know them.
But I know them,
I have the coupon discount card.
right? It's a punch card. When I told them about my problem, they gave me a discount on the next time.
That's right. All right. So then, this is OOC. So then the plan is we're just gonna chill with this dude. Are we still gonna meet up at the Peruvian consulate with the Silver Nail representative?
Yeah, Nebra can do that.
May as well. See who we end
Great.
up talking to. Maybe it'll be Suresh. The ghost himself. All right. So who's gonna keep watch over Captain Fuckface here?
I think we're doing it in
He's
shifts.
taking well to my accommodations, so I think that's probably something I should do.
Well, we'll be doing it in shifts because we do need to
Yeah.
sleep. And also, Silas, this guy will just kick your ass and walk out the door.
I'm gonna give him whiskey.
I mean, I'll be here.
Just pay him not to beat you up.
Like, because I'm realizing here, I actually do have to. The bottle of whiskey does actually have to does count as kit. So basically, as kit, I always am bringing a fine bottle of whiskey for just an occasion.
See,
Wait, is it italicized?
No, it's not.
You just keep having it.
Alright, I think we'll flash, unless someone has something they want to do, we'll flash forward to Nebra going to the consulate. Does anyone want to go with her to that meeting? And I'll say, during that time, Kawashi seems... he doesn't try to escape. He doesn't get violent.
does he catch anything from the girls that
Yeah.
Silas gave him?
That can take a while to show. Hired for him.
That's true.
Hired for him.
Sure.
I
That is
do
true,
use
that
the
is true.
manacles and chain that I get for free. So, yeah.
On him?
I have a blowgun, darts,
what
and
was,
slings I can use on him.
As he's being hanged up. What was your rank in
no.
the military,
No,
soldier?
no, it's to a single ankle,
Okay.
and it's to the frame of the bed, so that way he can't actually it's long enough that he can move around the room, but that he can't actually leave the room without completely dismantling the bed.
Which you can
What
do,
rank
but
were
it'll be
you,
loud.
soldier?
Sergeant Major.
In the Skovland Regiment, I would assume.
Aye,
Based on your accent. It is different from the other.
it is.
Yeah. I heard that you were crazy. Deviant. As you're manacling his feet.
It's been said.
Interesting.
Is this a flirting thing? Are you going to try and wash each other's feet now?
Now, he
He is
wants
kind of
gold.
flirting with you. You're getting that flirtation.
Okay.
vibe. Whether
Okay.
it's like legit or
Yeah,
A flex.
right. It might be. That's fine.
But the messenger is definitely calling it out.
Yeah.
Calling him out.
Cole, I think is just like, I want to make sure we respect you. We don't want you getting tempted to run off here.
so long as I am provided, I see no means.
Yeah.
No need to
I
run.
point at the bottle. And say, there's more where that came from.
You see, this one knows. Why can't your crew be more like you? You need to have management exercise. Build them up like you.
You have no idea.
And what was your rank in the in your military?
I was a sergeant, much like you. But our rank, what meaning did it have? In our organization, I, it is difficult. I am under the ghost. I am under Tuhan. They let me handle the money, so I must mean something, as your little friend said. These Akarosi ranks, though, that didn't mean much. They paid, we killed.
Fair.
End of day.
Well, I'm gonna go get you a nice dinner. I'll be back.
Can we do that jump forward then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are all of you then going to this meeting?
We got to watch the dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. I won't be going to the meeting. I don't think. I think she can handle it.
Tiffany, would you like to have another character in particular there with Nebra in this meeting?
If if one wants to come with, that's totally fine. I'm good either way.
I'll go.
Yeah, your boyfriend can go.
Okay.
I'll stay back with and rotate out with the messenger Silas
yeah.
and
Right back.
yeah.
Cool. So where did you want this meeting to be in the Aruvian consulate? Where your father works?
I would say there's probably like a conference room or something on the same floor that Nebra normally works at, just to, because it's basically like an interview, so it's kind of, she still wants to maintain that air of like being a formal interview or something like that. I don't know, but
Yeah.
yeah, that's basically what she was thinking about.
Yeah. So that day, into the Aruvian consulate walks a man, tall, broad-shouldered, dark. He is bold, brash, and defiant in the way he moves. He wears riding leathers that you hope have been tanned from some sort of animal flesh. He is bare-chested, has necklaces of carved stone and wooden trinkets. He walks in, you notice, with guns under his vest, with knives strapped to him very openly. And as the guards of the consulate see him, the Imperial military guards see him walk into the Aruvian consulate. They do nothing. And he comes to your conference
Um,
room. I heard
yeah, so
someone was looking to talk to a Silvernail.
yes,
Well, now you have.
I
Maybe now we talk.
oh, so Nebra will sorry, she's just taken aback by that because she was trying to be as polite as possible. Um, would you like a beverage, water or anything like that before we get started?
That will not be necessary.
Okay. Um, so yeah, I think Nebra will just basically just kind of start asking, just basic questions about, the Isle of Severos, Severosi culture, like the horses, like the significance, like an actual like educational interview,
Mhm.
if you will.
He
Just
lets you get through all these questions, like allows you to finish your thought, and is then like, these are great questions. It is good to be curious of my culture. But this is not why you sought me out. Let's
admittedly, no, there is another reason that I asked you here. And she'll turn to Cole, see if he wants to pipe up at all.
Did this man introduce himself when he walked
he
in?
did not.
It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. Lysander Colburn. I reach out my hand.
He takes a moment and kind of looks you like someone examining uh, something like a foreign object before touching it, but does reach out and shake your hand. A firm grip. I am glad to see that we can shake hands like this. For indeed, for a long time, Lysander Colburn, I thought that you and your people would hate me. Because we fought a war, but as I recall, we fought for the same side.
Yes. And what is your name? What do I
My
call you?
names are many. The ghost that walks the wasteland. The god of Severos. You may simply call me Suresh.
It is good to meet you, Captain Suresh.
And you. I was hoping This little meeting would happen sooner rather than later, as I have seemed to come into possession of something that belongs to you. But it seems when you approach my men and they tell you how this will go down, you grow impatient. Is this what we can expect from future business relations between the Silver Nails and the Nighthawks of Night Market?
I believe that we acted in accordance with how we were treated.
Oh, yes, so my man was sick and dying in the street, and you helped him. This is the story he will tell me when he is brought back to me.
I could have him brought here, and he will tell you how he has been treated to fine wines, finer women.
He should not be drinking nor conversing with. This is no matter.
He made his choices and what he wanted to do. We asked him what he, as a guest, would like.
I hold you not accountable for the choices made by others, merely your own. And I find I am irritated by how things went down and how we are in this situation now. How am I pulled from what I am doing to deal with this when it was all being handled? Your friend who was dying has been saved and will be returned to you if you had
After we do
but
a job.
patience. After what?
After we do a job for you.
Mm, yes. You can think of it as,
Blackmail.
oh, I was going to say payment for
Extortion.
services rendered.
Extortion.
Oh, yes,
Man.
you call it a crime. We are now all criminals, are we not? Do you expect something different because I am honorable, Severosi?
Yes.
Hmm. Well, then you learned valuable lesson today.
Hmm. Yes. Which is why we took your man. Because it's how you treated us. So we did the same. We learned the language. Forgive us, we are poor students. There must be a translation error. But you teach us, and we will learn. Because I wish to be friends.
As do we.
I know. What is the job you like?
Well, it was brought to my attention that you, and I don't mean you particularly, though maybe, but your organization, they stole something of large cultural significance to my people. And we would very much like it returned.
Hmm.
Yeah, the Dimmer sisters have that.
Do they?
Oh
I
yeah.
don't. Because we
The-
gave it to the Circle of Flame.
no, this is the Severosi Sapphire
Mhm.
we gave to Mortis. Like Mortis was our contact, and he was the go-between between us and the Dimmer sisters.
Wasn't it also mentioned that they were like gonna return it or something? Like that was in a like that was in the Kyle's lead up of something that the
Yeah, well, in
Imperial
the
Navy
first
was.
game, the whole thing was they were shipping it back to Severos.
Yeah.
And you guys robbed it before that happened because
Uh-huh.
there was that window when the military wasn't guarding.
And
Right.
the Dimmer sisters want it because it fucks with ghosts somehow, and they fucks with ghosts somehow.
Everybody just fucks with ghosts. I
Well,
see.
Cole don't.
Cole definitely don't. I see. So you would like the Severosi Sapphire?
Yes, you would think it's in the name. It is so strange that it get misplaced like this when it very clearly belongs to my people.
As a Skovlander, I think I understand. Skovland, for example, is in the name, but the Akarosi think it's theirs.
Yes. And we both kill many
We do.
in that war.
We do.
And I don't apologize for it, not because I have a problem with your people, simply because I like killing. And you know what? I am very good at it.
I have heard this.
So we see eye to eye, and why am I so upset, and why I would like this returned.
Could you move Emmeline to us? She would be invaluable in actually retrieving said item for you.
How do I know when I give her back? This doesn't become, what is the word, ugly.
Because you know that if it went ugly, that you're much larger and more capable than we are.
Yes, which is why I think I keep her. Until
Then
the
it would
job
be
is done.
and she was the only one that got us the sapphire in the first place.
I tell you what. You are down a whisper?
Mhm.
You have a new one. You keep Kawashi until this is over.
Fair.
Then we exchange both.
All right. I will take it to my leadership. I will tell them what you have said.
I am glad we could talk like men about this. I am glad we have come to understanding. I pray. This is what your people do. Pray. You do
Some
not
of them.
make me have to kill her. For she has grown on me.
Do not
Evelyn
worry.
keeps going out and making friends with weirdos.
You won't kill her. You don't have to fear that.
Was there anything else that you want from us at this time?
No, no. Forgive me. If there was anything you needed for this school project, I am now, my mind has freed of what had labored it.
I see.
You may feel free. I will go speak to individuals so that way we begin as soon as possible.
Yes. I do think we are done here. Yes? He says to Nebra.
Of course. Can I lead you out?
Oh, I know the way.
Okay. It was nice
It
speaking with you, sir.
was very nice meeting you. And he walks out. With something he may have wanted to say that he keeps hidden.
You tease. Is this what a failed score feels like?
This is going to lead us into another. We won't be going after the Dimmer sisters tonight.
Why would we go after the Dimmer sisters at all?
Because they're not going to give us the Severosi sapphire.
Yeah, they're not. That's not going to happen. Dude's
Then
asking for something he's not going to get.
Emmeline's dead then. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
I better not die during this operation.
I go ahead and I leave. I head back to the lair.
God damn it, Emmeline. God damn it, Silas, you were supposed to keep an eye on her.
Listen, she has her vice, and this is like, I'm not proud of the fact that that's her vice. It's a bad vice.
And you're the vice manager.
That's like a weird title. You're not manager, you're vice manager.
Oh.
Yes, but unfortunately, we can't always go to the same places to have the vices, our individual vices, tailored to, and sometimes she will go on her own. I am not her master.
So I relate that to everybody.
So he straight up said he's going to kill her if he doesn't get the Severosi sapphire.
Yes.
Something that is in the hands of very powerful, very dangerous people in town.
Yes.
Should have just gone to the train.
We'd
It
still have
sounds
this
like Mr.
problem.
It sounds like Mr. Kawashi. We should make introductions to him to the Dimmer sisters.
I mean, he works for us now.
Yeah,
Like,
he's our man for now.
But isn't he? So, oh, sorry, out of character. Is he also a whisper, or
Yes.
Yeah.
is that not? Okay,
that's what Sarosh.
Suresh.
Suresh.
That's what Suresh says.
How do you spell that?
Seresh.
Ah, I put a second R in there. Damn it. All right. Thanks.
What the fuck, Suresh? How does he actually thinks this is going to work?
It's kind of
I mean, they're bigger than the Demon
He has
Sisters.
very little, I think, skin in the game.
Yeah.
He gets what he wants, or he kills your friend.
there's no coin in this. Ah,
There's plenty of coin. Absolutely tons of coin.
where in the Dimmer Sisters holdings?
Yep.
So
If
we're
we
gonna
can-
steal.
No, the coin is coming from the other mission, Nate. We already got coin coming.
Oh,
If we
gotta do this. I'm not
If
saying
we
we're not
take-
going to do it.
if we take the Severosi Sapphire from the Dimmer Sisters, we are taking a great deal of other things. Or we're just
Yeah.
walking up to them and asking for it, and they're just going to hand it to us.
We
I
might.
mean, why not?
I
It might as
doubt
well worth the shot, right? Just
Absolutely.
ask politely.
Let's go. Let's find that out before downtime. Sound
And
good?
Mr. Kawashi can be there as like a representative of the Silver Nails or something like
I
that.
don't
Like
think
sort
putting
of like
him in the
diplomatic
place.
thing.
I don't think putting him in the same room as the Dimmer Sisters.
Oh,
is a
no,
good
no.
plan.
No one's getting in a room. Like when Silas goes. So did they tell you not to come back?
Not necessarily. We just. I'm not
Not strictly
Because
speaking.
be antagonizing them for any reason right now, and I'll leave it at that. I will also assure you that we should not put Kawashi anywhere near that place until we are actively doing the score.
Cool. How about we go find out what they want for the Severosi Sapphire?
That's
Do it.
gonna be worse.
We should
Okay.
also go tell the Sparkrites still.
Okay. Are you? I think that's more of a.
We could do that in downtime.
I think both of these things could be a free play thing in the next session, but I'd really just like to know what we're up against. But you're right, we do need to tell the Sparkrites.
We just didn't do it in the free play session. is what
Right?
I'm
No,
saying.
we didn't
So.
get around to it in this free play. I think
Yeah.
both of these things are more free play, but I would really like to know what the Dimmer Sisters
Yeah, I think
want
we can wrap up the score with these things. I think that's fine.
with both those things. That's great.
Cool.
Silas, do you want to go talk to them, or would you rather not?
Not at all. I would rather not speak with them, and I'd rather you also not take Kawashi with them.
I
can
don't
go.
take Kawashi. That's cool. I'll just go talk to them unless somebody else wants to.
I'm
Hang on.
I'm happy to take the Sparkrites.
What's up?
I'm also happy to talk to the Dimmer Sisters. I say the word happy like it means the word that it means, but actually, I'm happy to do it because it might bring us closer to getting Emmeline back.
Yep.
That's how much I like Emmeline.
And
So is Nebra going to stay with Kawashi to watch him?
So that is the thing. Probably one of the. Oh yeah, no, Never's a killer. She
well,
can handle
do
it.
we even need to worry about watching Kawashi anymore? He's been officially ordered to serve us. So I mean,
Yeah,
would he defy?
I think we let him go. I think we let him loose, and he's on our side.
I mean, I would like to see you inform him that he's been told he's with us.
Oh yeah, I will walk into the room and say, and I will unchain him. I'm like, okay, Kawashi. Apparently, you're our whisper for now.
Mr.
This is
Suresh
something you
says so.
decide now.
But Mr. Suresh did.
Captain Suresh told us that you are our whisper.
Oh, you spoke to the ghost.
I did.
If my commander says I am your whisper, I whisper for you.
This is so fucked up. I love it.
Yeah.
I let him loose. And we're not going to take him into the lair and everything, but
'Cause it's hidden.
because it's hidden, and we don't want him to know where it is.
Yeah, but he can stay in this location if he wants. I'm sure he also
So
has accommodations in town. But it is officially a Nighthawk's safe house, so he could stay there as an unofficial or as a temporary member of the Nighthawks.
It's this fucked up exchange program, and it keeps being about
Look,
Emmeline.
look, you picked
It's a
social,
cultural
dude.
She's
exchange
sorry, she fucked
program.
up. She gets it.
Look, dude, you picked
She has
social
issues.
and gave your damn gun away, so
She's as mad at this as anyone.
you can let
She might be
her
more
all
mad
you
at it,
want.
actually.
When we get her back, you can sit her down and just dress her down, just like you're a drill sergeant, like all.
No. She's his boss. It's all right.
It's true.
All
Um,
right. Let's.
It sucks
So
when like you're the type of person that people want on their team for whatever reason. It sucks.
all right, Nebra, do you want to come with me to go talk to the Sparkrites since you had the encounter with what's her name? But if you need
Una?
if you
I
need
don't know. I don't know if Nebra had the encounter specifically with Una Ferro.
I
She
think that
just
was more
overheard
the
the name.
messenger.
Oh, sorry,
But
that was the
you,
messenger.
she was at
Yeah.
the
My
party.
bad.
You did see her. And
Oh, okay. Oh, well, then the messenger. Would you like to come with me to speak with the Sparkrites?
well, two of us should be talking to the Demmer sisters. Do you want to?
I can go.
So the Cole and Nebra will do that, and the messenger and I will talk to the Sparkrites.
Speak with them.
you can stay here and drink with me. You are very pleasant company.
I will gladly.
Excellent. All right.
And because we're still on the score, my other kit will be a useful item, which is me pulling out like some nice highball glasses.
And he kind of looks at the rest of your crew. It's like, see, this is how you live.
Oh, what price knowledge? All right. Which of these two should we resolve first?
Let's do the Dimmer sisters first.
Damn.
Okay.
Jumping right into the.
So we walk up to the Dimmer Sisters' house.
Actually, is the protocol is we contact Rosalind? Is she like the representative
Uh,
ahead of time, or
she
how
has
do
been,
we go
yes.
about?
Though, like, if you knock on their door, like as Nate found out, Rosalind is kind of their front person, right? So, if you do just go up to their house, chances are you'll run into her that way. Otherwise, you kind of need to track her down, which can be a difficult task, but you're welcome to try.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if it was
Protocol.
we need to do it more politely, but we can just knock on the door. That's fine.
So we knock on the door.
The door opens to a young woman, decidedly not Rosalind. But she is equally as spacey. Hello. I take it you have found our whisper.
We know where she is, yes.
Excellent. We look forward to her returning soon.
To secure her release, we have need of payment for her. Something only that you possess.
Spirits, it is done.
An item, I believe.
All right. What item might we ask?
I look at Nebra.
I wasn't even there for the score. So they so the Silver Nails. I don't know if you're familiar with them at all. They're requesting the Severosi Sapphire, I think it's called.
Oh, yes.
And
This belongs to us.
Silver Nails, they beg to differ. They believe that they're the rightful owners and they want it back.
Then why aren't the silver nails here to retrieve it?
I think perhaps they do not want to take it from you?
Yes, this would be a smart idea.
Between you and me, I think they're afraid.
They should be.
But they have Emmeline? The Whisper?
Our
and will
whisper.
and they will return her in exchange for the Severosi sapphire.
Ah, a negotiation. One moment, please. And eyes
Of
just
course.
roll back to
Uh-oh.
White's eyes, back of the
For
gun.
reasons.
Go time.
She
Get out
just
the spirit bane
she
charms.
just comes back and she's like, no.
Cultist like takes a slight step backwards. He'll fight like groups of 20 people at a time. He doesn't fuck with ghosts.
They're not nice.
Her eyes kind of roll back after a moment. We are sad to hear of this turn of events, and regret to inform you our Whisper's services are no longer required, as are yours. Good night, and shuts the door.
Oh,
We
the
leave.
price was too high.
Well, that was awkward.
So we're gonna have to steal from them.
That's
Or
just
counterfeit
ducky.
one, or steal from the silver nails. Like, or,
Legitimately counterfeit that.
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, sure.
why not?
What do you think an occult score is gonna be? We're gonna curse the fuck out of an artifact.
with their whisper.
Yeah. We return back to the lair.
Awesome.
All right.
So let's go to those going to Charter Hall to the Sparkrite Tower.
Mhm.
What's it look like?
Yeah.
So this is part of Charter Hall University, which, like, in the parlance of our time, almost think of like an NYU. It's multiple buildings within this district that have been kind of designated as educational facilities. And this is smaller than the Crow's Nest, but is true to its name, like an old stone tower. Um, I think the biggest thing, it's almost like steampunky towards the top with gears and apparatuses. Electroplasmic energy sparks up to it, interacting with the lightning field above. Massive turbines are rolling. There's like a an audible hum coming from this building. Um, and yeah, just a lot of electricity that kind of arcs from this tower up to the ghost field. Sorry, the lightning barrier above.
Reese is gonna kind of marvel at all the mechanical bits and bobs that are whirring and whizzing and giving off sparks. Huh. But they have a hell of a lab.
I mean, in a way, a lot of this city is their lab.
You're not wrong there. Took me quite a bit of time to build just a small little one to protect our boat. And they built one all the way around this damn city. And others too. It's a lot of technology.
Well, you do what you need to do to survive in the world you find yourself in.
You're damn right.
Let's go see if we can find Emmeline's sister.
Yeah,
Yes.
so you walk in, and this is a place of education. And Emmeline's sister is a like a tenured member of the staff. So I think it's easy as you go in. You know, there's uh, placards on the wall listing classroom, listing professors, and it's relatively easy to find Una's office.
Cool. Shien?
Yeah, she's just finishing up with a student as you enter.
Miss Doctor? Professor Pharaoh. Farah?
Feroz.
Feroz.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm sorry. Do I know you?
Yeah, so we've met once, but like importantly, I know your sister and I have something you really want to know about your project. Can I come in?
Of course, please.
So let's get the quick part of this out of the way first. Your sister has been kidnapped by the Silvernails. We're working on getting her back. Sorry.
She kind of puts her head in her
That's
hands,
the
and
quick part. Moving on.
there's an exasperated sigh, and it's like you're friends with my sister.
I mean, I'd like to think so. It's not something we've really talked about, but we work together well.
We're pretty friendly.
Okay. Maybe he's her friend. I'd like to consider myself her friend, but like, I don't know. You people are weird about this.
Yeah.
So, that out of the way, you're working on a new fuel source. This is maybe not like all over the news, but it's known, right? You know that there are people who want that to stop.
Yes. Many Spark Knights have been killed for their research.
Yeah. Well, expect more of that. Do you know who wants it to stop?
I'm assuming the Leviathan Hunters, perhaps the Ministry of Preservation.
Cool. So you've got that. All right. So there is a Leviathan hunter, former Leviathan hunter, current operator of Pleasure Barge. You know what? I'm not even sure if it's like gambling or if it's just a cat house, right? Like it's not my thing. We haven't checked it out. But she used to be a big time admiral of a fleet, but then she ran into some trouble. Actually, that was when we met.
I'm putting pieces together.
Yeah. So she approached another of my friends who she thinks is my boss, and that's okay. Don't mind it. And basically offered us 16 coin to sabotage your work. Now, I want your work to be successful because I think we need all our alternate fuel sources. Really, just being dependent on one isn't great. We do see the problems in Leviathan blood supply, and unless you are draining Tycherosi, unless that's your alternate blood source, I'm pretty sure that's something that they're going to move on to if they can't get the Leviathans working. And I got an interest in that not happening, you know. A personal one, and also I'd hate to see our people at war. You guys are going to get so trounced. But she thinks she has 8 coins, she says. She thinks that Strangford will
Strangleford.
pay another 8 coin, and that the Ministry of Preservation guarantees he will. Now, you might remember her and Strangford are rivals, right? Or were rivals until she pretty much just straight up lost. And she wants to get back into the Leviathan hunting game. So this is someone who is desperate, who is in the process of falling from power, and has a significant amount of funds. And I want you to be successful, as does my tinker friend here. And so we are equipping you with what we can to improve your odds of success.
I appreciate you coming to me with this information. I will make sure it is passed along to those members of my organization who can organize defense against such threats, for I highly doubt the Leviathan hunters will strike at us themselves. It will be small time players like you.
Yeah, probably. Look, um, they know you're related, right? Or if they don't, they'll at least know where her family is. So, like, keep it on the DL where you got this information, right? You heard
I
from
will.
somebody, but your family is already connected to our welfare. I know there's some kind of thing between you, like she doesn't go home, cool, whatever. If someone's trying to hurt her or trying to make a point, they don't know that. They probably won't believe her when she tells them that. So, keep it on the DL. Anything else you want to know?
No. Um, these people are insane. they must realize. To sell the world for a profit that they won't even get to enjoy. I appreciate that there are some in the city still smart enough to understand what is happening here. So thank you.
Well, okay. I gotta tell you something here. You understand what you're doing, right? You understand the mechanics of the thing you're making, yes?
Yes,
But you have a lot of people working with you who don't, right? They can't grasp the whole big picture, but they do fill very important roles, right?
correct.
Knowing what you're doing doesn't directly correlate to being in charge. So sometimes those people end up in charge. And because they don't understand the whole thing, they have a simplified version. They can make choices based on that. And it can get really bad when they're desperate. I fully believe that Admiral Clade, former Admiral Clade, knows exactly what she's doing when she's running a Leviathan ship, right? But she doesn't understand the bigger picture. She's not insane. You don't think people are insane just because they're excited and confused.
Oh,
You'll,
she's
you'll
just
get
very
hurt then.
greedy. She's just very
Yeah, she
greedy.
is absolutely greedy, but like she thinks she understands the system, and some things are just beyond some people. You don't expect all of your apprentices to like actually surpass you, right? Maybe you get 2 or 3 in
Yeah.
your lifetime that do, you know, right? I've been through the academics. I know how it is. Most of these kids, man, they don't have a shot at graduating, let alone tenure.
Indeed.
And yet, some of them still end up in charge.
Thank
She's
you for the information and the lecture. I will make sure those who need to know.
So
You are looking into what happened with my sister?
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're trying to solve this, and you know, we 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 need her back. By the way, is Lord Skurlock a demon or a vampire?
He's our neighbor. He's just some guy.
well, this was fun. It was very nice meeting you. I like all the electricity you got going outside there. I'm a tinker myself. Like to build things.
Well, if ever you want to stop by, exchange notes, I always love someone who is interested.
Oh, I may take you up on that.
My sister. Is she happy?
I think so. She and I are very friendly. I'd say she's pretty happy. But really, how happy can you be in a city like this, eh?
Some of us have done better than others. It's unfortunate, but it is just the way the city operates.
Success
I
takes
do
many
wish her the
forms.
best. Maybe you could pass that sentiment along.
I'm sure I will. Thank you for your time. We won't be taking up any more of it. Come on now, messenger. Kind of
As he's like
room.
losing it in the corner.
Yeah.
That was yes. He's just some guy. Fantastic.
And we will return to the lair. Prepare for the next job.
Awesome. Great. I think that does wrap up the score for this evening. Cool. So, payoff and downtime. Let's handle some payoff. Well, I think that's 0 coin.
You hear that, Nate? 0 coin, bud.
Well, it is
Huge
payoff
success.
not counting the rovers coming back.
That's not part of the score.
No, well,
We haven't reached
they
that. It
do
hasn't
come
happened
back,
yet.
but no payment was arranged with Maha.
Yep.
She just said she wanted it back.
Oh yeah. No. We're not getting paid for that, but they're bringing back everything they can carry, and we're going to sell everything else.
Ah, fair enough. So the boat does come back stacked with like the hive get their product. The hive is happy. Their contraband has been secured with your roll of a 6. You
Good job, Nate.
have a boat that comes back, and your surplus cash can impact this, of 12 coin worth of Ministry of Preservation crates. Maha will expect a cut of that.
So that's fine.
When this boat
Even though
loaded
she
with
said everything else was ours.
yeah,
Right.
to sell.
Cost of doing business.
Yeah, but selling is part of our business, and we have to pay her a cut of our business.
Your boat
says
comes
it's-
back again, stacked with stuff, unharmed. Thank you, Reese, for getting that lightning barrier. It was a desperate roll that you made, and you rolled a 1d4 on our cohort, harm, and healing. So Bear comes back. The rest of the cohort has been destroyed.
Woo!
They can be replaced by spending coin equal to your tier +2, but all of those individuals, Fleda, Alessia, Reth, they're dead.
So the 1d4 was the harm level they took?
No, it's on the table.
Oh, I see. Oh, there's a table for going into or sending a cohort into the.
For having them take damage, yeah.
Oh wow.
I didn't know there was
Oof.
anything you rolled a 1d4 on.
Wow.
Well, it just says 1 through 4.
Yeah, I think it gives the storyteller the option to choose, but I left it up to fate.
Shit. So I thought we did well by rolling high.
Well, we did, but there was that we got 6s on the thing and on one of the setup rolls, but one of the setup rolls had a complication. So
Now, our rep that we gained from this was us going up against the Silver Nails primarily. So a tier 1 versus a tier 3 for a total of 4 rep gained.
Oh, okay, we're doing
Still payoff.
Okay.
As far as heat goes, +1 for a high profile or well-connected target. I'm going to give this to you for Kawashi. He seems to have some importance in this organization. +1 heat if the situation happened on hostile turf. If you went into the Deathlands, this would have been one. I'm not sure you were on hostile turf at any point in this, though.
Not really. I mean, unless you count the vicinity of the Mustang, but we didn't really do much.
You're
there.
not at
and we
war
we didn't do that during the score either. So yeah.
+1 heat if you're at war with another faction. Yes, the billhooks, that's up to 2. Was killing involved? Surprisingly, no. So with the +1 we got, we add 2 to that, which is subtracted because of our cover operation. So we are currently sitting at 5 heat.
Woo! So we essentially canceled out any of the heat we would have gotten, but just kept the 1 from the heat we accrued during the setup.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds good.
I'll move us over to reputation here.
Alrighty.
we don't have room for 12 coin in the vaults, so we do need to break that up.
Well, we could always hire some new cohorts.
Yeah. So
Well, wouldn't it be technically 10 since we also have to pay up to the hive?
okay, so 10 minus 3 to
Oh, actually, it would be 12 because you get the +2 from your surplus cash. So you would. Still
Oh, I see. Okay, got it.
So it would
12
have been
minus
14,
3 is
okay.
9. We can each of us take 1 and then put 4 in the well, nope, we don't have the upgraded vault.
Nope, we only have 1 more spot in the vault.
Well, remember we also have to pay out. We could pay off the whatever the gondoliers.
They want money, or they don't want money. They want the book.
I mean, they also want the money, but
We could always just give them the
Yeah,
money
but
and then we don't have to really worry about the book.
Money,
Or
they're gonna
folks can invest some of that into their personal stash too, to hold more.
True.
I will gladly hold any surplus in my stash.
Of course you will, Nate.
I mean, we could
Sorry,
just.
I guess I didn't need to interrupt with that. You're right. We
We
can
also
go on.
don't have to sell it right now. We could
Yeah.
hold on to it as goods.
It's true.
Because it takes a downtime action to sell it, right? So
Does it?
Yeah.
technically it's in
That's how we did
goods.
it last time. Yeah.
Oh, you're absolutely right. So we don't even do that yet. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go on, Kyle.
Yeah, we can just hold on.
All
to that
right.
then.
So looking at the status updates, even though you robbed them, this ends up being kind of a weird string of fate. You're gonna take a +1 with the Ministry of Preservation because you did something for the Hive, which does impact them. They were pleased with how this worked out, not knowing that all of our stuff got robbed as well.
That's under institutions. So wow, we're at +1 with them. Wow,
+2.
a +2. Oh, okay.
We were already at a +1.
And they are kind of like your skip level in the grand scheme of things, right?
Yep.
Also up to some shady stuff. Thank you, the messenger, for your glorious ideas. Everyone loves contraband, right? And this is what you returned to the city. So you get +1 status with all of the following: the citizens of Barrowclef, the citizens of Brightstone, the citizens of Hollow, the citizens of Charter Hall, the citizens of Coleridge, the citizens of Crowsfoot, the citizens of the Docks, the citizens of Dunslow, the citizens of Night Market, the citizens of Silkshore, the citizens of Six Towers, and the citizens of White Crown.
So is that all of them except for Char Hollow or Char?
No, you're all citizenry. You've
Oh,
gained
okay.
+1.
All citizenry. Wow.
So basically we're at -1 with Barrowcleft, 0 with Brightstone and Crowsfoot, and 1 with everyone else.
We're exactly what the Nighthawk would want us to be.
So we're 1 with the Crow's Foot and 1 with the Docks as well.
We are 0 with Brightstone, 0 with Crowsfoot,
Okay.
-1 with Barrowcleft,
Okay.
1 with everyone else.
Okay. Gotta make sure I keep my counting properly on my end.
Because of your warning, we'll give you +1 with the Spark Rights, bringing you back up to neutral.
Mhm.
Because they didn't have great direction in how to deal with this if it came up, and this is where most of your crew fell, you are now at war with the Deathland Scavengers.
Oh, alrighty.
Oh,
Oh,
I
so we're at
see.
-2 with them now?
3.
-3.
We had a 4-point swing.
Whoa, what the hell happened?
Well, we tried to operate in their territory and probably
That's
Oh.
who killed all our crew.
Oh, there you go.
Well, our crew probably killed a bunch of them.
exactly.
But we stole stuff
And then-
on their land.
We'll drop to -1 with the Dimmer Sisters.
Shit.
A 3-point drop there.
Dang.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to steal from them anyway. If they're dead, then I don't have to worry about my contract.
That is a loophole.
Also, they no longer need Emmeline. She's no longer beholden to them.
There's
Yeah, but
that.
we can't keep her without the thing that they have.
Well-
That'd be fun.
All right. Did we change anything with the silver nails?
No.
We're still at
Still
-1
at-
with them.
Not yet.
Oh, we're at 0 with
Still
them.
tense. No, you're -1 still.
Oh, okay, okay.
I believe is where you guys were at, right?
Yeah, we're at. Oh, man.
Was that it for the changes? The Dimmer Sisters were the last one.
They were.
So
Thank
at
you.
war with both the Billhooks and the Deathlands Scavengers now.
Yep.
Double war.
Well, if we stay out of the Deathlands,
Good job coming back, Bear. Good job.
This doesn't necessarily matter for the cohort, but he's probably taken some trauma, and he's probably very apologetic to you. And like, I tried to get him out. I tried to do what I can. Wait, and you'll hear the story. Essentially, it was a claim dispute over who got the train, and it went south.
Yep.
But they got the stuff, right? They got the stuff.
You did good,
Yes, you
Jared.
did.
You did good. Rest now.
All right. Who would like to roll our wanted level?
I'll do it.
Is that
What
just
do I
a-
roll?
You just
There should
click
be
on
just,
wanted.
Oh, that's on crew.
Hopefully your wanted level says 0 now.
Yeah,
Where is it? I don't know where. Someone else can roll it. 'cause
It's
I-
next
Yeah.
to heat.
I'll do it.
Yeah, mine says 0.
Okay, so we take the 2. We have 5 heat. So roll a fortune roll for me, Pete. On a 1, 2, 3, it's gang trouble. On a 4, 5, 6, it's questioned. We'll just take the 4 because this should have just been a 1. So we'll say questioned. And this, based on what's happening in the city, makes some sense. A blue coat grab an NPC member of your crew or one of your crew's contacts, probably the latter, or bearer,
Well, I
to
have a
question
contact
them.
that's a blue coat.
Yeah, to question them about your crimes. Make a 2D fortune roll to see how much they talk. On a 1 to 3, it's +2 heat. On a 4 to 5, it's +1 heat. Or you can play the blue coats off with 2 coin.
All right.
Can I get picked up?
I think it has to be an
No.
NPC member,
All right. So roll 1d fortune right now.
unless you want to pay him off with 2 coin.
I think we just pay them off at this point. Actually, scratch that. The messenger will pay them off from their personal coin.
Okay.
Cool. So messenger, talk to me about who got picked up and how you smoothed that over.
It says contacts, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of your NPC member or crew's contacts. Yeah.
Cruise contacts, not personal contacts.
I think it could be a personal contact. I'd allow that.
Because I think Cole's fighting pit buddy gets picked up, and Cole's
Sure.
like, "I'm done with this guy. Like, he's gonna say something. He's gonna say something. He'll deal with that." And does that sound like what Cole will say? Because you said we're finished.
I also recruited him to be to be an NPC.
Yeah, I got
so-
the impression it's like our
Oh, you're right.
the animosity is through between
Okay.
us. Yeah.
The animosity was through.
But if he wants to turn around and immediately be antagonistic still, that's fine. I super don't care. Because I guess what is the context of who's getting picked up? Because they're getting picked up about what crime? What crimes have we committed?
Right?
Disturbing the peace, probably. I mean, here's the thing: we're criminals. Our existence is a crime.
I agree.
So the blue coats trying to figure out what the hell is going on between the Silver Nails and the Nighthawks. They're like, okay, we had the Silver Nail, like the ghost, just walk into the freaking Aruvian consulate.
Mhm.
What the hell? Oh, hey, yeah, might have to do with this pit fighter. There's this funny thing that went down. Okay, we'll just pick him up and bring him in.
I buy that.
And the messenger happens to be in the area at the time, trying to figure out a different, like, we're having some trouble just killing these billhooks. Some of them are hiding well. And so the messenger is looking in a different place, trying to get a different angle, happens to see this happen, and just goes, fuck. All right, just walks up. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for finding my friend for me here. I really appreciate you bringing him in. He probably wandered off. This is just walking up to them on the street. However, can I thank you? How about can I thank you like this? And puts up the 2 coin. These particular guys are like, well, I guess we didn't find anybody. And they walk off with their 2 coin.
Any repercussions to Marlene?
I think actually it sounds really cool. Like it sounds like you're taking care of him, even more like which he probably likes even.
Yeah, it's just like, you're really, really lucky right now, buddy, because I can do that or I can do this. And I show him that I'm carrying guns. Both of these keep you from talking to them. You need to work really hard to make sure that one of these is more worthwhile than the other. I'm not saying this is no trouble. Bluecoats hate it when I shoot people. You know.
Awesome. Cool. Real quick too. This is something that's been building up for a while. Back to status updates, just real quick. I would like us to take a +1 with the gray cloaks. I think they are friendly with us.
Yes. That puts us at 1.
Sweet.
Nice.
Sorry to do that
So
out of order. Just something as I was filling it out, I noticed.
Oh, I was just going to say, I apologize. I kind of missed the part. Like, how many coin do we each get?
We haven't
Total?
gotten there yet.
Yeah, we have to
We
sell
haven't
the
gotten there.
stuff.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Oh, right. We're
So
holding it. Very good.
that takes care of the entanglement, right?
Mhm.
Cool.
So entanglement's done. Payout's done. I think downtime activity next.
Okay.
Do we do downtime activities or advancement first?
I'm thinking downtime because you could count some of those to your XP triggers.
Oh, that's right.
Right. And the only other way it benefits is if you hit your playbook and get calculating and you want to take an extra downtime activity. Cool.
All right. I guess I'll go first for downtime then. I'm going to indulge. Since you found some,
You got
some
it.
Quicksilver on the
yes.
way.
Go to his room and start snorting.
Yep. Well,
How do you do Quicksilver?
it's little
Drop it
drops
in your
you put
eye, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if that's canon. That's just what I came up with, but it might be canon. I don't know.
Canon now.
Yeah.
All right. Down to 4 stress. That's a lot nicer.
Do it, pussy.
What? Indulge again? No, actually, I'm gonna heal. So I'm still sticky and ghost touched. So I'm gonna go ahead
Oh, but
and
you
do
kept
that.
your clock. You didn't get hit again.
I did not. Well, I didn't have anything on my clock to begin with, so
Oh,
I didn't do
okay.
any
Your clock
healing
was
last
already
time.
cleared.
So yeah. All right. So and then I get what? Being a physiker, I get +1D, right?
And another
then-
+1D if Sawbones can help out.
Yeah,
Sounds
Sawtooth.
good. Sounds
Sawtooth, sir.
good. So it's +2 dice. Fuck. So
Roll one more. It's +2. You start with 1 and you were getting 2 more.
Oh,
So just
roll one more. All right,
roll a single recovery die. See if you get better than 1.
Okay.
See if you don't. It's gonna be a 1.
Ah,
So one
You get
segment of
no
your healing
love.
clock fills up.
Nope. No, not at all. All right, that's my downtime. Who's next?
amazing.
I'll go next. I'm also going to recover, but I am probably going to spend to do it. I take it the messenger can count on Reese and
Sawbones.
Sawtooth.
Sawtooth, yeah.
Thank you. Come on, you little shits. Love me. Well,
3,
3 or
5. Yeah.
I can with 3 I can pay 1 to get 4, right? Or 5.
Let me see.
Because you can wait. You can spend a coin to bump a roll to a 6, right?
Yeah.
Not straight to
Sorry, a 4 to 5 is 2 segments. Bumping it to a 6 would be 3. Getting a crit would be 5.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I will heal again. Second first, same as the first. That at least fills the clock. Where's the Okay, why I want the clock clear? Oh, that's this little thing in the corner. So my stuff drops down, and then I am going to spend a coin for indulging vice. So I have the messenger has spent a lot of time in recovery in this particular downtime, working with the doctors and resting. And they are the coin involved here is because they're actually using a service to bring the secrets to them. Like they don't have time, but you know what? They have a decent enough reputation with the occult stacks that like they can get certain books brought to them by a courier service and then returned that way. So that's why they're paying an extra a gold for indulging a vice. No bonus dice. Got a 6 though. Dropping me to 2 stress. And that's downtime for the messenger. Sorry I couldn't do more team focused stuff this time.
Pretty beat up.
I kind of got messed up, yeah.
Yeah. Same
I
here.
can go. I'm going to start by indulging my vice. Perfect.
Oh, very nicely done. What was it? Was this a play that you went to see?
Yeah, I think this was like went on like a very fancy date. Was feeling very good about what was happening there.
My boy's learning.
Right? Yeah, wearing the suit. He was still in light load, so he just was out on the town. So that was good. Definitely saw whatever traveling show is like the new in town type thing. So that was good. For his second action, he's going to try to reduce some heat for us here. Let's see. And how he's going to do that is he's going to I think he's going to do kind of what he's been doing, which is more or less patrol the territory that we have, including the Mustang area. Like he's going to loop out around on Kirby's Boulevard there, and if he sees any, Severosi, he'll give him a little salute and kind of nod on his
Wave.
way. Yeah. And I like to think that he's not wearing a blue coat anymore because he obviously gave that back to the Grey Cloaks. But do you remember uh, the cop from the Gangs of New York? Where he used to be a thug and then became an Irish police officer and is like still he's like I could hang my watch from here and no one will take it kind of thing. He's not exactly as pompous as that guy, but he's definitely walking around like making sure that people know he's there. If anyone has any problems, he's happy to step in and just kind of get things going. So I'm thinking this is a consort to try to lower heat and just have the general presence of the Nighthawks around. We're just business people.
Doing business things. Woo!
Ace. That is indeed a crit. Reduce heat. That is -5 heat,
Wow.
clearing us of our heat.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hopefully nobody overindulges and gets us some heat.
go
Right?
whole.
Even if they do, I'm okay with it right now. So yeah, like legitimate businessman, just walking around making sure people are doing good.
I
He's
think it helps, like, as you're doing this, the Severosi you do encounter, because they're there every now and again moving their stuff out,
yeah.
are very genteel to you as well.
Yep.
And I think, like, there's a lot of confusion. Like, what is happening? Like, two gangs don't meet at the road, shake hands, and say good day. Why is the world all topsy-turvy? Like, which helps kind of throw off any
That's just
suspicion of,
Well, it's the
vibe,
same
like,
reaction that that pal had. He's like, "What just happened?"
yeah,
And like
are we
all of a
friends
sudden,
now? Yeah.
yeah, like oh, we're friends. And then for calculating, what do I do? What is my next down? I guess I go out and recruit a cohort. At
Yeah.
least
Of
temporarily.
Scopelanders and only
Or-
Scopelanders.
Yes.
Or sell the stuff.
So the
I'm not
problem is we don't have enough. We don't have enough space to like actually hold everything.
well,
Like we could. Nate,
I've got a solution for that.
oh, what's your solution?
Give it all to
Put it
him.
all in my stash, let you all know that it is, and then once we dole it out, it's fine.
No.
I'm gonna-
I
No,
hate that plan.
that's a horrible plan.
Get
Get us another cohort, man. We're short on folks.
Yeah, like my
3 coin.
Well, so I have 3 coin. I could, and we actually have 8 coin in the or 7 coin in the vault. So I could recruit a cohort. That I think would be elite rovers, right? Like that
Oh
would
yeah,
be
they're the same.
Yeah,
They're the same quality. We don't lose the.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll do that. That makes the most sense.
Cool.
So I'll spend 3 coin out of the vault, which gives we're down to 4 coin in our crew. Do I have to roll something for that, or
No. As far as what I've read from healing, this is just something.
it just
Again, I don't think it's
happens?
taking it away from you. It's like, but it's broken. You have to repair it, and this is
Yeah, that's
this
kind
is
of what I
how.
thought is.
And like
And I
any
think
of your beloved NPCs are dead.
I know, and I feel very bad for Flitta.
But this is your downtime activity. How are you recruiting these people? Where are you going? Who are we getting for when next we meet this new cast of players?
I think Cole is because we're looking for rovers. We're looking for people that can work on boats. So he's probably hanging around the docks. He's probably doing a little like hanging out with Logan as well, because since Logan is a former docker, and so he's probably hanging out in uh like dockside bars and talking with sailors and like basically like picking people as he gets a good sense of them. And he's going for definitely a diverse crew, including maybe one Scovelander, right? It doesn't have to be all Scovelanders, but and probably not, because it sounds like a lot of Scovelanders are really hitting hard towards the revolution. But he's looking for, I mean, he's looking for,
Cosmopolitan arrangement.
yeah, cosmopolitan region. He's looking for experience. He's looking for uh probably who was the former, if the former crew of the admiral that doesn't have a ship anymore, that
Storm
lost her book,
Palace.
the Storm Palace, like
Devious.
if any of those folks need a job, like or if just any other what you call it, hunters, Leviathan hunters need a job. He's like picking up, a hand-picked crew of folks, and very like Nick Fury to a certain degree of like, hey, I hear you're down on your luck. Do you want to? Can I buy you a drink?
Yeah,
And like,
so I love it. We'll meet them next game. I think also Marlene, I do like this narrative we form with him. Let's add him as a member of the crew, not
sounds good.
necessarily as a rover, but he
Yeah.
is like your guy now. You know,
Yep.
he's
I am switching him to be a up arrow instead of down arrow.
Sounds good, man. All right. Who wants to go next?
Poor cohort.
I'll go.
Got wiped out.
So the first thing I'm gonna do is indulge my vice, and I'm gonna bring our new whisper with me.
yes.
I'll be like, hey, you think this is good? Let me take you out tonight.
Dude, fuck the silver nails. I'll show you how we roll.
First, you got to get a suit.
Yeah. So, yeah, the thing is, I could do like we go to Dunwich, get a suit. We go to the Centenalia Club, have some drink, and just be like, this is how we live here.
Why didn't it start like this? Yeah,
like-
he loves it. First and foremost, let's see how it is for you.
Yeah, it's all right.
So there's a lot of babysitting that has to be done. Perhaps that
It puts me down to 1. Yeah, so there does have to
so
be
you still
some
find your
babysitting.
enjoyment.
Yeah. So, yeah, I still enjoy it. It's just he's new, clearly new to A Night on the Town. Now then, so I'd like, so we, if I were to sell the stuff, we have enough room to put 2 coin in the vault and then give 2 to everyone.
Yeah. Because we only have room for 4 coin in the vault. So.
And now and Charles for the cohort.
Yeah.
That's what
So
brought it down to we have.
That's all we had. So that's what I would like to do is sell the stuff, 2 to the vault, 2 to all of us.
Okay.
All right. We're
out of Phantom imports.
Yep.
We just got a new shipment in from the Deathlands.
Oh yeah, I will say as we're talking about this stuff, there was an opportunity for us to gain secret routes this session, but based on a roll, they're no good,
Mm-hmm.
or at least the ones we had direct access to.
Sorry,
I
guys.
think
Rolled like crap.
Maybe they were good secret routes, just now the Deathland scavengers have.
yeah.
Or the earthquake caved them in.
Yeah.
Oh,
So are we at 6 in the vault then total?
8, right?
your crew should have 6.
Oh,
oh, that's what you were talking about with the stuff he found at the beginning,
Oh, okay.
the other tunnels.
Yeah.
And then for calculating,
So the crew's vaults are full, right? We're at 8.
are we?
Yeah,
think we're
because
at
we have
6.
12 coin, right? And then there's.
Did you take money? Did you take your 3 from the crew's vault, or was that
I
your
did.
personal?
No, I took
Okay,
it out
you
of the
did. So
cruise.
yeah, we're at 6.
Oh, okay, that's 6. All right.
And then calculating, I think I'd like to start the clock on Lord Skurlock, if I can, if that's possible.
Yeah, you definitely can. You could do this one of 2 ways. You could do it like you were looking into Ulf Ironborn. Lord Skurlock also does have 2 clocks, which you could look up to see what he is up to.
I'll do one of the 2 that exist already.
Okay, so looking into these clocks.
Yeah.
Cool. So that is just a 4 segment clock you need to fill up.
Okay. And I'm rolling just whatever.
Yeah, however you're going about getting this information.
Yeah, so I'll do a survey because he's just either. I think in this case, actually, rather than survey, he's doing consort, and so when he's at the club and all this stuff, he's kind of trying to learn more about the name as he throws it around and see what people know about him. And this is just standard or controlled, and if it
Yeah,
matters.
it doesn't really matter. Standard,
Yeah.
controlled.
Oof.
A 4. So that fills up 2 clocks, or sorry, 2 segments of a 4-segment clock. You need to spend 2 additional coin in order to fill it up.
You just got 2 coin.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay. Lord Skurlock has 2 clocks going, if memory serves. Which one would you like revealed? Clock number 1 or clock number 2?
Oh, come on, let's make a deal, Jesus. Number 1.
The one that's already been
Cool. So
filled.
the one that has been filled up.
Yeah.
Cool. So fulfill debt to Sitara.
Oh.
You have to go deep into esoterica to find reference to Sitara. You may have heard Emmeline mention her in passing that name, or maybe she was interested in it, as this is Emmeline's rival. And maybe the messenger in his secret gathering is able to help you here, or Nebra with her academics. But Sitara is the name of an ancient sea demon who was imprisoned when the lord, or when the god, or yeah, when the immortal emperor was essentially liberating Duskfall from the ravages of the Deathlands. Lord Skurlock is a vampire. Found this demon and entered a pact with it. Lord Skurlock gained the powers of the demon, even more so than his vampire nature allowed, at a cost. Satara wanted something and entered a contract which you saw, and they had been fighting against. Satara is the mother of a number of sea demons, which the Lord Emperor imprisoned under the city. She wants Skurlock to free those children. This is what Lord Skurlock has begun to do against his will, and this was the cause of the earthquake.
Ooh.
Nice. Good to know.
I love that.
And I definitely share that, in particular with the messenger and Nebra.
Are we going to share it with our whisper?
Not yet. Not yet.
All right. And is that it for you, Nate?
Yeah.
All right, Nebra, I think you're all that's left for downtime.
Yeah. So question to Nate. Your clock about investigating Ulf Ironborn, is that just more of a personal project for you,
Yeah,
or
it's been a personal one because things about me that maybe are untrue.
okay, so you wouldn't want like people to help with that
I wouldn't have told
necessarily.
people no
Got it.
about
Okay, okay. Just wanted to make sure. Okay.
I'll say
Um,
if you wanted to investigate him, the way I would do it is probably fill up that clock for Nate. You guys just might get two different things of information. One more applicable to what Nebra is interested in, and one more to what Nate is.
so it's less that Nebra wants to investigate Ulf Ironborn and more so trying to see if she can gain an audience with him in some way. And I wasn't sure if filling that clock would help with that.
It could, because we don't really know where he operates at this juncture,
Right.
or what he's into, other than Skovelander stuff.
slander is what he's into.
I mean, I guess I'll leave it up to Nate if you want any sort of assistance with that, because I can
I
totally leave it
mean,
alone too.
if assistance is something that'll work better for you, that's fine. I think I don't particularly care. I just know that I would not have shared information right away. But so I don't know that if she can still fill up that clock regardless, then she should do it.
Yeah, I tell you what, like if you want information about Ulf, we can go the clock route. If you're looking to just have a meeting with him, we could handle it
Right.
by doing like an acquire asset role where the asset is this meeting, and we'll handle
Mm-hmm.
that in come next game.
Oh, okay. That works. In that case, I think what I would like to do, is help fill up, Messenger's clock of investigating the Principles of Oblivion book. And what Never would like to do is basically make a visit to the hooded proprietor and like check out the book essentially and start flipping through it.
Yeah, it's still there. Can never leave.
I can never leave. Yeah, so let me. Oh, gotta get my
Now that we have
sheet back.
our
Sorry.
whisper, a new whisper, we make him go do the job to get the the book, and then
Oh my gosh.
it's just a shell game of trying to pay off debts.
That's what it seems like these days.
So this will be a study roll. Position and effect doesn't matter at this point, correct?
No, not really.
Okay, cool.
Excellent. A 5 will fill up 2 segments.
Okay.
And you can spend coin to up that, should you want to. But no
What
pressure.
would it?
6 to a crit is a lot more worthwhile going 3 to 5. Going from 2 to 3 to up it from a 5 to a 6 is I mean, spend your coin how you like.
Okay. I wasn't sure how much it would go up.
One coin
Yeah.
will bring it up from 2 pips or 2 segments to 3 segments.
Yeah,
Mhm.
technically, it's much more. It's actually the same amount of efficiency to spend that coin on an additional roll. You get the exact same benefit at where you're at right now, with the potential of adding more.
Yeah, so if you instead spend the coin to roll again, or to do another downtime, you could potentially crit and get 5, right? As opposed to spending a coin to get 3 extra.
Yeah. Currently, one coin is worth 1 pip. That one coin is guaranteed to get 1 pip, no matter what.
Yeah, if you roll again.
But it could get 2
More.
pips, 3 pips, or 5 pips.
Correct.
Or you can also just leave it at 2, but
Yeah,
can.
I was going to say. Oh, I thought it was already at 2 before I
It's a-
rolled, or am
sorry,
I
your
wrong?
progress. Leave your new
Yeah,
progress at
you
2.
did
You're
up it
absolutely
by
right.
2. Yeah.
You're right.
Okay.
That's just not showing on the pie right now.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, I did the wrong pie. I will remove that from Cole gets picked up
Yay.
and add that to Principles of Oblivion.
I do think I was at
Good
4
thing I
though,
brought it up.
just to be.
Were you? Okay.
Yeah,
No, you're at 3. I
Well,
just
and
said
I
that
will say at the end of this game, it is going to increase by 1
I figured.
anyway as well. So
well, there you go.
Okay.
I just jumped the gun.
Okay. So that's done. I think the only other thing I would like to do is indulge my vice. Let's see, how do I want to go about this? So I think because Nebra's father is basically probably at the consulate 24/7 because of all the responsibilities he has. Um, I think Nebra's mom will want to do something kind of nice for him and like bake like cookies or kind of like Aruvian sweets, and then Nebra will go ahead and deliver it to her dad. And
Yeah,
It's
excellent.
nice.
because we don't get to see him as much anymore.
I'm thinking of something like a Turkish delight type of thing.
Yeah, that's essentially what I was thinking.
Like
Yeah.
rose water flavored or like, other flavors.
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah, it's great to see your father. Not only does it reduce you of stress, it reduces him of stress. The sweets are great. There is a lot of love, and Elstera really enjoys seeing you as well.
Yeah. Also, I was going to say there's probably enough that it can be shared with Elstar and other,
Yeah.
diplomats that are there too. So everyone can have one. But yeah, I think that's it for me.
Awesome. All right. Great. So I think that wraps up payoff and downtime. Unless I'm missing anything, I think we can move into advancements.
I can go first. So I didn't do any.
Or do we want to hit the crew up real quick first?
Oh yeah, let's do
You
that
can lead us
first.
through that if you want, though.
Yeah, sure. Let's jump into crew. Let's see. All right, so executed a successful smuggling or acquired a new clients or contraband sources. I mean, we successfully smuggled a whole bunch of stuff back in, but does it count if our cohort did it?
Yeah,
Yes.
they're part of the crew.
All right, so I
Yeah.
think we get one for that. Contend with challenges above your current station. Yep.
I think we also got a new client, specifically the Iron Nails,
Silver nails, but yeah.
Silver Nails. Yeah.
I mean, they're pretty iron right now.
Oh, yeah, we
All
sold
right,
their
so
name.
that's 2 plus 1 for contending with something above our station. Bolster your crew's reputation or develop a new one.
Bolstered our reputation by running face first into the wall.
Yep. So that's 4. Express your the goals, drives, inner conflict, or essential nature of the crew. We were definitely bold, brash, and brutal. So that's what, 6 or a 5. All right. So that puts us at
One more.
Hmm?
One more.
There's one more.
Absolutely. They took one of ours, we took one of theirs. Vengeful.
So that would be 6 then. So that puts us at 7 total.
That's what I got.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Moving on to player advancement because we did not skill up. All right, so for me, I didn't do any desperate rolls this time around. You addressed a challenge with technical skill or mayhem. I wrecked the shit out of that door. That was pretty rad.
Yep.
So I would say that's pretty mayhem. So that's one. You expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or
I
background.
think you get another one for like talking shop with the spark rights, don't you?
I mean, I said a few things here or there. I don't think that meant much.
Okay. Well, you prepared the lightning barrier thing. You did an extra special tune-up on it, so that's another technical one then.
All right, well that's two then. You expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. Um, I was pretty Scovland in this game. I'd say.
And the soldier came
Yeah.
up a couple times.
All right, so I would still count that as one. So that's three. And then you struggled with issues from your vice traumas during the session. I certainly did. I stole some. Went looking for Quicksilver, couldn't find it. Talked to a weird floaty
And
guy.
the Reckless is playing a major role.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would
I
be
think
two.
also seeing the like warning case of what you could be also is struggle.
Yeah. So that would be five then. Alrighty. All right. That's that to me. Who's up next?
We'll go next.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Cole. Sorry, Charles. All right, yeah, one for vengeful, and then addressed a challenge with tracking and violence. I think that definitely happened twice.
Yep.
So that wraps me back around to one, and we're gonna drop a point in survivor. Cool, got that out of the way. All right. Expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. Yeah, definitely the Taikarosi heritage and the academic background came up. Some beliefs and drive also came up. So two for that. Struggle with issues from your vice or traumas. I think the paranoia really only came up. I don't think it came up more than once this time. But
yeah, I think you were only paranoid once.
well, I think it only like really mattered.
Yeah.
One of those times. So
Yeah.
that puts me at 4 of 8. I think I'll pull 2 of those back and complete insight and put a third dot in study.
Nice.
Nice.
All right. Who'd like to go next?
I can go. Addressing a challenge with so I did one desperate action in prowess, so I got 1 dot there, or 1 extra pip there. Addressing a challenge with violence or coercion, that was my bread and butter.
Mhm.
From breaking guys' hands to fighting in a pit to
Pointing shotguns,
etc.
Yeah.
Express your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. The military background came up a ton in this, having dealt with multiple different military groups now, as like people start to tool up a little bit for this revolution that's happening. And then I think also beliefs and drives came up around, how we operate as a crew and like how all that stuff happened. Them taking one of ours, us taking one of theirs, kind of thing. So I think that was good.
Well, and the
Uh,
background that you kind of share with the Silver Nails, right?
mhm.
And they definitely saw you as a kindred spirit in a certain way, right? Like we were
Right.
on the same side.
Yeah, I think that, and that's one of the reasons I think that scene was able to spin like it was, is that it we had a lot of shared, I guess, trauma, kind of thing. Survivor.
Sorry, I should have
Nice.
linked it when I mentioned
No,
it.
you're good.
It
You're
didn't
good.
occur to me till now. Go on.
That's great. And then struggled with issues from your vice or trauma. I actually don't think so. I think Cole has had it very easy on his vice. Like a last game, I think was actually the worst he had it, and it still hasn't really been a problem. And he's still not traumatized. So he hasn't done that. So that just leaves me with 4. I'm actually gonna drop 2 into prowess to finish that off and give me 1 dot in finesse, as I think Cole is getting a little bit of a light hand here and there. Learning from Nebra, having to deal with, he's got the charisma stuff down, but he's actually starting to be less of a bull in a china shop occasionally.
All right. So I actually did desperate rolls this game for what seems like the first time ever, even though I had enough before that I got enough in resolve to get another point in command.
Nice.
So that's that. Address the challenge with calculation or
Wait,
conspiracy. I feel like that's
sorry,
what kidnapping
you,
is.
does that bring you to 4 points in command?
3.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you already had 3. Pardon me. Go on.
No. I was using it as because you put the points in as you do the rolls. So
Right.
so I feel like kidnapping just is calculation or conspiracy, just by itself.
Yeah.
Express my beliefs, heritage, drive. I think the big drive I expressed here was that I really do want coin more than anything, and we didn't get it until selling stuff, and
Well, I
like
think there's one to be had too for that beginning scene you had. Like, we saw Silas do something way un-Silas, and
yeah,
like, I'm gonna go explore a spooky mansion at much physical danger to me. To either maybe it's altruism to find someone I care about, or maybe it's just like someone messed with me and I don't like that. So I want to find
yeah.
out what's getting to the bottom of it. I
Yeah.
can't speak for you, but I do think this speaks to a drive in Silas.
It did. I agree. And it literally took the NPC grabbing his shoulder and being like, "We're scared as shit. We're leaving. You should come with us," to get him to
Danger
leave.
one is dead now. As far as I never seem to struggle with my vice, but did sort of express it via when we finally had those negotiations with the dude and being like, "Hey, you want some whiskey? Let me enjoy the finer things with you to help with the negotiation." But that wasn't really a struggle necessarily.
I also think, Nate, that your beliefs drives heritage background is reflected in the fact that the cohort you commanded to go do a thing got wiped out, but you were like, "Cool, we got the coin."
Yeah, so I think that puts me at 4 right now. My vice isn't a struggle.
Alrighty, guess it's my turn. I actually rolled a desperate action. That was fun. So I got 1 XP for that. You addressed a challenge with stealth or evasion. I think the only thing I could come up with is the part about hiding with Lady Clave in the beginning. I don't know if that
Or the
necessarily
messenger
counts.
as well, and that whole
Oh, right.
clandestine conversation.
Yes, that's true. Yeah. Um, I can give myself 1 for that. That's good. You expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I feel like the background as a student came up a lot, more so than the Ruvian part. So I think I'll have 2 for that. You struggled with issues from your vice or traumas during the session. I don't know if that came up
It 100%
necessarily.
came up. You sat there and you didn't go out and do the things when we were
Oh,
originally going to go
right.
do stuff, and B, you were
Yes.
debating sitting out the score because you had to come up with a way to get out of town or slash be gone.
Some might say
Right.
all of our crew died because of you. I
Yep.
wouldn't, but some might say.
Some might say that.
Add that to the Nebra body count.
Oh, that
No! Why does it go up? It always goes up. Okay.
That's something you need to ask yourself.
Getting it to go down is really hard.
Why does
You
it
have to
go
like
up?
get
Yes.
hulls and put
You
the
need Emmeline back to make it go
Yeah.
down. Yeah.
Yes. I didn't even try this time. Yeah, okay, I guess I'll take 2 for that if that works for everyone. But yeah, that's 5 for me. And yeah, good there.
Great. So I'm not missing anything, right? That leads us into rounds.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
All right. I'll go first, if you guys don't mind.
Not at all.
All right. So in terms of the world, things are way out of whack. We had an earthquake, which was bananas. A bunch of shit shifted. Now we're dealing with the copper nails, and they just keep getting lower and lower grade metal as we go. The dirt nails. That was yeah. It's just that kind of seeing the way that they choose to handle and do business and how it differs entirely from us. Like we were very like straight laced in business, and they were very like much more like sort of I don't know how to explain it. Like it was interesting to see that difference in how the situations were perceived between the two parties. Where from our side it's like, yeah, you guys took our person, and from their side they're like, we saved your person, bro, and it doesn't matter if we didn't tell you. Like there's certain rules here, so it was an interesting bit of culture clash there, which I think was really interesting to see. And marvelously played, Kyle, by the way. Fantastic seeing seeing those NPCs. In terms of what I learned about, what did I learn about Reese? He was definitely high strung this game. He was reckless as all hell, kicking the door in, running headlong into danger, suggesting some pretty wacky things. And I think that it's only continuing to build. Like I barely got indulging this time. Didn't really seem to do much for him, which is even more terrifying after seeing that Quicksilver addict, and knowing that he finally got his score. It just didn't, or he's finally scored some Quicksilver, and it just didn't do the trick this time. So it's going to be something to deal with later on. Has he finally gone down that route where has too much of a tolerance, and now it's taking over his life. So there's that. In terms of the other players, Nebra, we didn't get a chance to chat this game. We were going to, but he never came up. I'm sure we'll have time next game. But it was interesting getting to sort of as a crew, getting to watch each of us play in a totally out of context scenario for us. Usually we're smashing and grabbing, and this time we're trying to be calculating, and it was very fun. Reese is very impressed by your ability to just operate in those facilities. You just walked in and started reading the records in the record room. He's just like, I would have had to ask for that. For the messenger, I think we had a lot of really good interaction this game. It was fun going to talk to the Sparkrites with you. I liked our little trio, Yumi and Cole, fucking with with Silver Nails, and be like, well, I got a real good counter sniper up there, And to be fair, I totally trusted you to be able to take out those other snipers if we needed it to, but that's just how he feels. For Silas, it was nice getting to see Silas get his hands dirty once in a while. And seeing him worked up was also pretty interesting. I think it was, did you see a ghost? I think that was pretty interesting. He's a little unnerved at seeing you just being completely cool with the cohort dying, but just because the stuff came back makes him feel a little less trustworthy toward you. Like, when's he gonna send me to my death for some coin? So there's that. Cole, man, we had a fucking rad time. Typical Scovelander buddies. Even though we fought on the other sides, he still feels some camaraderie with you. I think I like it whenever we get to team up and do pseudo military type shit. It was fun, really, really fun getting to help you antagonize that guy into fighting you. So Yeah, that's it for me. Who wants to go next?
I can go. As far as the world, like I really enjoy this Blades in the Dark. I really enjoy the setting. I really enjoy the world. It's got a lot going for it. Um, I don't know how much of it is canned versus how much, Kyle, you've like just created, but I know that there's a lot of both involved, and I love the timers ticking down is just kind of insane in a feeling, because we don't know what they are. We don't know what they're doing. Some of them we do know what they are, and that's terrible. So it's just there's so much going on, and there's so many things happening, and um, we are playing. We are. It feels like we are a very small fish because we are a very small fish. Um, we're still a tier 1 gang when there are tier 5 organizations out there, and we're fucking with tier 3 gangs, kind of thing. So it's like that's insane, um, and still very cool. So I like that. Um, as far as Cole, I like playing Cole a lot. He's an interesting character that does like he is a thug, but he's trying to be a thug with maybe some he's trying to weird like balance like having like not honor necessarily, but like some sort of moral of he's not out here just to kill people, though he definitely does like violence. I really enjoyed his meeting with basically everyone. Everyone that he met this game was really interesting to him in a different aspect. Like from Jerry Maha's like warlord dude to be like that dude's cool, then to meet the ghost of Severos, like the god of Severos, was like that guy's cool. Um, that's scary and cool. And then yeah, just all of that was really interesting. And then he continues to try to build networks to a certain degree. Um, he is definitely an organizer. There's a reason he has a clock ticking down for him getting picked up. That might be something in the next game or two that I try to forestall a little bit, because I don't want him to go to jail, especially while we're at war with the bill hooks. That could go really poorly, but could be interesting. Who knows? We haven't seen the inside of Iron Hook Prison yet, so we'll see. Um, and it'll be interesting to see what we do with the Dimmer Sisters stuff. So that's the other aspect of this game that's really interesting is all the different you know ties that are fluctuating constantly. This game saw a lot of them like fluctuate big, which is wild. Wild shifts in the landscape. As far as other characters, with Reese, yeah, I really enjoyed both the military stuff, but also the buddy Irish cop gag. I very This is like the second or third game where we've like put on a fake like outfit and like gone and done a thing, and I'm very much enjoying that. That's our shtick to a certain degree. Like, uh, I don't know that it fits in any of the gangs necessarily to like do that. Um, but like I really like that we're like, oh yeah, I know a guy that has some blue cloaks, or I know a guy that has, waiters outfits, or I know a guy that has these things, and we go put them on, or we go rob a military, installation to get their uniforms. So I really enjoy that as an aspect of it. Um, but with Reese, it's always very fun seeing you do that and seeing that character do a lot of things. He's a very interesting, cool guy. As with Nebra, Nebra still the mass murderer of the group. Got a whole crew of people killed. Uh, I like to believe that I'm not actually paying people to bring them on board. I'm actually paying death benefits to all the people that died, and like taking care of their families. So, you know, yeah, really just good. Just that's Cole's job right now is he's trying to take care of the people that never got killed. Um, and but yeah, but also I love seeing Nebra's interactions. I'm sad that Cole didn't get a chance to go say hi to Nebra's mom this game, because that's a good running bit and I like it a lot. Um, hopefully we get Emmeline back. That's the whole goal here. But Kyle, you did a great job with every NPC. They all felt really interesting and different, which is I can't imagine jumping into so many different people in this game. This game, more than most, we had like a dozen different characters you had to just rapid fire pull out, which was pretty great. Silas, I thought this was a great game for Silas. I muted myself. I thought this was a great game for Silas. Uh, weaving that web, being a spider, doing a lot of that kind of stuff. And also, it was, I think, just the tempo was raised for Silas with the starting with, well, you wake up and you take level 4 harm. You're dead. Um, so get wrecked, kid. And then with the messenger, I think the messenger's paranoia is only wrong if they're not actually hunting you. And we're now at war with two different factions, both that are bigger than us, and more powerful than us. And so that's not ideal. But I think the messenger is like Cole very much appreciates the messenger, very much like understands the messenger has a very keen mind and like understanding of what's going on. And I think Cole and the messenger agree on a lot of things. They disagree occasionally, and it's usually just about how to go about a thing, or like when is the right time to do a thing. And I think that provides some interesting like point and counterpoint, because we're not always in lockstep. So I think it's very cool.
Now I'll go next. There we go. Yeah, what did the messenger learn about the world? There are demons buried beneath this city. Okay, yeah, there are demons a lot of different places. Some guy's letting them out. This is like discovery that someone else shared. That was something. Boy, there's a lot to learn. This admiral is making very poor choices because she's no longer operating within her context, and she doesn't recognize that. We could all be like that. Would we know? No. The Silver Nails, Skurlock, Dimmer Sisters situation is so needlessly complicated. Why would you ask for something you can't get? Why would you withhold something that will hurt you? But same thing for the new fuel. No one understands the consequences. What don't I understand? Don't know. Got to read more. I'll find out. Truth is out there. What did I learn about the messenger this time? I don't think I've used this one in the past few rounds. I need to get more into the academic stuff. I need to get more into the into side things with them, and I just keep using up all my downtime actions, putting them back together after they take damage. We'll get there though. Silas made a very bad mistake this time. Should not have walked into the haunted house. It's very good that Fleta, happenstance rest her soul, was there to pull him out. We need to work. We need to think more about other people other than the Nighthawk and Emmeline doing rash things. So that's something. But like, it worked out. Silas is still very good at what he does, and we got things going. Reese's willingness to execute the hostage in the messenger's estimation should be rolled back just a little bit, not in intensity, just in timing. Maybe start that one a little bit later. Definitely great to know he's not going to balk at that though. Like this is, but it's coming up a little bit too often. Maybe taking hostages is coming up a little bit too often. Hard to say. Are we just going to be a hostage taking team? What should we do if we're going to specialize in that? Nebra knows more than she's letting on. The messenger doesn't distrust her, doesn't think she is doing this to harm. People have their secrets. Knows Neber's really close to her family. Considering the possibility that he needs to kill Neber's dad, if that's what she's holding back. But like, well, all right, we'll deal with that when it comes up. But yeah, Neber's been crew. Neber has supported the crew as long as the messenger has known her. This is going to be fine. Sometimes people just have their secrets. It's a little concerning when they have to do with war and other big things. And of course, the messenger knows not even knows, suspects only the smallest part of what's going on here, which is just great. Lysander Colburn. Always solid with the violence, always solid with the coercion. This is like great. Solid military experience, which is especially useful when we're dealing with these military guys. He has a connection, it seems, to just about anybody, even though it goes through people like this loser, who's now working for us, but like, whatever. We've employed losers before. Some of them aren't even dead. Bear. Which is also someone Cole brought in. So, hey, Cole, a shepherd of losers? Interesting. Yeah. And what the hell, Emmeline? The messenger has seen where you were nesting, has seen the squalor you lowered yourself to. Girl, you gotta treat yourself better. What the hell? Yeah, sometimes people get lost and stuff. Everyone's got their things to deal with. Man, you've got to bring somebody to look after you while you're going into this. You got to hire somebody. We'll hire someone to look after you. Do you need a life coach? I don't know. What's the Victorian version of a life coach? A domineering butler? Does Emily need a handmaiden? A busybody handmaiden? Yeah, there we go. I think I got everyone there, right?
Yep. I'll go next. Yeah, this was quite a game for Silas. Particularly in regards to the world. I think he spent most of his life, trying to find ways just to get himself on top, regardless of what's happening. But it's sort of now being faced with the fact that if the world isn't around, he can't spend coin on anything. So, like, while he looks at the 16 coin for screwing over the Spark Masters or whatever, he's also like, well, they got a point in that, like, we can't just not look for alternative things to go, and there's no profit in being dead, etc., etc. And he also, for himself, has a lot of magical people that either have something hanging over him or are just pissed off at him. And he's not cool with that. And he's not terribly cool with that. And yeah. So yeah, he spent most of this game riding it like 6 stress, and I think that's why there were certain situations where he just was like, I'm not sure what I'm going to do here because I am just so stressed out of my mind. I also think that despite not showing it, he actually sad that the cohort got offed, especially since she helped him not go to his own death in Spooky Mansion. So yeah, he still wants lots of coin, and he is disappointed that we did a lot of stuff tonight that amounted to 0 coin. Like, that shouldn't be happening. We should always have a net gain of coin every score, and worries that like a thing with the Dimmer sisters will also end up being the same. Just because of what special sort of hell they can put us through. As far as the other folks, So the messenger, like he loves and hates the messenger. The messenger is a big knowledge base. He understands things like the world shouldn't end and we need to make sure it doesn't end, but also maybe when we go talk to our boss, don't tell her stuff she doesn't need to know. There's just things that you don't need to know. So that's why I'm sitting here like, oh, that's no big deal, even though I know it's a big deal, because like no, everything's fine. He's just, oh, shut up. Like, so sometimes just like maybe if you go in these situations, we just have him not talk, or that have them not talk, and that everything will be okay, and he does his job and he does it very good, and have him do that. Nebra, quit school, move out of your parents' house, and commit full time to crime. Like, crime pays. We've seen it pay. Like, you're good at it. You'll just walk up, you'll do, like, essentially going into the consulate and just walking in and looking through archives, like that was basically a con game right there. And we got some good stuff out of it. Like, quit school, it's a waste of your time. Cole, I'm glad to see that you are indulging the suit, um, and that lifestyle. It's very good. You also still, you can dress nice and beat people up. They're not mutually exclusive. So yeah, I enjoy that.
But did you like that I took off the coat and everything to
Yeah,
fight the guy? Yeah,
yeah. That's why you can.
And the hanger bit, Nate. That was
Yeah,
that
awesome.
was very
yeah.
good.
He took it in that, and I was mulling over that for a while, and I was like, no, okay, I gotta say this. um, yeah. So we're still cool. We're still cool. He doesn't know any bad stuff about me yet, so we're still cool. Reese, Reese has got some dark parts to him, and he really does not want Reese to find out about him, because that's gonna be a bad time. Like, that's really gonna be a bad time, and he might hope that the Dimmer sisters get him at that point, instead of whatever Reese might do to him if he finds out. Otherwise, we're cool. We're cool. He is a little crazy, and the drug thing, he seems better ish. But yeah, and now for Emmeline, Emmeline and I are gonna have to have a long discussion when and if, hopefully when she's back, because we have things like my little contract to discuss, and just there's a lot to talk about, and not even like, hey, what the hell happened, and just more like, there's stuff we need to talk about, because shit's going down. And yeah, that's all the things.
Think that leaves me. In regards to the world, I'll just echo what was already said. I really enjoy the setting of Duskfall. I enjoy the actual system because it's very unlike D&D. And I understand that there's a different, games out there that use a similar system like Blades, and so I definitely look forward to, playing those types of games in the future. Um, but otherwise, Abra is realizing the world is falling apart, literally and figuratively, which is not good because, when the empire needs to be toppled. Uh, that needs to happen first. Like let's be real, that would be great. Anything that happens after that, that's fine. We just need to make sure the empire goes away first. Terms of herself, she's just in a bit of a conundrum. Like, on the one hand, yes, she would like to out of school and be, full-time criminal and all that and be independent. But on the other hand, school is really the main thing that gets her out of the house regularly. Like, that's the only thing that her father never questions her. It's like, if it's anything school related, he just lets her be. So she kind of needs that as a kind of a crutch, I guess, as an excuse. Um, I think other than that, She got to see some half-naked men today. That was nice. She's very single. Um, desperately. She needs to find someone. uh, in terms of everyone else, Reese, Deborah's surprised that Reese did not kill off the Severosi guy. Figured that, that's part of his MO, uh, but yeah. And also, yeah, she definitely needs to. She really still wants to, take Reese aside and talk to her about certain things that involve a certain Ulf Ironborn and maybe Silas. Who knows? Yeah, that's a future conversation that needs to happen. For Cole, uh, Cole's really good at the oratory stuff. Like that's not a lie. Like honestly, Nebra thinks that Cole could probably go to school for that, for real, and excel at that. Um, also the fighting in the pit wasn't too bad. He had the suit, he took that off. Again, Nebra's hopelessly single. Um, but yeah, definitely it was also she was also very comforted by the fact that Cole was always kind of around to tag along with her when she did certain errands, and she really appreciates that a lot. In terms of Silas, I mean, Silas was Silas. Like he did his his shtick about being the representative of the crew, and did his social things, did his trying to gather up money things. Um, Still a little suspicious though. This Eventide. That's Eventide. That's just it's too much of a coincidence. Um, and she just can't let that go. She can't. She has to do something about that. And finally, the messenger. It was great seeing the messenger in an academic setting. Finally, even if it was briefly. Uh, Honestly, I think Nepper will try to persuade Messenger to maybe enroll in the academy, like maybe audit some classes. Like it seems like they would be the type of person that would really want that. Um, uh, and she also definitely wants to go to the Hooded Proprietor with them at some point and look over this Oblivion book that's apparently very important. Um, and glean some insights from that. I think the only other thing, Emmeline, please come back. We miss you. Um, yeah, but yeah, that's about it for me.
Awesome. I won't say anything on Emmeline because she wasn't here, other than sorry. Um, I do want to say, when you think of what makes a spider, I just want to point to Silas and how Nebra and two of his Skovland countrymen find potentially damning information about him, and it was mentioned all of 0 times this game. Nice work. Um, Other than that, folks, clearly the score maybe didn't go as smooth as some of our scores in the past. It was a rough night in a lot of respects. So thank you all as players for rolling along with it, for having fun with it. And I am excited to see how the crew bounces back from this setback and thrives in the new environment that is emerging in this city. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for playing. And we'll see you all next time.